Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today for day two of financial inclusion. I'm so happy to have you here, and I hope that you've been enjoying the conversations as much as we have. Before we get into today's conversation, I want to say welcome. Thank you for being here again. If you're just joining us, I am very excited to have you here. And if you're not just joining us, I hope that you really enjoyed the networking power hour. That is like my favorite part of these summits, is getting to know everyone. I mean, beyond the conversations, right? So if you are just joining us, I want to go over some quick housekeeping. You'll notice that your camera and audio will remain off for the duration of the conversation, but we would love to hear from you. So feel free to drop a question or a comment in the chat, and we're going to do our best to send those over to the speaker. If you have any technical difficulties, please just tag myself or my colleague Paloma, and we will do our best to help you troubleshoot. If you're looking to earn SHRM credits from today's talk, you'll be able to use the code that's on the top left of the screen for those credits. And then we're just going to briefly refer you to the code of conduct, which we're going to include in the chat, just to make sure this is a great experience for all. And I do want to mention that we do have two separate tracks. Track B is filled with pre-recorded chat and learns. I mean, tons of useful information there as well, but those are pre-recorded. And so I would love to introduce today's topic and today's speaker and moderator. So today we're going to be covering a conversation on diversity in banking with Citi's Susan Kendall. And today, moderating today's conversation will be Allison Beard. And I didn't want to miss the chance to also thank our sponsors for making all of this possible, making the speakers possible, our attendees, our audience, everything. So thank you so much. Today on the line, we have Susan V. Kendall. Susan was named Chief Financial Officer of Citi's Global Consumer Banking business in June 2019. Previously, she was Head of Investor Relations from 2012 to 2019, where she was responsible for managing Citi's relationships with institutional investors and research analysts in both the equity and fixed income markets. Susan was a senior sponsor of Citi's Financial Management Associate and Analyst programs from 2016 to 2019, and she remains integrally involved in the recruiting and development of future finance leaders. She is also the executive sponsor for Citi's Women in Finance program. Prior to joining Citi in 2009, Susan served as Senior Vice President, Investor Relations for Lehman Brothers, Inc. From 2005 to 2008, she was a senior banker in equity capital markets, responsible for structuring and marketing equity securities for corporate clients in the retail and consumer sectors. She joined Lehman Brothers in 1998 in investment banking, where she advised clients on M&A and capital raising activities. Susan received her MBA from the University of Chicago Graduate School of Business and a BA from Duke University. She is a member of the YWCA Academy of Women's Leaders and the David Rockefeller Fellows Program. And moderating today's conversation, we have Allison Beard. Allison Beard is a senior editor at Harvard Business Review, overseeing the experience section of the magazine and much of its leadership and self-management content. She is the co-host of two of HBR's podcasts, the HBR IdeaCast, a Q&A with a management expert, and Dear HBR, which offers advice on listeners' workplace dilemmas. Beard was previously a reporter and editor for the Financial Times in both New York and London. She was recently named to Folio's 2019 class of top women in media and earned a BA in journalism and politics from Washington and Lee University. So with that, I am so excited to hand over the mic and obviously very honored to have introduced both of you today. So thank you so much for being here.
So excited. Thank you. Susan, are you on with me?
I am, if I can take myself off of mute. Thank you very much for having me. I'm excited for today as well.
Great. So I'd love to start by talking about your own career. You know, you're the CFO of a large division of a big bank that's not a function or a field known for supporting women particularly well. So how did you do it?
Goodness, I think I did it by not thinking of it that way, right? I think you need to enter the room sort of feeling like you've got a spot there. I always wholeheartedly believed, I maybe put positive intent out there that I would be rewarded based on my capabilities and skills. And I have found consistently that if you show up and you perform, and you sort of take the opportunities and advantages in front of you, that it really can be an industry and a field, with finance and banking, but it can be a meritocracy where you can really stand on your own. I think to do that, you need to find mentors in many cases that don't look like you, because the fact is you may be going where others have not gone before. I've very often been the most senior woman in any organization, as I've risen up the ranks. But I also think that's a good thing, right? Surrounding yourself with a diversity of perspectives that are like you and not like you, has been one of the keys. And, I have found that, I have found as many people who I really kind of sync up with, who I feel like have gotten to know me and have helped me through some of my larger career transitions, that are male, female, inside the business, outside the business, and like any set of human beings, the more kind of diverse you can put together a population of your own advisory board, if you think about it that way, I think that helps a lot. I mean, ultimately, you need to bring your whole self to work and feel like you can really be who you are without having to put some sort of mask on.
So when you're an entry-level employee or even an up-and-coming manager, how do you build those kinds of relationships that you're talking about?
Look, I think a lot's made out of how to think about networking and how to develop that. And I think organizations, Citi and other places where I've been, have done, I think they're aware that that's not always an easy thing. And so there's lots of formal structures put in place. The Women in Finance, structure here, the mentors that we put in place when our new, finance associates, or management associates come in the door. And sometimes those are matches, made in heaven, and sometimes they're not. I think it's great that the organizations, set up some of those more formal structures. I have found as often that I've made a connection either with someone who I've continued to mentor or for someone that has mentored me, when you've had an organic project that you're working on, or they have the opportunity to actually sort of see you in action. And I think too often, if we have those interactions with people who might not be in our immediate sphere, you sort of move on from it and you let those, relationships languish sometimes. I have always been open to, and I have found people have been open to me when you do that and say, like, great, it was really great to work on this project. And that can be inside of work, outside of work. Would you mind if we touch base on a regular basis? Like, I really appreciate your perspective, on this. I'd love to keep up that relationship. I'm always happy to take those calls, and I have found others have always been happy to take them for me. And I think the basis of a shared experience, tends to build a strong foundation for those types of relationships.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I want to take this moment just to remind everyone in our audience that I'm going to be going through my questions first, but we definitely want yours as well. So please pop them into the chat and we'll get to as many as we can. But let me stick with my questions for a little bit longer.
So I know a little bit about what's coming, and then you can throw me for a loop.
Yeah. So, it seems like you didn't face that many challenges in your career, but there must have been some.
Oh.
And so talk to me a little bit about sort of the biggest ones that you face and how you overcame them and what you might see, with other women in finance, for example.
Look, I think it always helps to remind you take a look at anyone's resume or, the bio that they read when I come up on something like this, and it feels like, I must have had this all planned out, or that, it was a smooth transition. I will tell you one of the experiences of going through the financial crisis and now COVID, is that you really never know, what to expect, and you need to be flexible in terms of how you think about your path. I had been an investment banker out of business school, I kind of hard driving banker chick, self-proclaimed, for pretty much my first 10 years out, and found myself in early 2008, in the early stages of the crisis, covering retail and consumer companies that were sort of, out of favor as we were going into, gosh, we didn't quite know how deep, but we knew something was coming from an economic perspective. And found myself at a point where there was no natural deal flow. I had just been passed over for promotion because they wanted to see another a year of progress. To which I asked, a year of what? Like from what I could see, there's not going to be a lot of activity in this space. So as I like to joke, my manager and I, came to sort of a, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here sort of, conversation, because there wasn't going to be enough activity in the area that I was in. So I was really sort of, 10 years in, felt like I had done a lot of good things. I'd progressed. And all of a sudden, I was just at this sort of stagnant point. And at the same time, I think if I was honest with myself, the things I enjoyed early on in my career, being a junior person, even working the late hours, but feeling like you were learning a lot, you were in it together, you were part of a team, became a little bit less part of my job the more senior I got. It became a more individual endeavor. It became a little bit more how much revenues can you bring in. It was almost a quasi-sales type of position. And I had to be honest to myself. I was probably taking a lot less enjoyment out of the role, but I could only think of myself in that seat because that's all I had done for the past decade. So the combination of me being at sort of that point in my career, the impending financial crisis, really led me to have to take a step back and think about what I wanted to do next. And I would say even then, I limited myself. Looking back, I can't believe how much I limited myself, but I was looking at other banking jobs. I was looking at other sectors, but the circle I sort of defined for myself was rather narrow. At the time, a woman had just been named as CFO of Lehman Brothers, Erin Callan. She'd been a banker before. We'd worked together, and she was my mentor, I think formally, but one of those relationships that had really kind of taken seed because we'd done some deals together and had a good amount of interaction with each other. And she called and said, would you consider taking a position on the finance team? So step away from the client-facing business and work for Lehman. And I kind of argued back with her. I said, well, I haven't focused on financials. I'm really not quite sure about this new role, investor relations. Haven't really thought about that before. You know my background. I appreciate it, but I'm not quite sure why I'm right for it. And she really, she positioned in a way that made sense. She said, all you've really done for your career so far is advise CEOs and CFOs on strategy and valuation, how to present their businesses to the markets. We want you to do that for Lehman. So I said, okay, she actually reframed it in a way that made sense to me. And I found over and over again, trusting someone else who knows you and knows what your potential is, even when you can't see it yourself, is something that has sort of defined some of those critical points in my career. Now, 6 months later, we were bankrupt.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
It ended up being a strange time to take that left turn, if you will. But I would say the thing I learned about myself, and I wouldn't have given myself the opportunity left to my own devices, is I really loved being part of the management team. And so even after Lehman went under, I didn't say, okay, let me get back to the client-facing piece of it. I had found a home again where I was part of a team where you could take what I thought was a longer-term view before the bankruptcy. And I loved being part of the management team, and it really defined everything I did. Thereafter, I'll close it with, 6 months after I decided to take on the role, we were bankrupt. I was 8 months pregnant. I had lost most of my life savings when Lehman went down. There were no jobs out in the market. And so I was basically home unemployed with a newborn, unsure of where my career was going to go and if anyone was even really going to be interested in hiring me again. So you think about the ups and downs of any individual career that doesn't show up on a bio or a resume. That was probably my most challenging point.
Yeah. So I was going to interject and ask if part of your hesitation was it being a functional role, but it sounds like you overcame that hesitation pretty quickly and learned that you really liked sort of supporting the organization as opposed to sort of being the shiny bright thing that went out into the world. But so let's talk about the Lehman bankruptcy, being a new mom. How did you bounce back from that blow? I mean, that's huge.
Yeah, it was one, I think it showed how much of my self-identity was tied up in my career and quite frankly, even the investment banker title for a while there. And it does put everything into perspective. So, when I waddled out with my box of belongings, that last day, I really didn't know where things were going to go. I didn't know how I was going to feel about being a new mom. And really my health identity really changed quite dramatically over the course of those 6 months. But looking back, I never would have given myself, it was almost a year before I found another position and went back to the office. I don't think I would have given myself that time of sort of self-reflection. And I always tell my oldest son now, I remind him, you don't remember it, but we had, all this really sweet time together. It also reinforced the fact that I like working. So, about 6 months in, I did say, okay, I've sort of got my feet under me now as a new mom. I'm pretty sure that while I'm enjoying this, there's a big part of me that I miss, which is out in the world and contributing in that career factor. And so, I started to reach out to people that I knew from my investment banking roles, from others, but I was really clear I was interested in something on the functional side. A few people pointed me in the direction of Citi, and I was nervous about coming back because the last time I worked, I had no one else that I needed to answer to. I mean, my husband, but I didn't have sort of dependence in the same way. And so I think I came back in with a better appreciation for who I needed to be at work. And I think I would have found it very difficult to have to go back and pretend I wasn't a mother or pretend I hadn't been through kind of the trauma that I had in terms of the last business role. And so from the very start, I had pictures of my kids all over the place. If I had to be out for a doctor's appointment or the other, I said, you know what, this is who I am now, and you've got to kind of take or leave all of me, if you will. And I found Citi was great about that. Even the fact that 3 months into my new job, I found out I was pregnant again. So very accommodating of all of that. But it really, it set in my mind what was important. It broadened the definition of myself by necessity, becoming a mom and having these other experiences. And hopefully it makes me a better manager now. I always joke there's no one more efficient than a working mom. And hopefully I can impart that on my team too, that you really, you shouldn't be ashamed of the fact that you've got other things going on in your life. And if we can't figure out how to make work and life work for you, then this isn't going to be a sustainable solution. And that's not in anyone's best interest.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. The one thing I say to all sort of soon to be new working moms is that just be completely upfront about it. Say, my family is a huge priority in my life. And so is this job, and we're going to balance the two. But, and there's a benefit to making a transition during that time, because, people don't remember the way you used to be, where you stayed till work till 10 PM. But at the same time, if you're still in your organization, you do have that goodwill. So one of our audience members has a follow-up question. Given this experience that you had with the bankruptcy, what advice would you give to other women who feel that they're in a similar position now because of the COVID-19 crisis? They've been forced out of work.
Yeah. Look, I think I look back now and everyone's like, oh, you got all that time off. It was stressful, right? Because you didn't know in what capacity you would come back, what people's interest would be. I did try and spend the time trying to be clear, especially being a new mom, to like what was going to get me motivated to actually go back to work and leave this, human being that, I created and had created this bond with. And so I spent the time trying to figure out what is it that makes me tick. And having gotten, I'd gotten in some ways tracked in investment banking, which is really easy to do when you come out of business school. This gave me the opportunity to figure out what do I actually like doing? What kind of problems do I like solving? What kind of team environment do I like being in? Which gave me the time to reflect on what would make me happy to go back. And so at the time I think you're inclined to just, take whatever opportunity you can. And I explored a lot of things that didn't end up being right for me, but I really tried to make sure I could look back and say I'd used the time productively, and just being open to what others see in your potential. I think at any time that I've stayed in a role longer than I should have, or I maybe took something that felt like a risk, like the IR role that turned out to be really good for me, I can look back and I had people around me who saw the potential in me, even that I wasn't willing to the credit I wasn't willing to give to myself. I trusted people who knew me well. And it's usually it's a good thing. So lean on the people around you to try to expand your aperture a little bit around what might make you tick.
Yeah. And I think such an important part of having a job as a working woman is to have a supportive boss and supportive team. You mentioned the ways in which you try to do that as a manager. Are there any particular, pieces of advice you would give to the people in our audience who do lead others about, how to support women and people of color? What more would you like to see from individual managers in this world to support diversity, equity, and inclusion?
I think one is sort of walking the walk, right? If I want them to be open about the fact that they've got other commitments and that they're, that it's a constant sort of juggle, I'm going to let you know about mine too. I try and actually I'd like to get to know the people on my team, the constraints, the other issues they might be dealing with, just so they feel comfortable, raising those, and I'll do the same. My team members might know too much about my kids and their various activities, but I feel like it's good to make sure that you're modeling that kind of behavior, that it's okay to acknowledge that this isn't the only thing that you are. I think the other, I talked to someone last week about joining my team, and we had a very upfront conversation about, like, her husband also has another job. There's periods of time during the day when she really wants to be available for her kids for homework. And she's asking me these questions that, is this going to be an issue? I said, if that was an issue, I shouldn't have my job, right? I said, first of all, I was happy that she felt open to have the conversation with me. I was not disappointed, but a little surprised that she thought that might be an impediment to her taking the role, because I trust that she's, she's going to get things done in whatever way works best for her family. But I think making sure people know they can have those open conversations and modeling that behavior yourself is an important first step.
So often, though, the people in more junior roles, don't look like and can't identify with the situations of the people above them. So for example, if I'm a young Black woman trying to talk about my lifestyle with an older white male boss, that conversation might be more difficult. So do you have any advice on that front about how to approach the conversation when you're not sure your boss will understand?
It's interesting, and I think it probably depends on the organization as well. And look, we benefit at Citi because we've got the infrastructure and I think the bandwidth to spend time on some of these issues. And so it's part of the dialogue, or there are ways of saying, oh, I saw so-and-so in this panel discussion. Did you see that? That was really interesting. And sort of take a Citi-sponsored venue or event to start off the conversation, because then it's already legitimately, a business topic, because, it's something that we're talking about as a business. But I well recognize that not every organization, again, has the infrastructure or the bandwidth to be hosting those events or kind of sponsoring those dialogues. And so I think being as candid as possible about even why some of what again, I always joke there's no one more efficient than a working mom, right? Like I think bringing forth the benefits of having someone with a different background, or how you position being different is a good thing, or being able to show that you're able to maybe bring more of in fact, one thing I don't have on my resume right now is I'm the one of the senior sponsors for a generations affinity group that we've started here at Citi, which talks about how do you make sure that you're listening to people of our younger generations, like in this situation, and what do they bring in terms of, I'm in a consumer business. I don't know the consumer preferences of someone from that generation as well as they do. And so if somehow you can either use a company sponsored event or venue as the starting point for those conversations, or use some tangible examples of why having a different perspective in the room is actually very relevant to the conversations, I think helps. But look, it's always going to be a challenge, and none of these are easy conversations or solutions.
So let's move up to the organizational level. What are some policies that you've seen implemented at Citi? Maybe you've in fact implemented them yourself, that have been particularly effective in not just diversifying the workforce, but also making everyone feel like they belong?
Yeah. So we have another hat. I'm the senior sponsor of a diversity, council inside the finance organization, which is mostly saying, like, we've got all these resources, again, at a place like Citi. Are we leveraging all of it? How do you funnel that, in particular for the hiring and the retention needs, of the finance function? And the focus there has really been a fewfold. It's recruitment, which I think is a very, sort of obvious venue. And I keep joking that, I'm really proud of the diverse mix of the classes I brought through when I was sponsoring the undergraduate and graduate recruiting program, and so 20 years from now, we're going to look great, right? Like, while that's a piece of it, you need to make sure, one, that you're retaining the talent and developing the talent that you have in-house. There's nothing more important that once you've spent all that time, finding that ideal person, that you make sure that you continue to engage, and giving them, inspiring them actually to think about their career path, just like I struggle to do, to inspire them to think about their career path as being pretty broad, and giving them the kind of the training and the development and the connectivity to get there. And also, we were spending a lot of time on how do you leverage connections through these affinity groups that we have at Citi that focus on different types of diversity, through our own personal networks, sort of keeping a sort of an active pipeline and conversation going with talent of all types, even outside Citi. So when that ideal role comes up, you're not starting from, okay, now let me go try and go find, a quote unquote diverse candidate. We should be having these dialogues and be very much aware of the talent in the market as we go. There's more tactical things around. We should have diverse slates. We should have diverse interviewers. So you're getting different perspectives around the table when the decisions are being made. We've got programs like Women in Finance, where we pair, more junior with more senior women, and it's really focused on career mobility and making sure, again, that you're thinking about, your skill set in the most kind of dynamic and broad way. We have sabbatical programs, that we've put in place now, acknowledging that, this is a pretty intense work environment, and this is a marathon and not a sprint. And every once in a while, you do need that opportunity to step back and figure out what's right for you. So those are a few of the things, but more personally, it's just about keeping the dialogue fresh and recognizing that the goal is not to hit a particular, threshold level, although we have, we've got goals in mind as an organization around, diverse representation, but that's a means to getting to a population that can drive better decision making, is more nimble, more resilient, and more prepared for, what's coming in the future for our organization. So, it's nice to have a diverse slate, but we got to keep in mind why we're doing it. It's actually to run a better business.
Yeah. It does sound like Citi has a very inclusive culture, but I imagine that sort of people looking at industries to go into, wouldn't pick banking or investments as their top choice. If you were a woman, if you are a person of color, it's very much seen as an old boys club. So, how do you work to change the culture such that everyone, truly feels like they can be their authentic selves? I recently interviewed a man named Chad Sanders, who's he's the author of a book called Black Magic. He worked at Google. And he talked about the fact that he thinks that among the Black professionals he's interviewed, they're actually much more comfortable when they strike out on their own, because this sort of corporate culture that exists in the United States just inherently has been based on white men. And it's very, very slowly changing. So any advice on that front?
Look, I think we are in a unique spot. We've got a female CEO, and I work for a Black male CFO. So I do think we look different. I think if you look at the composition of our board, we were well ahead of the curve in terms of getting diverse representation at a board level. It's not perfect, though. I'm one of the few women around that CFO's table, right? So you look around and you go, okay, there are very important and visible kind of symbols and signs that things are changing, but it is, the numbers on themselves are still very much the minority. But I think the more people see people who look like them in these very visible roles. I look around the table at the global consumer business, our global head of of operations, huge, we've got 100,000 people that work in the consumer business, most of which are in operations. TT Cole is a Black female executive, runs that. So, I've always gotten kind of a kick out of bucking the stereotype. I used to joke as a junior banker that, the one person they're going to remember who was at that pitch is me at whatever level. So I think starting to think about, being different and standing out as an asset, making sure that when you get to these positions, you do things like this, which are very, visible, and making sure that, your mark is out there and recognize there's a spot for people. And then I've gotten through my career assuming positive intent of the people who didn't look like me, who were in positions that I was dependent on to get promoted or to get recognition. And, I'm happy to say in most of those cases that positive intent was valid and warranted. I used to joke, if someone's going to treat me differently because I'm a woman, I'm going to make them be really overt about it. I'm going to ignore the behavior until they really make a jerk of themselves. And there's very few instances where I've had to resort to that. I find most of the time it's around awareness, and if people are open to a dialogue about what might be making you feel uncomfortable or different, most people want to do the right thing. I think having this be a regular and accepted part of the dialogue is an important step, and I think we're doing the right thing as it relates to that at Citi.
And what is Citi getting right, with regard to practices like hiring and performance reviews and promotions, even benefits that you think others, in your industry and other industries could learn from?
Yeah. I think it's been an evolution. We've gone from, an awareness of the conversation around diversity to diverse slates to, okay, you need to have not only diverse slates, but diverse interviewers who are making the decisions, to our now having, quite visible sort of diversity representation goals out there. And I'll be really honest, I've seen both sides of it. I've struggled a little bit with both sides of it because the goal is not just to hit this representation, but get the right talent in the room too. And I don't want anyone to feel like they were ever chosen for a role I wouldn't want to feel like I was chosen for my role for any other reason than I was the right person to have it. And so, I think it's been an evolution. There's still an education. I keep getting back to the fact that it can't be about the diversity goal, but about the representation goal, but the goal of getting to better decision making, which I think has been just objectively proven happens when you've got a more diverse set of experiences and are represented in the room by any measure, by age, by race, by gender. And so I think we are slowly kind of getting a little bit, getting it into the corporate dialogue. I think we've extended our maternity leave policies. I think we've extended kind of the definition of parental leave policies, as it has as the definitions of families have changed. And I think what has helped us have been very willing to talk about these issues and social issues and equity issues publicly as a firm. And I think that's always been a little bit, particularly in financial institutions or other areas that have probably been historically not as diverse, you're exposing yourself to candidly areas where you haven't been as strong. And I don't think that's the natural inclination of most large organizations. But our head of HR is a very forward-thinking female executive, has felt strongly about it. She had the support of Michael Corbett when he was CEO. Obviously now Jane, in her position. So having this be part of the natural organic business dialogue, I think is really important. To the fact that everyone will accept, and we're not there yet everywhere, but people need to objectively accept that a more diverse population is a better outcome.
Yeah. Because you mentioned maternal and parental leave policy, I'd love to talk a little bit more about working parenthood. There's been a lot of talk about childcare, being infrastructure recently. We know that COVID-19 was particularly hard on working women and women of color, particularly parents, because of school closures. So in the absence of government policies like universal pre-K, do you think that companies should be doing anything on this front, whether it's lobbying or actually providing more benefits to their employees?
Look, I think we are inhibiting a huge talent pool by not giving women the opportunity to have safe, affordable childcare that they can feel good about, because you want to be able to, again, sort of, be able to kind of be mindful in your job and not worrying, about what's happening, to your kids back at home. To me, it's been one of the things I've been most passionate about, because that it does most often fall on the mother. It does most often impede at certain points in people's careers their ability to kind of take that next step, because they feel like they need to make the choice, between being home and being at work. I think one of the things we've tried to do is have more formal programs for sort of re-onboarding people who have taken time off, whether or not they felt like they had to or they chose to, when they've been at that point in their careers. So I think we absolutely have an obligation, if we're serious about having diverse representation and better outcomes as a company. We need to do everything we can to facilitate people coming into the office or working from home better, that represent that population of working moms. So I think it's critically important, whether it's coming from the government, whether it's coming from the corporations themselves.
Yeah. One of our audience members actually is asking, do you think the finance industry as a whole is a more hospitable place for working parents now than it used to be?
Oh, yes.
I wonder if COVID-19, sort of all the Zooming, has made it even more so.
So it's interesting. Like when I think of it used to be, I mean, when I came to Wall Street in 1998, I do, and look, I was young, I was new, I was more often the only woman in the room. And so there was this sort of idea that you came to work and that's the only person you were. I think that has naturally evolved as I've evolved, and I obviously have, I've got 2 kids now and a husband, and, I like things outside of the office. And so I need to create a little bit of that space. So part of it's probably where I am as an organization, but I firmly believe it's the organizations themselves too. I think COVID layered on top of that a willingness to think about location strategy, and I think in a way that, while not explicitly designed to help women, I think in practicality will. Women are more likely to be the second income of a dual income household. If you've got mobility opportunities, more likely to have to take in consideration, your husband's career path and mobility at the same time, as opposed to, single income families where either gender is working but can more easily, transplant. I've already had career development conversations with women on my team who are outside of New York around New York-based roles that I don't think they would have been as readily accepted for in the past. And so I do think it's opening up again the aperture of how managers think about where their staff needs to be. I think broadly, but I do think it has the potential to help, the female population, perhaps even have a bigger impact on the female population, even that perhaps has more mobility restrictions, at least at points in time in their career.
Yeah, I think that's good news for all of us, and something positive can come out of this whole experience.
I hope so.
So we've talked a lot about what managers and what organizations can do. Are there some employee-led initiatives that you've seen help the DEI effort at Citi or elsewhere?
Yeah, look, there's only so much I feel like we can do through these corporate-led affinity groups. There's some fascinating venues. I saw, TT Cole, who I just spoke about as who our head of ops, interviewed, Misty Copeland, which I just found fascinating as a former, very amateur dancer myself, about, the challenges. And so just the opportunity to put yourself in the shoes of others and put that perspective, I think, is helpful at the top of the house. But how that's really going to change people's day to day, I think, really needs to be kind of more grassroots. And so we've got great part of the challenge of being one of the affinity group SteerCo, members as I am with the Generations Affinity, is kind of scooping up all the great work that's being done on the ground that we may not even realize, right? I think we've found we've got a population who really care about each other, who are enthusiastic about these issues, and in a lot of cases haven't waited for the corporate mandate to go, create a venue. And so I've seen it in pockets. We've already had reverse mentoring programs in places like Asia for a while that ties into this, or something as simple as we've done playlists recently where you choose music from different generations and share kind of what it means to you, and sort of some of that had been happening already. And so a lot of the affinity group work is, again, sort of scooping up that grassroots effort, trying to leverage best practices and make it more visible to people. On my own team, in the wake of some of the racial and inequality events over the past year, there was a core group that just decided, like, let's get together and have these hard conversations on, what is it like for you to come into, the office? What in your background might color how you approach an issue, and really kind of let barriers down on topics that may not have been quote unquote work topics before, in an attempt to really understand each other's experience. That predated this diversity council that we have up and running on at the top of the finance organization. But it's a great example of, like, the people on my team didn't wait. They saw a need, and they organized it themselves. And now we're actually taking some of those learnings and trying to replicate it in other parts of finance. But I love that. So that self-led initiative is always going to be more powerful than what we can impose from the top.
Yeah. So, Citi can affect sort of what happens within its own organizations and supporting women and people of color, but you also are in this position of making loans and investments, so being able to affect the broader world. How are you working to diversify the people that you serve, the businesses that you serve, and ensure that they're getting equitable treatment in terms of, the size of the loan they can get and the interest rate they're given?
Yeah. Look, for not only out of the goodness of our hearts, but a lot of that is law, right? Like you can't discriminate on some of these events. We spend a lot of time making sure that we are complying with all of those standards and not doing anything even inadvertent as it relates to how we're approaching people digitally, and the like. Beyond that, we've got standards out there in terms of suppliers that we'll deal with, and giving opportunities to minority-owned firms. If you take it to the capital markets, working with, I think Wall Street has actually a very long-standing tradition of working with minority-owned brokerage houses as it relates to distributing securities. We are making investments as a firm in my minority-owned companies. If you look at some of our venture work and elsewhere, we are developing relationships with some of the historically, Black colleges, and trying to figure out, like, what unique programs can we put in place to get people who may not have thought of a large bank or Citi as their first choice. How do you make sure they realize there's a place for them here? And it may not be even in your traditional finance aspects, but there's so much of technology, and there's so much that goes on in a place like Citi. I don't think, again, people realize the scope of skill sets that we have a need for here. So I think it's everything, taking a look at every, and right down to microfinance, and doing kind of more sort of explicit, either female or minority-led financing, low-income housing. You could look at some of our ESG disclosures and see really how deep we take this. But you just need to ask the question, like, is there anything more we can be doing here? In almost every interaction that we have with our communities and third parties, and the answer is almost always going to be yes, there's more you can do here. Then how do you set realistic goals and hold people accountable? But I think there's the intent is there. I think we just need to stop ourselves from saying it's always been done this way. Is there a different way that we can approach this? And again, I think the answer is always going to be yes.
Yeah. So 2 follow-up questions. So many financial institutions are using AI and algorithms now, and there's a lot of criticisms that those are biased. There are sort of biases inherently built into them. So are you working on the technology to make sure that's not happening?
Look, I think if our intent is to not only because of the laws, but our own corporate philosophies is to be equitable. You need to ask the question not only of human, human thought, but where we're relying on, on machines and AI. So yes, we're absolutely kind of making sure that we're not having sort of inadvertent, bias, whether intentional, non-intentional, conscious, unconscious, machine or human. We really need to say, like, if this is the intent of the organization, you need to make sure that as we venture into these new venues, where you may not, your first inclination may not be that there's an unintentional bias there. We need to make sure we're asking the question, because these are really kind of new worlds here to explore. And if we can teach the algorithms to be, neutral and unbiased, that's really the intent. So I think it's just as with anything else, as we go into the digital world and digital marketing and the algorithms, like we need to make sure we're being self-aware and self-critical, because again, these are new worlds, and we want to make sure we're laying the foundation appropriately.
Yeah. So the second follow-up question is just on sort of whether Citi feels an obligation to address sort of broader societal issues. So is part of your work in broadening your customer base and pushing for financial inclusion, designed to close the huge, gaping, growing, wealth inequality in the United States and other parts of the world? How does the company feel about its own employees and itself as an organization taking a stance on racial justice? I'd just love to hear sort of what the executives at a large financial institution in the United States feel about sort of their role in society now.
Yeah. It's interesting. I've seen it evolve, and it really started under, again, Mike Corbett, even before Jane was in the seat. But I'm proud of the fact that we have been unafraid of taking stances on, look, everyone's going to have different political views, but I think very logical stances on things like gun control, on, racial inequity, on social issue, on voter availability, voter eligibility, on things that wouldn't necessarily have historically been thought of as, the domain of a large corporate. I think we've taken the position that we are a member of the communities in which, in which we operate. And so whether that's supporting the communities through volunteerism, through, funding of low-income housing, through making sure people realize externally what we stand for as an organization, is all part of serving the community. And we've got a serious mantra around responsible finance that I think extends beyond just who we're lending to, but how we interact with our communities. And we took the stance around pay equity and gender representation. I mean we have in many cases been the first bank or one of the first larger organizations to wade into some of these issues, and we've lost clients over it. And that's okay. We'll continue to do so.
Yeah. So I want to jump to a lot of our audience questions. So there are a couple questions about returnship programs and also programs that might help people pivot from outside the finance industry into it.
Yep. So we've I think we've been aware of kind of returnship, and we're starting to get a little bit more formal in terms of our engagement. There's certainly, outside organizations that have specialized in this at various points over the year, or over time. Like I haven't taken, a break other than the one involuntary one post Lehman, but I tell people all the time that, again, this is the length of your career. You don't have to sprint there, right? Like their careers are built in very different ways. I have consciously not gone after that next big thing at a period of time where my husband was in, kind of a critical career path, or when my kids were very young. And it's okay sometimes to be comfortable for a period of time, or to take that time off for a period of time. It doesn't mean you can't get to, more senior levels. It just means you're self-aware of when you've got the capacity and the stamina to lean in harder versus kind of pulling back. Don't need to lean in all the time, not to use that analogy. But the same goes in, a little bit more extreme case of if actually entering or not the workforce, but there's a huge population of talented, women in particular who've taken time off to have kids, who I think are anxious to figure out how they can contribute again. And there have been kind of formal, mentorship and the like in order to do that. I think it's also a matter of making sure that we are very active within our own networks. In terms of keeping up on people we know who might be willing to come back in. So I think that's a huge pool, of latent talent that I think we all recognize is out there, and it's important to come back.
And it sounds like Citi would also be open to people who have had, not standard finance industry.
Yeah.
So people pivoting from other places.
Absolutely, and we do. And there's different programs for that. We're actually starting out we've got a Cupid program, and I'm gonna struggle with the acronym, but we're starting to do some internships for postgraduate, for people who are interested to see what it's like to work at a bank. We have tried to, and there's a woman, Vanessa Colella, who also reports to the CFO, who has a very varied career. She was a school teacher at one point. She's worked in the industry. She's worked in tech. She's been an entrepreneur. And it's actually fascinating to have her around the table, around a bunch of us who probably look more traditional on paper. And she's constantly asking the question about, we should be engaging with, schools that we don't typically engage with. We should be building, partnerships outside of Citi for people who realize you don't have to look like the people around this table to contribute. I wish there were more of her and more of those programs, but I think it's become, we're hiring like crazy right now, and not all those roles are traditional finance roles. It's a lot of technology. It's a lot of people who just know how to run processes well. A lot of things that don't require, a finance concentration. But if we're not making people aware of that and the fact that there's a place for them here, then that's on us.
Someone else is also asking about employing people with disabilities. Does Citi have programs to make that possible?
Absolutely, and that's another one of the kind of the affinities that we support. So, hopefully, I would say absolutely, and it probably takes a different form depending on what office, what function, whether we and the disability and the like. But absolutely, I wouldn't tell anyone to limit themselves based on what they've done before. I also wouldn't ask anyone to limit themselves based on physical ability. We want everyone at the table.
Yeah. Okay. A quick follow-up on our childcare conversation. The listeners asking, if elder care is increasingly something that the HR department and managers are thinking about.
It is. Look, I think there's many probably around my age that have both young kids and elderly parents, and you end up being sort of sandwiched between the two. I think it's another reason why being, upfront about the kind of flexibility and support you need to be an effective, employee, and being able to kind of, again, bring your authentic self in is important. I don't know the specific, programs to quote, but there's a dialogue around the fact that that's a real, constraint, and, giving people the tools and the flexibility to be able to manage that is important. And look, we extend that even to how we think about financial products. There's a lot of conversations around our table in the last couple of years around the fact that, oftentimes, a person at a certain stage of life isn't just managing their finances, but they're advising a parent. They're trying to teach their children how to develop, responsible financial habits. And how do you make us more human as an organization by acknowledging, the realities of what people's lives look like today, and giving them the tools to help manage, whether that's as your employer or your bank.
Great. Okay, I'm going to go with two more questions. One is from an audience member. So he or she, probably she, is asking, how should we deal with diversity pushback? Especially from those who are in the majority that aren't ready for the sacrifices and awareness that comes with creating diversity, equity, and inclusion. So it sounds like you're not facing a lot of that at Citi, but do you have any advice?
Look, I'll be really honest, we have to walk a careful line. I had the same group that came together under my organization about a year ago because they really wanted to explore some of these issues. We bring speakers in now because we've kept up the dialogue. And we did have someone come in and talk about how we are approaching diversity in the recruiting process. And I interjected several times to say, again, this is not about the fact that that hiring a diverse candidate is the end goal in and of itself. We're trying to create a better outcome where we're making better decisions and creating a better city for it. Because I think if we keep coming back to the core underlying objective, it becomes less about, oh, I don't have a shot at that role because I'm not diverse. Hopefully, because there probably are people who are afraid of that. And whether or not by opening up the door to someone else, it's closing the door to them. I think making sure that we are getting the best people in the seats. And my message was, we've got to widen out the cast, how we cast the net for each one of these roles, because we want to get the best candidate into the role. And the more diverse we start off with, the better chance that that best candidate will be a diverse candidate. And I think if you frame it that way, it gives some comfort that our priorities are still getting the best candidate in to create the best outcomes at the end of the day. But if we don't take it upon ourselves, our starting point will by definition be too narrow. And I think if you try and frame it inclusively like that, you can take a little bit of the fear away. But we face it here, absolutely.
Okay, so final question for you, and then I'll give the Power to Fly team some time for housekeeping. What is the one piece of advice that you try to give to young people who are interested in going to finance and banking, particularly women and people of color?
One, I think, is there's absolutely a place for you. I think and I think increasingly you're going to be able to find people who look more like you than maybe I had, when I came in. I would be very open about how you think about, mentors in the network that you build. I have had incredible mentors that were middle-aged white men, right? Who saw something in me even when I couldn't see it myself, who fostered it, who made sure I had the exposure and and regardless, what you need is those advocates, no matter what they look like. And so I have sometimes had to remind myself to keep an open mind and not put stereotypes or preconceptions in my head about who that person might be. They're like, you equally have to give them an opportunity to be that advocate for you without judging them ahead of, just like they have to do for you if you look different. And so I probably had to surround myself by some people in work, some people in my personal life, some people, to create, that diversity of exposure more so than maybe, someone, white male who came in. But I tried to give the benefit of the doubt to the senior people around me. Not all of them lived up to it, but some of them did. And I attached myself to them and built those relationships. I think you are more likely today to come in and find that type of mentorship with, again, someone who looks more like you, but sometimes those relationships don't turn out to be what you'd expect them to be too, right? So I think coming in with a really open mind, assume positive intent, give people the opportunity to see who you are and advocate for you, regardless of their background too. So there's a little bit of opening up your mind in both directions. And again, I always assumed I had the opportunity, and that people weren't holding me back for the fact that I may have been the only woman in the room. And I very often found that it was the client that remembered me, or even in my last role where I dealt with, a lot of very big hedge fund personalities. If they didn't understand something, in some ways I felt like they were more comfortable telling me and we'd work through it than perhaps if they were, speaking to, speaking to another man. I mean, you got to find the benefit in your uniqueness and find a way to play that angle. There's always, being different is always you always find the benefit in being different.
Yes, absolutely. Difference is an asset.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Susan, well, it's been terrific talking with you. I feel like I learned a lot. I hope that our audience has too. And now I will turn it back over. Oh gosh, with 1 minute left. Power to Fly team.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you both so much for such an incredible conversation with so many incredible pieces of advice and moving forward. And there was really awesome engagement in the chat with some different questions. So thank you so much to you both for participating and the audience for chiming in with questions and comments. And so I am really excited to dive into our next conversation, practicing conviction, partnership, and passion in investing. And so we've got two really incredible speakers. And before I go ahead and introduce them, I did want to go ahead and cover some quick housekeeping. So thank you so much for attending and participating in today, Diversity Reboot 2021, Financial Inclusion. I hope that you are as excited as we are, and I really hope that you've been enjoying so far. And if you're just joining us, I want to go over some quick housekeeping. Your camera and audio will remain on for the duration of the talk, but we would love to hear from you. So feel free to add a question or a comment in the chat, and we're going to do our best to get to those. We'll send those along to the moderator. If you have any technical difficulties, you can feel free to tag myself, Nicole, or Paloma, my colleague, so that we can help you troubleshoot. If you're looking to earn SHRM credits from today's talk, you can just use the code that's on the top left of the screen to grab those. And then we briefly want to refer you to the code of conduct, which we're going to drop in the chat just to make sure that this is a fantastic experience for everyone. And so with that, I'm really excited to introduce our speaker and our moderator for today. So our speaker for today is Kathy Gao. As a daughter of a software engineer and small business owner, Kathy has been immersed in technology and entrepreneurship from an early age. She's experienced investing at multiple stages, from traditional buyout to venture capital, and has also sat on the other side of the table as a business operator. Her breadth of experience has shaped her passion for deeply understanding business models and working hand in hand with entrepreneurs to help scale high growth companies. Through investing, Kathy strives every day to express her core values of conviction, partnership, and passion. And moderating today's conversation, we have Deanna Stinson-Reese. Deanna is a corporate equity strategist and career coach for minorities. She has 10 plus years of experience in equitable hiring, retention, DEI education, and career development. As a corporate equity educator and strategist, Deanna helps companies to understand the power of biases, privilege, race, and social injustices to strategize ways to cultivate truly diverse and inclusive workplaces that retain top diverse talent. Deanna serves as a member for the Forbes Coaches Council, a current member of Forbes The Culture, a partner with Fortune 250 companies, and has been featured in a variety of media outlets. She's also an undiscovered tennis pro, novice guitarist, and travel enthusiast. Her superpower is activating the potential in others, and I've seen that at work, so I can attest to that. And so with that, I am going to hand the mic right over to the both of you, welcome you, and say thank you so much for being here today.
Thanks, Nicole.
Nicole, thank you. You're so amazing. Kathy, she does such a phenomenal job in bringing it home with those introductions. So appreciate her, and so appreciate you for being here with us today. So I'm so excited to talk more about your career journey and really how investors, overall can better support just women of color in general in this space, in the financial services space. So let's jump right in, because the 30 minutes, I'm gonna tell you right now, it goes by fast. So I will make sure that there is room for Q&A. So as you have questions for Kathy, please drop them in the comments so that I can ask her as they come up, so that you all can really glean the insights that you are desiring from her as we go through this conversation. Let's do it. So let's start with your career journey. So can you tell us a little bit more about your journey and how you became involved in the finance and tech space?
Yeah, absolutely. I grew up in a household that was full of technology. I mean, this is back when, people had computers and we were all on AOL chat, and we had the dial-up modem. My parents are both software engineers, and my dad was also a small business owner and entrepreneur. So I was definitely immersed in technology from a very, very young age. I remember in our home, we had books full of Python and Java and C++. And I guess my way of rebelling was to not go into technology right away, right? So I went down a different path. I went down the business path. So in college, I studied finance and business, and I really wanted to understand the systems that governed our world, the financial and economic system, which was a world that I didn't know much about. And from there, I did, quote unquote, traditional finance for about 5 years on the East Coast, investment banking. And then I later went to a growth equity firm. And at some point, I felt the need to explore technology again, right? At that point in time, everyone was talking about SaaS, software as a service. And I was thinking, what is that? What is that? I really want to know more. And at the same time, I wanted to scratch my kind of startup or entrepreneurial bug. So I ended up saying, okay, what's the best way to hit two birds with one stone? Let me go ahead and move to the hub of technology, which is the Bay Area, and let me go work for a startup. So I was lucky enough to join a company called Gusto. Back then it was called Zen Payroll. They provide payroll, benefits, and HR for SMBs in the United States. And that was such an incredible experience. My first time working at a company. Gusto is in a space that many people would consider not super sexy, right? It's payroll. It's kind of the the picks and shovels, but it's very, very important. And I remember going to work my first week and kind of looking around the office. And at that time, I think the average age of employee at Gusto was 27. I was 27 years old myself. And something just clicked in me. There was a spark. I was like, here we are, a group of roughly 200, 27-year-olds, and we're building something. We're building a product that's helping small business owners around the country focus on what they do best, serve their customers, and take this, sometimes tedious task off their hands. And the fact that we were, again, a group of 27-year-olds that was accomplishing this through software, that was the beauty of technology to me. And I remembered why, my parents loved technology. And I was like, okay, I got to go do something with software and something with technology. So I worked at Gusto for just under 2 years and eventually decided to go back into investing, but this time in venture capital and focused exclusively on software and technology companies.
Okay, so you mentioned a couple things here that I want to kind of dive a little bit deeper into. So Gusto, I'm very familiar with Gusto. It's so funny. That was the first payroll system I used when I started my business. It's so funny to hear you talk about your experience with Gusto, like on a different side of the I guess interactions. Me on the consumer side, you as someone that came in to work with them. But I'm curious, when you think about the fintech space, and how you came in, you saw, of course, early on in your career as a young professional, did you notice that there was a lot of representation of women in that space? And if not, how have you seen that kind of change from the time you started to kind of where you are now?
That's a great question, Deanna. I will say that I was so fortunate to be at Gusto, which is one of the companies that I know personally cares so much about equality, diversity, and inclusion, right? If you think about it, we serve small business owners across the country, and they are different genders, different races, they do different things. It's incredibly diverse. And it was very, very important to the founders of Gusto to create a company with employees who reflected that diverse customer base, right? To really gain empathy and understanding of our customer base, we had to at least reflect that diversity. So again, I was super lucky to work in a company that cared deeply about that and not only talk about it, but actually go out and hire a very, very diverse group of people across all different dimensions. Now, if we zoom out and think about the broader financial services industry, fintech and fin services, I will say that's, certainly not the norm, right? Gusto was not the norm. Thinking about my career back on the East Coast and what I call traditional finance, I think things have improved. but it's still not in a place where people are equally represented. And it's something that I think the industry is working to change, albeit slowly. When I think about some of the barriers, right? I mean, there's barriers at every step of the way, right? Starting from education and folks knowing what opportunities are available to them. And then when it goes to actually, getting people into jobs, the financial services industry is very much one of relationships, like many industries, and people tend sometimes to be naturally drawn to others who have similar backgrounds and interests. And so I think one really interesting and hopeful trend that I've been seeing is a lot of these big companies, including my company, Sapphire Ventures. We've invested in diversity and inclusion training to combat those biases, subconscious biases up front. So trying to be proactive and get in front of the issue.
Good. No, that is so important because, as we continue to grow just as a nation overall, when you think about the labor market and the corporate landscape of things, it does take proactive thinking and proactive action in order to really see things manifest. Everything can't be reactive. And so I think that's awesome that you all are being very proactive in that regard. Now, I want to kind of pivot into the investment side of your journey, right? So thinking about investors and how a lot of times it's challenging for diverse small businesses to access funding and investments and things like that. What would you say, or how can investors better support startups that are launched by people of color and women in general? Let's start there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think step one is looking within the organization itself. So in this situation, be a venture capital firm or any other provider of capital, and making sure that your employee base, your team is diverse and representative, right? So making sure that there's people of color and women on your own teams. And this is important because I'm going to go back to something I said earlier. Venture capital and investing, as an asset class is very heavily human capital or relationship driven. People are investing in companies through networks that are pre-existing networks. And if you're an outsider, if you don't have access to tap into those networks, it's hard to get in, A. And B, if you do get in, sometimes there are gaps in understanding when you're pitching a female health product to a bunch of older white men, right? Oftentimes happen. So I think it's really important for firms themselves to make sure that they have investment staff and team that is representative and diverse. The second thing I would say is you got to do your homework in two ways, right? When you're approaching an investor, look at his or her investing track record and know what types of companies that individual typically invests in. It's really, really hard to get in front of investors sometimes. So you want to know that the people you're trying to get in front of are the ones who would actually feasibly invest in your company and understand your space. The second part of the work and research is once you've identified a couple of people that you think, more than a couple, people that you think, because it is a numbers game, right? You identify people, investors that you think could potentially invest in your company and understand your space. You got to find a way into their network. I'm not saying that a cold email doesn't work. Sometimes it does, but I'm also saying that as investors, especially earlier stage investors, there's just a flood of inquiries and emails, and oftentimes it's really hard to get to them all. So if you have a first, second, even third degree connection that you can lean on, it's very, very helpful. And if you haven't done your homework in step one, maybe you're spending all this time trying to get in front of the wrong person. You know what I mean?
Yeah, not putting the cart before the horse, it sounds like, right? Like, gotcha. Okay, that's really good. Now, as you grew in your career, I'm sorry, I just another question popped in my head as you were talking, right? Like working through some of the challenges that small business owners or diverse business owners, have to face to kind of get in front of the investors. I'm curious for you throughout your career outside of Gusto, right? We know Gusto was like that anomaly when you think about just the fintech space. What were some challenges you had to overcome as you kind of began to progress in your career and pivot, into the investment side? And how did you work through those challenges?
Yeah, that's a great question. Gosh, there were so many, and some of them might be attributed to just age, right? Part of it is people always say, I'm the person with the white hair in the room as a way to say I'm the, experienced person with a track record. So sometimes it is hard getting your voice heard and being influential as a young person. So age is one factor, age and experience, but other factors include potentially gender and potentially having people, working with people, pitching to people who may not look like you or have your same background. So it's hard for me to attribute some of the challenges I faced personally in my professional career to any of those factors. But I will say the number one thing is, how do you get your voice heard and how do you have influence, even kind of at a younger age? And there's so many ways to think about that, unbundle that, cut that into different dimensions. But I think, especially for women, a lot of us default to, okay, well, I just got to work 10 times harder than any other guy in the room. A lot of my, female colleagues and friends all think that. And that's good. And I think we all should think, strive to work hard and succeed. But there's other things that we should also focus on, right? Those interpersonal relationships. As I mentioned, this industry is all about relationships. So how do you find mentors, but even more advocates within your own organization and external mentors as well to kind of lift you up? If you focus and over-index on just, I'm going to work harder than anyone else, it might work, but it may not work.
Yeah, a lot of times that let me, I don't want to say go above and beyond, but as a career professional, it is important to be very strategic in how you're doing that, because a lot of times they see that you did the work, or maybe they don't see that you did the work, and you still don't get any further. Especially, as women, we face that a lot. So I think that that's really sound advice. Now that you are in the investing space, how do you use investing really to express your own core values, your partnerships, your passion? How do you use the space that you're in now to amplify or express those things?
Yeah, that's a great question. The core values that Nicole mentioned in the beginning: conviction, partnership, and passion. These are my core values in life in general. And I'm so lucky to have found a profession and career as an investor that lets me live those core values in my job every single day, right? So take conviction, for example. I feel so lucky because I feel like I have the best job in the world. I'm essentially paid to learn about different industries and develop relationships with amazing people. And part of the hardest part of my job, because I talk to so many amazing entrepreneurs with amazing companies, is which one do you pick to give an investment to? It's really, really difficult. So my approach has always been, do the work on the industry, on the business model, spend time with the team to gain deep conviction in an opportunity. And I'll say it's not easy, right? Again, especially with earlier stage companies, there's a lot of question marks, and oftentimes it does take a leap of faith to see where the company could go, but building that sound conviction is really, really important. And partnership, I mean, that sounds self-explanatory, but as venture capital investors, we are not just providers of capital. We strive to partner with and build companies of consequence. We want to be in that partner seat. We want to be able to be the shoulder to lean on. We want to be able to help our CEOs with anything he or she potentially needs. And lastly, passion, right? In my opinion, you can't really be truly good at something if you don't have passion for it. And in our job, and especially in the role of an entrepreneur, I know just how hard it is. It's a battle every single day, maybe every single hour. If you don't have that passion to keep you going, you're going to fail. So I'm super excited to be able to have a job that lets me live out all of those core values.
That is what it is about. I love that. And I can only imagine, right? You probably see so many companies, you're like, I would love to be able to give you this money, but maybe they're just not quite there yet and things of that sort. And so as we start to slowly wrap up, I do want to make sure I give a moment for you to share with those in the audience that may be entrepreneurs that are early entrepreneurs, maybe midway through their scaling phase for their business, or maybe they've already scaled. What would be probably your top 3 pieces of advice for these individuals that are like glued to the screen right now, listening and trying to figure out like, okay, how do I make sure I'm not that person that's showing up to any investor like ill prepared on the side of like where my business is versus, doing the research, of course, but thinking about where my business is and how do I show up as my best self or bring my business to the forefront as its best self?
Yeah. A couple of thoughts here. Number one, it's very tempting to raise money in today's environment. It's a very, I'll say, pro-founder environment. There's a lot of capital floating out there, right? But be thoughtful. Be thoughtful and say, why am I trying to raise money? There's not going to be a dilution element. You're giving up control of a portion of ownership in your company in exchange for that money. Think about, why am I trying to raise that money? What am I going to use that money for? In a way, run a kind of an ROI, return on investment analysis for this exchange of equity. What am I going to do with that capital infusion that I'm going to get? So that's one. Don't get caught up in the hype, in the cycle. Everyone's raising money. I should raise money. Really take a hard think about why you want to raise external capital. There's plenty of great businesses out there who have been bootstrapped. Highly quality and growing companies have been bootstrapped. I'm not saying that's the best route for everyone, but it is a route that I think should be considered. Number 2, taking money from a venture capitalist is like getting into a marriage, a long-term relationship, at least with them. That person, especially if he or she joins your board, is going to be with you for a very long time, whether you like that individual or not. So treat it like you're, evaluating going into a long-term relationship with this person. When they're trying to sell you on the deal, everything is going to be rosy and happy, right? It's really easy to get along when things are going well, but you have to remember that, especially for a startup, things are up and down all the time. You can't help it. And you want to make sure that that person is the person that you want in your corner when things are not going well. And they'll be there to support you and pull you through it, right?
Yeah.
And I would say the last thing is, this is a cheesy one, but don't give up. I've looked at hundreds, maybe thousands of companies at this point in time, and things are never easy. I think the role of a startup founder and entrepreneur, it's as close to being on a roller coaster as any other job. You have really, really high highs one day and very, very low lows, maybe in the next hour, not even the next day. And it takes that certain type of perseverance, and again, that passion to keep going. But as someone who's seen that story play out many times, keep at it, have faith in yourself, trust yourself, make sure you have the right people around you, and keep going.
Absolutely. I love it all, especially that last one. It seems so simple, but yet it's so vital because you're going to hear no's, right? So you have to be persistent and keep pushing through with that. That's awesome. So now let's pivot a little bit because I do want you to have time to answer any additional questions that come through, as well as I want to give time for folks to know where to follow you to stay up to date with things you have going on and just any content that you put out on any platforms that will help them to stay informed. One last question before okay, let me do the question that's actually in the chat because I'm bouncing back and forth. So I want to just make it about me and my questions that I have for you. When you think about those professionals that do hear no, right? Those business owners, so either one of two things, how have you been able to persevere through the no's when you've heard them, or any advice for kind of how to navigate that for individuals that are trying to get money from investors or, develop that partnership that you just explained?
I love telling this story. I had the great privilege of meeting Eric Yuan, who is the CEO and founder of Zoom. Everyone knows Zoom. We're using Zoom right now.
We are.
He has a great story. I mean, he was rejected by almost every single investor in Silicon Valley because at the time people were like, oh, this is way before, the pandemic and everyone was working from home. But it's like, there's no moat here. There's no differentiation. You just have, a video conferencing platform. No. And look at where Zoom is now, right?
Wow. Yes.
It's crazy. But at the time when you hear the no, it's going to sting. If you're an entrepreneur, the company is your baby. And it's so heartbreaking to me as an investor to tell a founder no, because you just know what they're feeling inside and it's just terrible. But here's what I would say that you can do to turn that into a silver lining, if you will, right? Number one, if there's any lessons that can be learned from that no, think about it, take that nugget, file it away, and iterate on it. So an example of that would be, hey, this company, you guys are focused on B2C, go-to-market motion, and we're mostly focused on B2B companies, right? So it wasn't a right fit to begin with. File that away and start to refine your investor focus a little bit more. Sometimes there's not going to be a reason. Sometimes, the investor will not be super candid or honest with feedback, and that's okay. You take that and kind of move on. But if there's any lessons to be learned from that no, take it. You can also ask the investor, right? So I always offer to have a follow-up call to share my diligence and my process evaluating the company. Sometimes I share, a redacted customer call notes. Sometimes I share kind of our market analysis. Take whatever you can from that no and turn it into something useful for yourself. But again, sometimes you're not going to learn anything. It's going to suck. But in that case, just say, okay, my skin is more tough than it was before, and I'm going to move on.
There you go. I love it. That's spot on. And that's not just with approaching investment. Those of you out there, that is just in life, period. When we hear no's, right? That's the mindset that we need. So that is really great, Kathy. Why don't you go ahead and as we wrap up, because I know we're pretty much at time. I told you it flies by. Tell everyone how they can follow you, where to find you, all the good deets on how we can stay in contact with you.
Yeah, absolutely. I do have a Twitter account at CGAO. I'm not super active on Twitter, but I'm trying to be more active. It's a great resource. I'm more of a Twitter lurker, but it's a great resource to connect with people, get news about technology and about the venture ecosystem. VC Twitter is definitely a thing. You can also find me on LinkedIn, just at Kathy Gao, and I usually respond to my LinkedIn messages, but those are probably the two primary channels to get in touch with me.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So make sure all of you go follow her, stay in contact. This was so awesome, Kathy. Thank you again for your time and for your insights. It was so great.
Oh, this was so fun. Thank you for having me.
Yes. Nicole, I'm going to pass it over to you.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for such an awesome conversation. And I specifically love that we finished with the part about, how to redirect no's and where to go from there. I think following up and asking for feedback is such an important part of getting a no. So thank you for that and honing in on that. And so thank you both for being here. Thank you everyone for tuning in. We're so excited to have you. And so with that, I am ready to dive into our next conversation. But before we do that, I will cover some quick housekeeping. So I want to thank you all for attending and participating in today's Diversity Reboot 2021 Financial Inclusion. And I hope that you're as excited as we are. I wanted to say, if you're just joining us, welcome. You will notice that your camera and audio are off and will remain off for the duration of the talk, but we would love to hear from you. So feel free to add your questions or comments in the chat, and we are going to do our best to get those to the speakers and the moderators. If you have any technical difficulties, you can feel free to tag myself or my colleague Paloma. If you're looking to earn SHRM credits from today's talk, you can use the code that's on the top left of the screen. And then we're going to drop the code of conduct in the chat to make sure this is a great experience for all. We want to make sure that this is a safe and comfortable environment. And so with that, I'm really excited to introduce our next topic. Me Too comes to Wall Street. So we're going to be in conversation with Lauren Bonner and Catherine Zaleski today. And so today on the line, we've got Lauren Bonner, who has over 15 years of experience leading turnaround, scaling companies and building technologies, and 7 years of experience investing in early stage companies and small businesses. She was an executive officer at Point72, a $19 billion hedge fund where she built a proprietary analytics platform to boost returns. Previously, she was an operating partner at 1O Capital, a fintech venture fund that launched Better Mortgage, that's now valued at $4 billion, where she worked closely from its infancy. She has also managed teams at Bridgewater Associates. She is an angel investor, primarily investing in female founders. So welcome and thank you. And moderating today's conversation, we have our very own Catherine Zaleski, who is the co-founder and president of Power to Fly. She was named as one of Fast Company's 100 most creative people in business. She frequently writes and contributes to the New York Times, Quartz, Business Insider, Fortune, and Forbes on how companies can solve their diversity hiring challenges. Before she decided to co-found Power to Fly to tackle gender disparity, she was in media, where she started her career as the 6th employee of the Huffington Post. She left in November 2009 to take a role at the Washington Post as executive producer and head of digital news products. Additionally, before co-founding Power to Fly, she was a founding managing editor of Now This. And so if you didn't know that, now you do. And I am very excited to pass the mic over to both of you, welcome you, and thank you so much for being here.
Awesome. Thank you, Nicole. That's like the most thorough introduction I think I've received in a long time. So I appreciate it. It reminded me of many of my activities in my past life. So very excited to actually be moderating a conversation today, because normally I don't get to do that. And I also just popped into the chat box. I see like 70 of you in there right now. So please start putting in some questions as we go through the conversation. So I'm particularly excited today because obviously Lauren has a very esteemed bio and career, but I also went to kindergarten with her. We went to school together actually through the 5th grade. And when I heard that she was a powerhouse in the financial industry, I wasn't particularly surprised, but it also was a bit of an incongruous journey from our activities in kindergarten. So tell us a little bit about your journey and how you got to where you are today.
Well, great to be here. Thanks for having me. Well, shortly after graduating from kindergarten, I started my career in, and disconnected myself from my mother's leg. I I started my career in nonprofit of all places right out of college. And after a couple of years there, my CEO said to me, you're really a 100 miles per hour person in a 50-mile-per-hour zone. Maybe another industry would be better for you. And so I then started, based on the advice from mentors, started interviewing on Wall Street. And I showed up at Bridgewater stores, Bridgewater, the world's largest hedge fund. And I told them that I'm a 100 miles per hour person. And they said, great, that sounds good to us. And that's kicked off my career in finance. So I was there for some time, managing teams in the investment engine as well as in the talent engine, and then went into fintech and the startup world and venture investing, where I was a partner, and then moved on to Point72 to build a proprietary tech platform for them. As you know, about a year into my experience there, filed a gender discrimination lawsuit, and I continued to work at the firm for about 2.5 years, 3 years after that, as the lawsuit continued to play out. And it just wrapped up about 8 months ago now.
Yeah.
So here we are.
I'm always amazed that you continued to stay at the company while you were filing the suit, which takes just incredible courage, and also focus on the results that you wanted to see, not for yourself, but for other people. I mean, you could have. So I'd love to hear a little bit more around, what you talked about, what motivated the suit a little bit. It was around about pay discrepancy and the fact that you were actually seeing, you were in the people analytics area of the business as well. Can you talk more broadly about discrepancy and how, and other battles that you've seen that are actually working out on that front or not?
Sure. I think, I can't get too specific about the case itself. I can say that, you and I grew up in we went to great schools. We had great opportunities. I felt a great sense of kind of privilege, and having gone to a couple of firms, having had a number of networks and real relationships and a track record, I really felt like I had an opportunity and a sense of responsibility to do something meaningful. And that is the thing that really kind of motivated me, and also really carried me through during those pretty awkward and painful moments, to just kind of stay the path, because I knew that there are a lot of women who would have an even harder time going through the same experience.
Yeah. It's incredible. And what do you think, aside from actually bringing these cases up in the legal system, do you have thoughts on how women can advocate for themselves within financial institutions? I mean, you actually made a point that you were told you were too aggressive to be promoted. I have a quote here about that. So what's your advice on coming around that corner?
That's a really hard one. I mean, I think, it's a tough balance, right? And I think the kind of worst and best advice I can give is really try to find a place that values who you are. Mm-hmm. And I had been able to do that in a number of the places, the financial firms where I worked, where they really valued that I was sort of aggressive and hard charging and sort of getting after it. That was really important to them. And so I think part of it is really thinking critically about what kind of place that you're joining. Mm-hmm. And then also trying to find a really almost impossible balance of trying to be aggressive and outperform, and at the same time be diplomatic and likable. I mean, it's I don't have a great answer for you, unfortunately, because you do have to sort of build leadership skills, build consensus, and be diplomatic, and at the same time achieve results. So I think it's a tough balancing act to ask women to achieve. And I think the best thing we can do is try to find places and bosses who value that.
Yeah. I was just recommended a book called Leadership Without Authority, even though I'm the boss, but It's actually a pretty good book by Keith Ferrazzi, and he's done a lot of studies around how people can have a lot of influence within an organization if they're not the boss. But even as the boss, you have to get people to obviously lead alongside with you. We don't have top-down structures that we know that those are not particularly effective. So it was a helpful book on that front. But I do find that the word aggressive is just still so toxic. And I actually use it often in sales pitches, because I'll find that people will say, well, what do you actually do? How do you get people in the room? How do you do that? And sometimes you just have to say, we have to be aggressive, and there's like a slash. So it sort of depends on the moment, but I do find it effective in some cases. So.
Yeah, I think, look, if you're aggressive, come see me. I'd love to invest in you. I think it's great. I think it means you achieve, but it is one of those words that I think, like, when you look back 15, 20 years, it was sort of like when women used to be called ambitious, and that was sort of had all kinds of sort of loaded connectivity to it, where really it's just, they want women who want to do big things in their career. And so hopefully aggressive will start to get smoothed out.
I'm on a mission to smooth out aggressive. I also feel like we went to an all-girls school where we had, I at least felt like I should be really aggressive in sports, and I really like that. But and so you sort of had that training when you were younger, and then obviously, I definitely got feedback throughout my career of be softer, be calmer, and it was very hard to take. But anyway, I hope I'm striking the balance, at least, while pushing being aggressive where I need to be aggressive. So speaking of aggressive in investing, you obviously, in order to get deals done and to find the right talent, the right people to invest in, being aggressive works. What kind of and tell us about the groups that you're looking at right now, or the deals you're looking at.
I'm looking at two categories of investing really right now. One is venture fallen angels.
Venture fallen angels? What's that? Oh
yeah,
God, that sounds. I've never heard that.
We'll see if it takes off. Essentially, startups that have been through a couple of rounds of venture funding, probably got a little bit too overvalued, are out of cash, aren't showing the kind of unicorn numbers that they need to show, but are still generating revenue. But because they're not sort of going to be unicorns, venture funds are backing away from these companies because they're no longer in the venture mandate. And so these founders and management teams are sort of looking around saying, we have a good company here. We're not going to be a unicorn, but we still can achieve sustainable, solid results and good returns at a lower valuation that's much more reasonable. And so those are the companies I'm investing in those companies at the moment, as well as always, or I guess for the last 7 or 10 years, female founded companies, my early stage companies. As we said earlier, if you're an aggressive woman, come see me. I'd love to invest in you.
Yeah, no, it's really interesting because it is such a frothy market right now. So it's 1-0, but 1-0 Capital has is that the mandate of 1-0 Capital to invest in female founders, or is that your mandate?
No, I should clarify. So I continue to be a partner at the fund, although I'm not really there in a day-to-day capacity. I'm really, this is on my sort of personal, my new initiative that I've been working on over the last 6 or 9 months.
Okay, well, I want to hear, I'm very interested in that new initiative because I've personally been on, I find that there's this mandate when you're starting a company to build a rocket ship, right?
Yep.
And do it as fast as possible. But the flip side of a rocket ship is rocket ships blow up and they hurt people and they kill people sometimes.
Yes, that's right.
And you look at I think there was this great Steve Jobs quote actually, where he said, I'm often surprised by how long overnight successes actually take to build. And so there's, there are these stories out there that we're constantly hit by about fast growing companies. They grow very fast and most of them blow up, as rocket ships do. And then some of them IPO or they go on other stuff, but there's very little talk about the the reality of building a company, which is usually a lot of trial and error, a lot of near misses, and some slow growth until you can really figure out how it catches. So
Yeah, that's exactly right. And you know, the number of startups that actually get venture funding is a relatively small number. And then of those venture-backed companies, 90% of them ultimately fail, which
Right.
is staggering because I don't actually believe that 90% of them are bad companies. But I think, you know, running them as not every company was born to be a unicorn. Some of them are
Right.
just born to be regular old nice horses and ponies, you know.
Yeah.
So I think there's a real space for us to kind of focus on these companies, bring them down into sort of more reasonable cost structures, and preserve the good product and the good team that's there, without letting them kind of explode. Your metaphor.
Yeah, well, it also, I mean, and it's convenient, like explosion is one sort of, I mean, this
explosion or wilt, shall we say?
Yes, or wilt. I mean, but the truth is that because of the pressure for hyper growth, you often destroy the company in the process, and you destroy a lot of people's lives because the management is so focused on running the thing, you know, running so fast up that you never focus on employees and what actually is required for sustainable growth. And I've seen this pressure happen, especially on female founders in the last like 5 years, where when we started Power to Fly, it was like, if you were a female founded business, you were sort of put on this, the press was so intense. It was like all the stories out there were so great, but really what happened was your story was being told by someone else. It was out of your control before you had even gotten to know your team or had those honest conversations with them. You were already being written about as a certain person in the press. And, you know, with expectations that it would be hyper growth versus what really founders should do is probably avoid press in the beginning, I think now in retrospect, from someone who got a lot of press, and really focus on building the team and that kind of trust in the early days. So
yeah, I think that's probably right. That makes a lot of sense.
So, and I think we've seen a lot of that unfortunate, like we've seen a lot of companies blow up because of the founder was on a pedestal that was not realistic or even of their own making at that point. So yeah. All right. So we have a couple, let's see. I'm looking for some questions. We got some encouragement here. Jill Severin said, amen, Lauren. So we're good. We got some stuff going on from the team. Make sure everybody that you keep putting your questions in there as well. Let's talk a little bit about, you know, what's going on with inclusion on Wall Street in general. And there was so much focus back in 2017, 2018. And now obviously the focus has gotten even larger on building even more intersectional teams and broader diversity initiatives. But I'm curious what you think about the Me Too, what's going on with Me Too on Wall Street and what's happening there and what's the future there.
Well, I think what's interesting about Wall Street is so most of us have been or are bound by NDAs and you know, binding arbitration agreements. And so the kind of publicity that you might see in other industries around stories coming out, there's just not as much to see on Wall Street because of these agreements. And so anecdotally, from what I've been hearing and from what lawyers in the field are hearing, is that there is actually a lot of women who are speaking up, pushing back, kind of pushing for what they really deserve, and kind of getting some closure from a difficult situation, but you just don't hear about it as much. Right. So I do think that there's activity, it's just sort of silent. So I think that's happening. In terms of the future, I think you're going to see a bifurcation. I think you're going to see sort of the larger financial institutions pushing more and more, in large part because of public pressure, into more inclusive hiring, promoting, paying, allocating. And I think that's great. I think you're also going to see some of these smaller, more private institutions digging their heels in. And so I think it's going to kind of, much like some of our politics, I think you're kind of going to have folks on both sides. Ultimately, I think it sort of curves towards more inclusion over time. But in the short term, I think you're going to see some real bifurcation. And so that's where I think it really becomes important to understand where you want to work.
Yeah. Definitely. The NDA point is really interesting because you've seen a huge pushback in tech on NDAs, and but not so much in finance. So we'll see.
I don't think that's a tough one. I think that's a tough one to crack. I don't personally see that changing in the future. I think what's going to really move the needle in this business is more diverse money managers and allocators. That's going to change everything. And that's really where we need to move.
Yeah. And we're seeing some big institutions try to make hires, at least like on the financial advisor area, but money managers are, it's a different group there as well. So I think the question is like, yes, what are the training programs? How do people nurture those relationships from the mid-level to the senior level as well? So and
a lot of it comes down to, I think, incentives, right? Who are the allocators? Who are the decision makers? When you think about pensions, what are their stakeholders asking them what kinds of decisions are they asking them to make on their behalf? And so that helps move things.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about pay equity a little bit too, as we wrap up, because you've had access to a lot of data when you're looking across the people functions at these firms. What do you think? I mean, we know that it's disproportionate. We also had an administration previously that eliminated the need for reporting on this. So what is the work actually involved in creating pay equity? What needs to happen?
I think there has to be, first of all, I think CEOs and leaders of these institutions need to do two things. They need to, one, hire an HR leader or talent leader with a backbone, someone who is going to acknowledge that people risk is enterprise risk, and from a risk management perspective, there needs to be sort of a proactive effort. And then secondly, I think they need to just look at the data and just start from the data and say, you know what, wherever we are, and we need to make progress. I've found, in my experiences and in my conversations with a lot of women in this situation, you don't need things. There's not necessarily an expectation that things are great today, but there has to be a path to progress and things going forward, and, and an organizational commitment. And so it really comes down to who's the leadership, and will they look at the data and kind of own the data and choose to say, okay, we're going to do something about it.
And do you think they should draw a line and say, from this point on, we will raise these salaries that have been traditionally, these groups that have been traditionally paid less, or some retroactive, almost like, reparation payments?
I think I'm not a big fan of incrementalism. So I think, sort of easing into those decisions or sort of scaling people up slowly doesn't really make any logical sense. Mm-hmm. So I think you just switch over, just make the changes. Those are hard conversations, but organizations have done it and done it effectively. You look at places like Salesforce, and others who have really effectively managed those changes and retained talent. And so I'm not really a big fan of sort of, once you identify a problem and you have an opportunity to change, just change it. In terms of reparations, I think it really depends on a little bit more about the organization. So I'm not sure I can speak too well to that one. But.
Yeah, no, it's a great. Every organization is obviously very different, so I appreciate any general answer too that you have. So we got a question here from Ashley. How do you distinguish between real allies and people that are just saying diversity is a good idea? I mean, I'm sure you've had a lot of people when you put forth your lawsuit that were there to sort of promote the cause, but not actually do the work. So how do you distinguish between them?
That's a good question. Actually, a male boss that I had once gave me this advice, and it's sort of heteronormative, and in finance, it's still a good rule to apply. He said, look for what the male leadership's wives do.
Interesting.
And
pull that out a little.
And see if they have like robust careers, see what they're doing with themselves. And it'll give you some real insight into the sort of leadership's real own values, which I actually thought was pretty good advice. It's not necessarily a scalable idea. I think you just got to ask a lot of follow-up questions and sort of dig a little bit, talk to folks who are at the organization where you're interviewing, and really sort of do some digging and diligence. But I thought that was a helpful line.
I actually think that's great advice. And in the VC space, I mean, when I was pitching Power to Fly out in the Bay Area, the amount of meetings that I went into with all male VCs where they would say, oh, I'm going to take this back to my wife, see what she thinks. I should have said, well, what does she do? Like, how is she the authority on this versus? So, and also, isn't this, a larger problem for you as well? So, it's, okay. So we got Lauren Haggerty asking, how has imposter syndrome impacted your career journey, if at all? It's an interesting one. There was actually an article in the Journal today about imposter syndrome. So.
Is that right? I haven't read that yet.
Yes.
Let's look it up. It certainly has. I mean, it certainly has. And I think, as I talk to women ahead of me in their careers, I'm always surprised to learn that they have the same experience, that it's a hard thing to let go, I think, particularly when you're sort of the only woman in a room. It's hard not to let that sink in, but sort of like anything else, you just sort of, at least I've sort of acknowledged that that's a thing that's happening and just keep on moving.
Yeah. Sorry, I keep looking askance. There's this fly that's torturing me. So I'm trying to dodge it a little bit. Spring is here. Well, this article in the Wall Street Journal is pretty interesting because it's about how damaging imposter syndrome is really at the end of the day. It really affects our decisions. And I was very young when I came over to be the director of digital at the Washington Post. And I remember having this dream often that someone was standing over my bed. It sounds really spooky, but I wake up with a start. And I took it to a friend of mine who was like a big deal at the corporate executive board. And, it was just super smart. And she said, oh, that's imposter syndrome. Someone's judging you every night when you go to bed. I was like, and they're in my room. It's terrible. Like, every night I would wake, not every night, but very frequently it was the same dream over and over again. So I knew that I had to just check it, and I had to get that thing out of my room.
It's hard to make it. I found that it's hard to really actually make it go away as much as just sort of acknowledge it's there and try to keep going.
Yeah. Right.
Hopefully someday it'll go away. How did you get over it?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. We need to, it needs to go away for sure. So we have 2 minutes left. Just any advice that you wish you had in the beginning of your journey, even a couple of years ago, that you would like to impart? We like to say sort of advice to your previous self.
Oh gosh. I think sort of be strategic. That sounds a little bit like a bit of a platform, but really try to step back and imagine yourself where you are on your field, and where you want to go. and be planful and thoughtful about sort of what the steps are to take that. I think at times in my career, I certainly have just gotten like lucky and just fallen into something. Whereas there have been other moments in my life where I've really stepped back and seen that field and thought about that path. And it's hard work. It's hard mental work to kind of work yourself through, what do I really want? Where do I really want to go? Even if it's in the short term, but I think that's had the most meaningful impact on my career.
Yeah. I found that the what do I really want was harder than the how to get there a little bit. But
yeah. Well, if you can say this is what I want in 2 years, it makes it a little bit easier.
Right. I mean, the funny thing is I actually knew exactly what I wanted to be when I was 20 years old. And then when I was 30, I was like, oh my God, I need to figure something else out. So that, it changes as you evolve in life for sure. So awesome. Well, thank you for joining us from
Good
today.
to see you.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me.
Tell your mom I say hi. All right. Bye.
Likewise.
All right. Thanks.
Bye.
Perfect. Well, thank you both for such an incredible conversation and sharing so many bits of advice. I know that there were a lot of people in the audience that really appreciated it. So thank you. And as we dive into our next conversation, I just want to run through some quick housekeeping and say thank you for tuning in today, whether it's dropping questions in the chat, commenting, or just listening in. We're really happy and grateful to have you here. And so if you are just joining us, just want to let you know your camera and audio will remain off, but we would love to hear from you. So please feel free to add questions and comments in the chat. We want to make this as interactive and engaging as possible. And if you have any technical difficulties, please just tag myself or my colleague Paloma, and we will do our best to help you troubleshoot. If you're looking to earn SHRM credits from today's talk, you can just use the code that's on the top left of the screen to redeem those credits. And then we're going to drop the code of conduct in the chat to make sure that this is a great experience for everyone. And so diving right into today's conversation, we are going to be talking about investing in growth. And so on the line, we've got Shiza Razavi and Catherine Zaleski will be moderating today's conversation. And so quickly, I'll run through their bios, but Shiza Razavi is a managing member and portfolio manager at Gilder Gagnon Howe & Co., please excuse me, a New York-based growth equity brokerage and investment management firm dedicated to individual investors. Ms. Razavi serves on the board of trustees of the American Museum of Natural History, the Calhoun School, the Gilder Lehrman Institute of American History, and Acumen. And as you heard from our last introduction, Catherine Zaleski is the president and co-founder of Power to Fly. And so with that, I'm going to hand the mic right over to both of you, and thank you so much for being here.
Hello. Okay. Can you see me? Can you hear me? I'm still here. Okay. Hey, Shiza, how are you?
Hey, I'm great. How are you, Catherine? So nice to see you.
Yes, I know. We haven't actually seen each other, but we've talked on the phone. So,
Lovely to be here.
It's good to see you on the other side.
Absolutely.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. One thing Nicole didn't mention is that you're actually an investor in Power to Fly as well. So very, relatively significant to our conversation today because we are also a risky business. Not as risky as we were when you invested in us, but I want to talk a little bit about how you sort of evaluate risk in privately held small businesses as well. So and then just the larger concept of risk, right? Taking on risk. But before we get into that, I would love to hear a little bit about your journey. And I love this quote from Jacqueline Novogratz, who runs Acumen, which you're on the board of, where she says, Shiza is interested in everything around her instead of being focused on trying to be interesting. And so I just think that's such a wonderful way of summing you up. But how did you really grow the ability to be interested versus trying to be interesting? Because it definitely is something you have to, it's not, people aren't born with it necessarily.
I mean, I think, that's it's an interesting question by itself. I think in many ways, even when I first met you and we talked about Power to Fly, you held that pretty closely in the way that you learned about me and experienced the world. But I think a lot of how you walk through the world is really dependent on where you started and who the people around you, how they influenced you. And my parents were both born in India, and they left India and headed to Pakistan during partition, during a war. And I was born in Pakistan, and my father was given an opportunity to come to America when the states were accepting doctors, and the idea that he would come on a World Health Organization fellowship and his family would follow 1 or 2 years later. And so we were all set to move to New York, where we had a little bit of a family system. He was at New York Hospital as a cardiologist. He was invited to come and move over. So we all packed up. We sold everything in Pakistan to head over to New York. And last minute, the whole cardiology group left New York Hospital and moved to Evanston Hospital in the middle of the country, in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, wow.
And all I think it's interesting, those types of pivots where we grew up. I worked in my dad's office. I saw everything from great news given of babies were going to be born to really difficult news, and observed how he built up a practice, how he started to think about taking care of people in a new country, in a new context, in a new way. And, I worked there, and then I went to college and I worked at the public defender service through college. So in my first years, I worked on death penalty cases where there's so many assumptions, I think, made of when you and I are having a conversation, and the gap between us are a lot of assumptions and how we hear the words and how we actually contemplate what we mean. I walked in as 18, 19-year-old to work with one particular death row inmate and had all kinds of assumptions, but really started with asking questions because it allowed me to understand where he came from in a much better way. So I think partly all of these different experiences and pivots has always placed me in a place where I'm not necessarily walking into a situation where I completely know. Like when I moved here from Pakistan, nobody really knew where it was. When Russia went into Afghanistan and a war started between them, everybody suddenly had Pakistan on the map. And
Right.
so that assumption of, I had to be interested in thinking about how people viewed the country by asking questions and understanding what their perspective was, and then thinking about how that might alter mine and what my perspective is. And so I think part of it is by circumstance, my situation was altering a lot. So I didn't necessarily walk in with a belief that I knew exactly what the other person was thinking, because I was discovering and had to have a sense of curiosity because I was unsure. And I was learning because they were all new environments, and that has served me well, even in many of the different rooms I've walked into where I don't really know. So I walk in a little bit more tenderly and gingerly, trying to figure out what's going on. And after a while, it becomes who you are. So maybe it was circumstance, but it certainly is. I'm curious about the people and wonder about the people who are in the room.
Right. Well, I thought there was an interesting thing I read about you, maybe in because you went to Vanderbilt and you did an interview with them about how you got into your business career, and it was through asking questions in a class, right? And then the professor said you should maybe go into working in the markets or investing.
Right. Wow, you did your homework there, Catherine. So I actually, yes, I came back. I was living in Southeast Asia, and I had been combating child prostitution, working with street children and child laborers. So I walked into business school, and it was just initially fish out of water. There were a lot of people who had known that they wanted to go into finance since they were quite young, had gone to Wharton or 2-year banking programs. That wasn't at all where I came from. And I wasn't even supposed to be in this class. I basically was waiting in line. I ran something called Students for Responsible Business, and I was waiting in line with my friend Terry, talking about a conference we were setting up. And he was so excited interviewing for this class called Security Analysis. There were all these people waiting, and the professor was going to take 10 people, and he was really hoping he was one of the 10, and he always wanted to be an investment advisor. And so I just waited with him. And then I talked to the professor for a few minutes, and then I was put in the class. And I was, it seemed like a vocabulary, new way of doing things. I wasn't sure it was going to be right for me. But then when that happens, you work 10 times as hard, or I did, because I wasn't sure that I could do it. So I was trying really hard to prove to myself that I could. And I was given the gaming industry, and I pitched a stock that I thought would go to zero. And you would have an auditorium and it would have people in it who would come and observe. And then people from Wall Street would come and grill you on the stock that you were pitching. Mm-hmm. And I ended up really giving what I thought was a strong thesis. I'd worked for a long time on it. And the founder of our firm, Richard Gilder, I'm a stockbroker now, and I work at a firm where I've been for 25 years. He loved the stock that I was pitching. It was his largest position. He had a 12% position in it, and just thought they were going to change the gaming industry, the slot machine industry.
Right.
We disagreed. And I think partly I ended up in the job because the two of us had completely different points of view. We met each other in debate. We clashed in a big way. And it was real. Like, it was really two completely different sides of the ring. And I think the reason that I ended up working so closely with him probably was because it started so truthfully from the beginning, that we said a lot of things to each other that we felt, but maybe you would have had a bit of a filter and not to say them. But because it started in the spirit of debate with a well thought out idea for each of us, it was really an incredible way to stumble upon a mentor who then really helped to develop much of my thinking.
Yeah. I mean, he died recently, but he was a huge deal and probably a very intimidating person for a lot of people. So it's a great story. I actually have a similar mentor story with a guy named Ken Lair, who is one of the pivotal people in starting media companies, including Huffington Post. And I don't know why, but at the age of 23 years old, when I started working with him, we were always sort of debating things. And then he would always tell me, you need to listen to me. And actually, as I got older, I left to go work for the Washington Post, and then came back to work for him. And I was way more polite. And he kept sort of being like, why are you so polite with me now? Like, I sort of been trained in a bigger newsroom and in a bigger organization. And he was like, I hired you back so that we could get into debates about, about things. And obviously you have to listen to what I say because I'm the boss, but I want you to debate me and tell me why you think something's wrong. So I'm just curious, like, how you get into those. I sort of fell into that a little bit because of the environment I was hired into, but building that muscle, I would love to hear your thoughts on it a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't as though when I was having the debate, I was completely sure of myself. I was really concerned that I was wrong, and perhaps what his point of view was correct, but I wanted to stay in it with him. And I think there is this way of building muscle where if you have a really good mentor, something that he did for me, which was helpful, even in that first interview, even though I didn't know it was an interview, in that first conversation we had, he really stressed all the mistakes that he had made in his life. Like, he would stress the fact that he had been down 70% in 1970 in the market, or that, and he would discuss the pain of getting up again when you had failed miserably. And slowly that was building muscle for me. When he was telling me through storytelling, the power of storytelling is really telling me all of these different ways that he'd been able to get back up when things were difficult. That gave you an opportunity. It really allowed you to maybe take a chance and say what you were thinking, realizing that his approach to whatever he emphasized to me, whatever he was telling me about, was filled with mistakes along the way. And I think there are a lot of ways where, our firm wouldn't be standing if people didn't help out. Like, when he was down 70%, he would tell me the story of the landlord in the building said, I know you've been dodging me and you can't pay your rent, but take a smaller office on the 4th floor without windows until you get your act together. You're a good man. And let's just make sure that you get through this. To have those people, the little fairy tale characters that help you along the way. I think that I've had a lot of those. I think he had a lot of them, and it seems like you certainly have as well. So
yeah,
because people help you and tell you their own stories, and it builds into your stories, and that layering effect leaves you amplified in some way.
Yeah, and we're surrounded by positive stories that don't talk about those steps, those painful steps beforehand. So
yeah,
I try to remind myself of that as someone who's, I used to read the news about other women-run businesses out there and say like, what am I doing wrong? And But you never heard the full story. So one day I'll publish the full story, which I think would be very edifying.
Yeah, I think it's really important because I think it is true that, he used to say you work hard for 20 years, you get rich overnight.
Yeah.
And it appears that way. And all that's really happening is you're getting beaten up along the way, but you might have a thesis,
Right.
you might have an idea. I mean, I see that in stocks all the time. It takes a really long time to be able to have your thesis either turn out, or sometimes you didn't define the market right, or it doesn't go the way. But mistakes have to be a very strong part of the journey, and your tolerance for building up that muscle has to be a part of it, because the feedback loop that gives you is what helps you then be able to, in that next step, go and try again, maybe a different way, maybe realizing that the mistake you make won't repeat itself in this circumstance. So it gives you a little bit of a deeper toolkit.
Yeah.
A lot of Acumen, or the work we do at Acumen and in Acumen Academy, training people, entrepreneurs, to think about how a social enterprise can be set up, and building the muscle of listening to the markets and allowing yourself to pivot when you think you're wrong. All of that, there's training. And I think sometimes people think it just happens naturally, but it doesn't. It's a lot of hard work, and surrounding yourself with a cabinet or people who can help you think about when you're at your lowest. And, the years where I've done so poorly in the market, everybody has a fun time investing when I'm doing well, but, when you're doing really poorly, it's hard to keep getting back up. But I can remember the lessons from Dick. I go back, I read his old letters, and it really shines a light on how many problems the world's been through. And we think this time is different, but it's usually not. It has that same feelings associated with the difficulty of the failure and the loss. But
yeah. I find great comfort in reading biographies.
Me too.
I try to do that for about 30 minutes every morning. Right now I'm reading about the Sackler family, so it's a bit different, but but I just read Eleanor Roosevelt's biography, a new one. And a lot of it is about, it's mainly about failure, but when we hear about FDR and Eleanor Roosevelt, it's usually the triumphs and not what took it there. So, and then to your point too, like the other thing I do now is every interview at Power to Fly, when I interview someone, it's usually someone gets to me after they've gone through about 6 other interviews. I tell them the story about how the company really, was almost in a lot of trouble, and the journey from there. And then with the expectation that, we're going to talk about this and talk about our mistakes early on if we're going to have a good relationship and build this thing together. So
it's important. Like, I go back to my initial interviews in that way, and those lessons, like I can remember when I was told, the biggest problem we see with you is that you went to business school. Because of that, I guess you would call it an expert mindset that comes out of it, and lack of humility at times. And so he's like, you have to unlearn all of that and actually realize that this is a place where you'll have egg on your face 75% of the time. And you'll pick a good stock once in a while, but you'll try many and they'll fail. And then you'll have to face clients when they're unhappy, and still tell them at the beginning that that's going to be part of the journey, so that lifeline, the trust, is built right from the start.
I
think that's, it's all about learning. And I feel like so much of it in the activities that you do, or the activities that I do, it's a lot of stumbles that help. But there's also, I think the myth is that life's supposed to be easy, but like 90% of it is the struggle. But, as like Jacqueline Novogratz's book or Martin Luther King said, it's sort of a beautiful struggle in some ways. So.
Yeah, certainly. All right, I'm going to encourage everybody to bring in questions. I see like 53 of you in the chat box right now, so I know you have more questions for us too. And a lot of you out there in YouTube land, they're going to come right to me, so please ask them. Oh God, is that my phone? No. Awkward. Okay, sorry. So I want to talk a little bit about risk. Like, do you have a rubric for risk or some sort of tolerance? I mean, how far are you? Because just from my own personal, when I'm thinking about investing in things and what I'm willing to do, and Or let's take Bitcoin, for example, which is pretty relatively accessible through apps like Coinbase right now. How do you look at something and say, well, I'm willing to put this much risk into it versus not? So
I mean, it's an interesting question. I think oftentimes it enters, before I have a client come and open an account, I do a client interview. And I think I do talk about risk in the client interview, but I don't spend a lot of time thinking about risk when I'm investing. I'm really thinking about the return or the upside.
Mhm.
And the idea that oftentimes in looking at risk, if you're looking at a completely new industry that is defined by a historical, traditional way of looking at it, then you could move toward this new company and it would feel very risky if you use the yardstick of the past.
Mhm.
But if something is not yet defined and you're hoping for possibility in the future that maybe this company could actually help in human flourishing or do something in a different way, there's not yet a measuring tool that would allow you to understand the risk associated with investing in that. So in looking at the growth of it, there's the idea that if you looked at many companies in the past, when Facebook came out, what industry would it be? And how would you really be able to think about what the risk is associated with it? Or when Amazon came out, thinking about it as a CD or a book company, you could never have imagined all the mistakes and the pivots and the feedback loops that would lead them to where they are right now. So a lot of times, why I love my job is I get to dream about what the future would be like. And in that dreaming can start to think about what I think a company can earn over a long period of time. And if those earnings are outsized enough that I could see it being up 10, 15 times, not afraid of the risk of it being down 10 or 15%. Because if it could be up 10 or 15 times and I could actually come up with a possibility of that and come up with earnings that I think could actually warrant it to be up that much, then I can stay with it and have conviction when it's down 20%, because it won't happen overnight. So a lot of it will be, if I'm in that journey for the next 10 years, like I will see that there's some stocks that have done very well for us, but there were bad stocks for many more days than there were ever good stocks. But it's sort of that get rich overnight, or what you've seen with Power to Fly. You struggle, and then suddenly something works,
Right.
and it really takes off. And you wouldn't have been able to call the moment or understand exactly how it would happen, but there's something there and you're moving toward it. So I kind of think that if you are thinking about an entrepreneur and what they can turn it into, you spend time with them, you get to know them, the conversations lead to places that are unexpected. And then you see how big and different this idea might be, and whether there's potential to have scale and leverage and create something that's never been done before. And that's where it gets pretty interesting, because you're focusing on the upside.
Right. So you're a futurist in many ways.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely try to stand in the future and think about, if I were to invest today in the future that I'm imagining, what would I want to invest in now? And that means that, right now in our world, we're moving from a physical world into a virtual world, but we haven't yet, even though we might have the passport to go in and out of the virtual world, we haven't yet built the FDA or the EPA or the systems in place in this digital world. So how will that work out? What will actually happen in that? So that might be a lot of brainstorming. You've had a year of working from home, but also getting your healthcare through telemedicine, getting your education in this way. So there's so much that's changing right now, and much of what I try to invest in is change. So if I'm noticing that change and then can notice something that can have an outsized return, it's really an incredible journey thought of consideration of where we could be in 10 or 15 years. And that's when it gets really interesting. And that's why there's such a possibility of being wrong, because it's not happened yet. It's not defined. And like, what industry, if you were to take some company today, not that I'm interested in it or invested in it, but like if you took a company like Tesla and you thought about it, I'd heard on the radio that its market cap is bigger than all of the car companies combined.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't really think of Tesla as a car company.
Right.
It can get energy from my house, but my house can maybe get energy from it. And it certainly has software, and it has, so there are all these other ways to think about it. So what are the definitions, and what is the yardstick, and what is the tool, and what matters?
Yeah. No, I mean, I think that's the best way of looking at finance and investments, because it's very exciting, and actually involves some real research and thinking about these larger problems that everybody's trying to solve, or not everybody, but some people are doing better than others. How do you educate yourself on this stuff? It's a very broad question, but do you have a process where you get up in the morning and you read certain publications, or how do you get your mind future focused, for lack of a better phrase?
I mean, there's not a very specific day-to-day routine. I have consultants that we use all over the world. I have a team that I have a call with every morning, but we have conversations all day long with companies and people living in different countries, and try to bring on guests quite often who will push us and we push them. And so part of it is just constantly, back to the beginning, the question of just having a sense of wonder and trying to understand what's happening, knowing that you don't know. Mm-hmm. So the humility to understand that none of us know what the future will look like. So I'm a seeker, and I'm really trying to search and seek out what pieces of information will resonate to help me understand the puzzle pieces fitting together to create some sort of a vision of what the future could look like. So and much of my life feeds in, like my work at Acumen, or even, the Museum of Natural History has a sequencer. That sequencer was bought a long time ago and started to teach me about what it meant when you could sequence the genome. And then that led me to think about, what does that mean when disease changes, and therapeutically, diagnostically, what does it mean when you can actually begin to not have one big category, like blood cancer, but start to break it into very specific leukemia or this. You start to break things down and get much more nuanced when you have more information, and processing speeds have gone up as much as they are. Digitization allows you to share information. Decentralization allows you to. So it just is more trying to get out in the world and access people and thinking that'll push yours. And then you hopefully are able to benefit others by improving your thinking too. And it's a virtuous cycle.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's great to remind everybody out there of the long view, because there's been so much press recently about the short view on stocks and all this Robinhood stuff, and people making money, people losing a lot of money. So,
I mean, I don't know if most of, but a good amount of Wall Street's about preservation of capital. That's not what I do. So because I'm not trying to preserve capital, and I'm trying to think about the growth industries, whether it was Carnegie or Rockefeller, Mellon, Morgan, those growth industries really were the industries that built much of the country. And I think the next growth industries, I don't know what they'll be, but that's the fun of searching for them. And I don't have any money where someone's saying, can you just hang on to it for me? Just make sure it doesn't go up and down too much, because I'm going to swing for the fences every time.
Yeah.
So
it's, well, you're making me want to read a lot more about and think about the future while looking at the past. And it's very helpful. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you're already, from the work that you're doing and the way that you're thinking about how workforce development and how people can be trained in forums like this. It's already thinking about, with the questions that come out and with the needs that you're seeing that your company is able to take care of for people. I feel like there's already such a powerful dynamic and conversation. So you walk away with pieces of it every day. And it's interesting to see where it takes you. So I don't know how it resonates for tomorrow, but on my call, if I bring it up on my call, it then starts to percolate with others, and like popcorn, you're getting ideas going and you start thinking, and it really leads to good models, hopefully, with lots of earnings potential.
Yeah. Well, this year has certainly been a race into the future. I think there's two things that really changed the world. It's pandemic and war, unfortunately. And so that's what we've seen, obviously, in the last year. Great. Well, we're almost at time, and I want to just ask you to go back in time and give yourself a little advice from when you started out your career. So,
I think maybe thinking about how no matter what stage I was in life, I sort of had to, and maybe it was part of coming from Pakistan and knowing I didn't know, but walking into the classroom as a little girl and trying to act like I'm confident. This idea that you need to know. And there is a bit of an anti expert mindset, I think, in me now, where maybe I didn't have that when I was younger, like trying to hold on to what your principles might be, but like not trying to be right, but trying to do the right thing. So that then lets go of like holding on like this, trying to figure things out, because you can relax and allow it to happen. And then with the patience of that, whether it's like I invest patient capital, that's Acumen does too. Like we think about patience and capital, but patience in ourselves to think about it's important to act based on what you think might happen, but knowing that there are going to be a lot of failures and struggles along the way. And that's okay because you're not an expert. You're just trying to get through the day learning just like everyone else. And so then that humility allows you to give yourself a break and not feel like you just did it all wrong or you're not like the story. You know, you were talking about how you read about the women entrepreneurs and you're on your, you know, you're staying in your lane, right? And you're building something that's not been built before.
right.
And that's not going to be easy. So I would tell myself to like give myself a break in that thing.
Oh yeah, no, it's
Deep breath, right?
yeah, deep breath, deep breath. So, well, this has been absolutely fantastic, and I know that people were really enjoying it in the chat as well, and we had some good questions. So, thank you, and I also know you're very busy, so really appreciate your time.
Of course, thanks so much, and talk to you soon.
Okay. Yes, bye.
Thank you so much to both of you for such a fantastic conversation. I remember our first diversity reboot back in June of last year when Shaisa spoke with Jacqueline Novogratz, and it was really incredible. So very honored to have had the opportunity to introduce her here today. And I did just want to shout out, because I didn't mention this quite yet, that Power to Fly is proud to direct 100% of proceeds from purchased merchandise to Trans Tech Social, an incubator for LGBTQ talent with a focus on economically empowering the transgender people. The funds from this campaign will specifically support technical bootcamp fees for Black, transgender, and non-binary people on their way to a career in engineering. So we're going to drop the link for that in the chat so that you can pick up some merch. I have some of my own and it's really fantastic. So highly recommend that. So very excited to dive into our next conversation about scaling a business and maximizing operational efficiency. But before we get into the conversation, I wanted to say first, thank you so much to our sponsors, and specifically for this conversation, DV01, who is sponsoring this conference as a silver sponsor, and our other sponsors as well. And diving into some quick housekeeping, I want to say thank you to everyone who has made this possible, from our sponsors to our audience members to our speakers. None of this would be possible without you. And so I hope that you are enjoying and that you're excited for all the conversations that we have to come. And so if you're just joining us, I wanted to go over some quick housekeeping. Your camera and audio will remain on for the duration of the talk, but we would love to hear from you. So feel free to add a question or a comment in the chat, and you can also drop that for our speaker. So I'm going to do my best to get that over to the speaker. If you have any technical difficulties, please just tag myself or my colleague Paloma just to make sure we can help troubleshoot. If you're looking to earn SHRM credits from today's talk, you can just use the code on the screen to redeem those credits at the top left. And then we're going to drop the code of conduct in the chat just to make sure that this is a great experience for everyone involved. And so now I would love to introduce our speaker for today, who is Amy Johnson, who is the Chief Operating Officer for DV01, a company revolutionizing the mortgage and consumer lending markets through technology by creating actionable insight out of disparate data. DV01 offers the world's first end-to-end data management, reporting, and analytics platform with loan level transparency, doing their part to prevent a repeat of 2008. As COO, she is responsible for sales and marketing, account management and reporting, data integrations, finance, and legal. In a nutshell, she is responsible for scaling the business and maximizing operational efficiency. Amy has worked in finance for 2 decades, having experienced 2 major financial cycles, the dot-com bubble, as well as the 2008 credit crisis, while rising up through the ranks in investment banking, credit trading, business management, and running a global sales team. She worked at some of the largest companies on Wall Street, including Merrill Lynch, Goldman Sachs, and Deutsche Bank, as well as Intercontinental Exchange, one of the largest exchanges, clearinghouses, and market data providers to Wall Street. She also found the time to launch her own startup, a fashion company, in the midst. Amy has a BS in actuarial science from the University of Illinois and an MBA in finance from Wharton. My name is Nicole. I will be moderating today's conversation, and I am the Associate Marketing Manager at Power to Fly. And I'm really excited to be here. And let me just say, wow. I mean, clearly you're like awesome, right? But that's incredible that you've been able to do all of this. So I'm really excited to dive into today's conversation. I know that I gave an overview of DV01 in your bio and introduction, but I would love to learn more about you and your career journey so far beyond what's in your bio, right? Of course, getting to know a little bit more about you. And can you tell us about how the mission of DV01 and what your role as CEO plays in helping DV01 accomplish its mission? So that's a big question, but I think they tie really well together. So let's kick it off with you, and then we'll go to the second part.
All right, fantastic. Well, thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you to Power to Fly for hosting this. I'm super excited to be here. So me and my background, I'll kind of tell you my story. I guess it's been a journey, and one that I'm super proud of, and also fun. It's been fun. So I started my career in investment banking at Merrill Lynch. I kind of tripped into their career, but I loved it. It was during the dot-com bubble, which was incredible, and actually, helped me in my job currently and where I am today. We were taking a lot of companies public, doing a lot of, road shows, valuing companies, doing M&A deals, private equity deals for these technology companies. And I absolutely loved it. I thought I was going to be a career investment banker. And, in investment banking, you work a lot of hours. So it's like 100-hour work weeks. And I really needed a break. So I decided to go to business school. I also thought that I was going to eventually be the CEO of an investment bank. I was so driven. So during my summer internship for investment banking, or for at business school, I thought, well, if I'm going to be the CEO of an investment bank, I'll try something different within an investment bank. So I had a sales and trading internship at Goldman Sachs, which was fantastic. And then, when you work at Goldman Sachs, it's really hard to kind of say no to a full-time offer. So I joined the investment grade cash and CDS trading desk at Goldman. And it was a phenomenal experience. Again, that was during the credit boom. So that was when, credit was the most sexy and popular thing to trade at the time. And I really had a great time there. I learned a lot. I was not a great trader, so I didn't like taking the risk home with me at night. So when my boss and the head of the desk left to go to Deutsche Bank to run the flow credit trading business at Deutsche Bank, and he said, "Why don't you come and be a business manager for me?" I was like, I don't really know what that job is, but it sounds great. So I left with him. And that brought me to Deutsche Bank. And a business manager was really kind of a mini COO. And I ultimately worked my way from doing flow credit trading to covering most of the credit business, everything outside of ABS, asset-backed securities, and MBS, which is what I work in today. But it was a phenomenal experience because I was working there during the credit boom and then bust, the credit crisis or the global financial crisis as we know it today. So when we were at Deutsche Bank, or when I was at Deutsche Bank, before the bust, we had made $2 billion. And then when everything fell apart, we lost $2 billion, and then the next year we made it back. So it was really quite something. Again, I was working like crazy hours, and because I had been a trader, I was responsible for, unwinding a lot of the risk that we had built up in our business. And then regulation kind of came into play with Dodd-Frank and the Volcker rule and all of these things. And I was getting really antsy and kind of felt like I was ready to run my own thing. And at the same time, on the trading floor, and this is something we'll kind of dive into later, you're really surrounded by all men. You don't see a lot of women on the trading floor. So there were 60 traders that I was responsible for in my role, but there's hundreds of traders on the trading floor, and there might be 10 women. But I kind of fancied myself a tastemaker, because guys would ask me like, what should I wear? What should I buy my wife? Where should I go for dinner? And especially on the what should I wear thing, I kind of got into that. I would go online and go onto different websites, and guys look great in their uniform. If they're wearing a suit, they look great, but come casual Fridays, it was a disaster, so I would kind of put some stuff together and send it, and they would just buy it. Right. So as I was thinking about what I was going to do when I left Deutsche Bank, I at the same time, a site that I shopped on called Net-a-Porter, it was this, they kind of brought everything together. And while for men, that didn't really exist. So I felt like, well, I should create this. And Net-a-Porter had just sold to a private equity shop for 350 million pounds, which was a lot of money. And I was like, oh, I can get rich. I can do this idea. I'll execute. It'll be great. Everyone on the trading floor was like, do it. You're going to crush it. It'll be great. So I left and I started this business, and it was phenomenal. It was a great experience. I knew nothing about starting my own business or fashion, but it was great. And then ironically, Net-a-Porter started a brother company called Mr. Porter as I was launching mine. I had raised $1 million, and they had, the full backing of a private equity shop. So needless to say, after 3.5 years, it didn't quite work out. Or 3 years, it didn't quite work out, but it was a phenomenal experience, and it really got my itch going for working at a startup. And I realized I love to grow companies, and that's why I ultimately am here at DV01. But after that, I needed to replenish my bank account. So I went and worked at Intercontinental Exchange, which is, it marries finance and technology. It was a phenomenal experience. I ran a global sales team and learned so much. It took my my experience in the credit markets, and like I said, we were a global sales team, but we ran a credit execution trading screen. And that was a lot of technology building and innovating. And, I had, my clients were all of the old traders that I had worked with. So it was really great. But I had that itch to get back into a startup, and I knew I wanted to go somewhere that was at the stage where they really needed, growth. I wanted to partner with someone. I didn't want to start my own business. So I was looking for, a CEO where Perry, our CEO, is phenomenal, and we get along great. We balance each other out. But I wanted a Series A company that where I knew what I was doing. So I wanted to focus on capital markets, but have it be the right stage of growth, because I really wanted to help grow the business. So that's my story. And I love it at DV01. It's fantastic.
I love your story for so many reasons. I mean, I always love a good success story. Who doesn't? Because it's inspiring, but I also love a good, I don't want to say failure, but when things don't turn out the way that we hoped, right? So building this
Yeah.
business and things didn't work out. And I think it's so important to include that because so many times, especially during these kinds of conferences and conversations, we see really accomplished people and it feels so out of range, right? Like you see someone, you're like, okay, that's great. And I'm listening to your advice, but I could never do that. So I really appreciate your transparency there and sharing your story. And I love where you talk about, honing in on what you wanted, right? Through all of these different lived experiences. And I think it's so important because in this like growing world that we have, this growing economy, there's so many options out there, right? Even when it comes to like food choices. I now live in Buenos Aires, Argentina, and the supermarkets are way smaller. And so my choices are a lot more limited. And every time I go back to the US and I go to the supermarket, I'm like blown away, a little bit overwhelmed, almost like anxiety attack, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm like, oh my God, I do not know how to make the choice here. And so, in talking about your career journey and what you've done, I would love it if you could talk a little bit more about how you came to make those decisions about, honing in on what you liked versus what you didn't like. And I know obviously your career journey helped you make those decisions, but were there ever times throughout there where you sat down and said, okay, I'm going to make a list of what I really like versus what I don't really like? Because also in the day to day, it can kind of feel maybe a little bit overwhelming to hone in a little bit more and get more specific about what we want.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, like I said, like I loved investment banking. Like I loved, I was a math major, like actuarial science is basically a math major. I've always been like very detail oriented and analytical, and I like being involved in detail. And I liked that about investment banking. You have to be like really into the numbers. And going into like a trading seat again, it's like numbers oriented, but I liked the chaos. I like the chaos of the trading floor. Like I always have liked that. And going into Deutsche Bank, like having a million problems to solve at the same time. Like I loved going like the credit boom, like I loved the ups, but I loved the down as well. I liked solving problems. So I always knew like I'm a problem solver. And then when I started my own business, that was just like, you have to learn how to like turn on, like get the power on, or like go and buy office furniture. I mean, things that you never think that you have to do, let alone like fly to Italy and convince people to sell you like designer clothes when you only have like a sheet of paper that says like, this is what my website is going to look like. Nothing's been built yet. You know what I mean? And so like, there were a lot of things that I knew I liked, and I like, but I like the most, I like solving problems. And I know I'm an operator. Like I know I'm well organized. I'm analytical. But when it comes to, being a CEO, like where Perry is really good, like he is really good at like rallying our company around a mission. Like he's really, like, I can't really describe it. He's just excellent. Like we balance each other because he's like such a visionary and I'm like an executor. I'm not saying that he's not an executor, but he's just better at that. You know what I mean? And I'm like really good at kind of like executing and getting the job done. And I'm also really good in something I love is like growing leaders and growing managers and growing people underneath me to like be as good as me and like take me over someday. So like, then I can be like better and better. So that's something I love. I love growing and fostering people. So, what do I like? What don't I like? Like maybe I think Perry's like better at being in the spotlight than me. and that's okay. You know what I mean? And I love working with Perry. You know what I mean? So we just balance each other out. And I think what I know is I like solving problems and I like being an operator. And so that's how I figured out that this is the right role for me. I also, though, in my job, I get to still do the finance side. And I love that. Like, I love numbers. So, I kind of still serve as like CFO because we don't have one. I have like a killer finance team and they're doing most of it, but I still kind of get to play that role. And I love that. So secretly, like, I still get to be in the numbers a lot.
Well, now it's not so secret. So thank you for sharing that with us.
Yeah.
I love that you shared this though, because I think it's so important when we talk about moving into a new company or defining what we like, knowing where we sort of thrive, right? And there's like that quote from Modern Family that always rings true and comes back up in my mind about when they're talking about somebody being like, flying in the clouds and somebody being back on the ground, and how the two need to come together because it just makes things work. And so it sounds like you and Perry are kind of that relationship, the visionary and executor. And not that both of you don't have those set of skills, but together you really like level each other out to build a successful business. And so I love this. So thank you for sharing. So can you tell us more about the mission of DV01 and what your role as CEO plays in helping DV01 accomplish its mission through all of the things that you're managing?
Sure. So our mission is to bring unparalleled transparency and intelligence to every loan for every stakeholder. And what does that mean? So we basically are lifting the curtain for the largest financial market in the world. Structured credit is a $16 trillion market. So like, what is structured credit, right? It's basically the backbone for everyday consumer activities that empower financial freedom. So if you think about like you and me, like, what do we do? What do we need like finance for, right? It's kind of like this big concept. But if you think about like everything we do in our daily lives, like we consolidate credit card debt, we refinance student loans, like we borrow money to buy a house, we borrow money to start a small business. And so these are like everyday activities. And sorry about that. But with these everyday activities, like they end up, if you haven't seen The Big Short, highly recommend it. It's an entertaining film, and it also really helps to understand what is structured credit. But through these everyday activities, they end up being, these loans end up being like sold to investors or originated into securitizations. And they're concepts that sound really like hard to understand, but they are pretty simple. And the credit crisis happened for a lot of reasons, right? But one thing that was very glaring, and one thing, Perry used to be a mortgage bond trader, was that there was a lack of transparency. And so what DV01 is providing is that transparency. And we provide loan level data to capital markets participants in this ecosystem. So we're like lifting the curtain on this loan level data that really wasn't there before. So you can actually drill down and see what is the performance of these loans, whether an investor owns like the whole loans or if they own securitizations. We provide analytical tools on top of this data, and in a nutshell, helping to prevent another repeat of the 2008 global financial crisis. I hope that makes sense. I know there's a lot buried in there, but I promise if you watch The Big Short, it'll resonate more.
Beyond helping to understand a little bit more, The Big Short is just a great movie with some fantastic actors. So
Yes.
really, really recommend it. I really love that movie. And I think this is so important when we talk about transparency in loans, right? Because I mean, as you're saying, loans affect all of us, whether it's a mortgage, student loans, me personally, student loans, and all of this stuff that we don't know. it's so helpful to have that kind of level playing field. And so thank you for sharing that and trying to make it as easy to understand as possible. Although sometimes from the outside, it feels like a little bit overwhelming.
I know,
with all
sometimes
the
it does.
lingo.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah. It almost feels like it's constructed to be that way so that you don't ask questions. It's like, oh, here, just sign on the dotted line. Here are all these like terms and all of these things. It's like when you sign up for something, it's like the terms and conditions, and come on, whoever really reads it. But it's important to like read these things and get a better understanding.
Yeah, absolutely it is. I think that it's just, I think as consumers, we need to be smart about, obviously, like, what are we doing? We're borrowing money. I think that the way DV01 got started was really in 2013, 2014. Some of these online lenders, they really kind of revolutionized the way that we as consumers could borrow, and it was online, right? So they took it from this like legacy, like old school systems and way to borrow money to like, oh, you can borrow money, by going to a website. And that made it a lot easier to access, money, but also kind of more transparent as well. And that's DV01 got its start because data was available, and we could take that data and provide it in a web app to investors who are buying these loans, right? Whereas like the mortgage market is so legacy, there wasn't a lot of transparency. And now since, starting in online, when we were founded to now, 6 years later, 6.5 years later, now we finally have mortgages on the platform. We have credit cards, we have autos. So we've gotten some of those legacy markets onto the platform, but we got our start in online lending, which is much more forward, I don't want to say revolutionary, but kind of, I'm lost for words. It's just, it's a smarter and easier way for the borrower.
And definitely disrupting the industry, right?
Yes,
And
that's exactly the word I was looking for. Thank you.
I love when that happens. Perfect. And so can you talk about, I mean, we don't have too much time left, so I'd love to sort of finish out here.
Sure.
So are there lessons that you learned through the dot-com bubble, through, the last global financial crisis that lead into now? And how do those lessons play a role in what's to come when it comes to
really from the dot-com bubble, I feel like there was so much hype and people lost track of fundamentals. And I think that was the main takeaway from that, right? It was like, oh, there's Amazon, which was, Amazon, but then there's like pets.com. There were these things that just like didn't make sense, right? And you really have to look at the fundamentals of a business to say, like, do they have a solid revenue or proven revenue? Do they have like growth insight? What is their cash flow? Is there a cash flow? And what's their burn, right? What's their business plan? Like, look at it, right? And if I look at like the global financial crisis, I think that that was masked, right? Like, I feel like there was a lot of like kind of lack of communication almost, but like, how could we have known? So it was kind of masked. And now after the fact, through regulation and through the transparency that we're providing at DV01, we're unmasking that, right? Like, we're providing transparency so that you can see, okay, what's in these structured credit, what's in the securitization, what does the loan level detail tell us? How are the consumers performing? Are they prepaying? Are they defaulting? Are they delinquent? What's going on, right? So unmasking what's there, and I think that's important. But then you see other things that are really hyped right now. And I think you just have to question, do these things make sense, right? There's SPACs. That's a big hype thing. I don't know how much people know about SPACs, but these special purpose vehicles, that to me seems really hyped right now. And so I think people need to educate themselves. Crypto right now is awesome. It's excellent. I'm so happy for my friends who've done really well in that space, but it's also, is it hyped, right? We all have to think about these things. So I think that anytime there seems to feel like momentum building around something, or is it too fast? Like we just have to stop and look at fundamentals. So DV01 provides that transparency and the ability for people to really dig into the fundamentals. And that's why I love working here, because even though we're a for-profit company, I do feel like there's a mission-based element to it.
Who doesn't love working for a mission-based company? It makes every day so much easier. But I really love that you say that, because it's so true. It's almost, these things seem too good to be true, right? Especially when we talked about cryptocurrencies. It's kind of where I'm most familiar at this time. And now people are going to have to look up the SPACs. But it's so true. And it's also so enticing, right? Which makes it almost more dangerous and a little bit more volatile, because then everybody wants to get onto it. And how, oh my gosh, it's a dangerous cycle, right? Well, Amy, I know we have just 1 minute left, but I wanted to give you a chance to let people know how they can keep up with you. I know we've been dropping links to DV01 in the chat, but I wanted to see if how we can keep up with you and how we can support you.
Oh, well, thank you. I think the best thing to do is to follow DV01 on LinkedIn. We have a great presence there. We, also our blog, on our website. Please check out our job postings. Leo, our recruiter, if he hits you up, please respond. He's awesome. We are definitely looking to recruit in we want more diversity. And we didn't get to that topic, but I'm a huge advocate for diversity at DV01. And so we're looking for more of that. And we'd love to see you applying for our open job positions. So you can follow me on LinkedIn, please do that. And yeah, definitely keep in touch with us.
Fantastic. Thank you, Amy. And sorry we didn't get the chance to get to the diversity questions. These 30 minutes go by so fast. And
I
so
know.
much to dive into.
Wow, it's crazy.
You think 30 minutes, oh my gosh, that's a long time. But then once you get into the meat and peas, it goes so fast. But thank you so much for being here. And we will drop your LinkedIn in the chat so people can follow up and learn more about diversity efforts at DV01 and learn about this incredible company. So thank you so much for being here today. I'm so excited to have had the honor to moderate this conversation.
Thank you so much, Nicole. Have a great day.
You too. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. So thank you everyone for tuning in. We're so excited to have you here. And I am really excited to dive into the next conversation. I'm excited to dive into all the conversations, but it's because you pick up so many interesting pieces of advice every time. So I am excited to dive into the next conversation though, being Black on Wall Street. And before we do that, I did just want to cover some quick housekeeping and say thank you first and foremost so much for attending today. We are so excited to have you here. If you're just joining, your camera and audio will remain off, but we do encourage participation via questions, comments, what have you. If you're having technical difficulties, you can DM or tag myself or my colleague Paloma to help you troubleshoot. If you're looking to earn SHRM credits, it's on the top left, so you can use that code. And we're going to drop the code of conduct in the chat to make sure that we have a great experience for everyone involved. And so with that, I'm going to introduce today's speakers, Raquel Odin and Sienna J. Brown. So we've got Raquel Odin, who is the head of national sales for Chase Consumer Banking, responsible for servicing over 20 million customers with direct responsibility for over 980 billion in deposits and investment leading to 40,000 plus employees. In her previous role, she was the Northeast Division Director managing their consumer banking and wealth management business. Previously, Ms. Odin was an executive member at Merrill Lynch, where she spent 8 years in several leadership roles. Her most recent role was market executive of the flagship New York Fifth Ave market the firm's largest market with more than 250 advisors serving high net worth individuals and institutions with over 35 billion in assets under management. Prior to that, she was the head of advisor and strategy and development, responsible for coaching the firm's 14,000 advisors and leading initiatives designed to recruit and train the next generation. And before that, head of global product strategy and business development, where she oversaw the team's new product business development, supporting all channels within global wealth and investment management. Ms. Oden serves on the board of directors for the Apollo Theater and the national board of directors for the Thurgood Marshall College Fund. Ms. Oden holds a BA in political science from James Madison University and an MBA from Hampton University. Ms. Oden is a resident of the North Shore of Long Island, where she lives with her husband and daughter. And then we've got Sienna J. Brown on the line, who is a global DEI strategist at Power to Fly. As an educator, expat, and entrepreneur, her mission is to teach driven women how to secure remote work opportunities aligned with their bigger mission and provide them with freedom and flexibility. Over the past 6 years, her focus has been working with companies and employees to create more diverse and inclusive workplaces that have a positive impact on their personal and professional lives. When she's not working at home, she's at home on the Mediterranean coast, watering her plants, cooking a good meal, or engaging in meaningful conversation with friends. Always important to mention the personal stuff here as well, because we're more than just our work. And so I want to say welcome to both of you. Thank you so much for being here. And I'm going to hand the mic right over to Sienna.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Nicole. And Raquel, what an honor to be able to have you here. So I just want to say thank you again from the Power to Fly team and for all of the individuals who are listening right now, because I am sure that they are excited to take notes, to hear more about your experience and expertise, and specifically hear about what is it like being Black on Wall Street, and then also just talking about your experience in the finance industry as a whole. So I just want to say thank you again for being here. And I would love to kick us off with, can you just share a little bit about your journey? Because as Nicole was reading through your bio, it was very impactful to just hear all of the change and all of the impact that you have been able to make over your career journey. So I would just love to hear, like, how did you become involved in finance, and a little bit about how you got from where you are when you started to where you are today.
Well, one, I want to say thank you for having me. I'm so actually excited to be here today. And Sienna, you're my inspiration. Listening to what you do in your spare time, I have some work to do. And I have to give credit to Nicole, because I can't believe she read all that. That was pretty impressive. We got through it pretty quickly. But I think, like you said, my journey on Wall Street, and I probably, looking back now, it's been over 20 years. So I guess, at this point, it's 2 decades. Things have changed dramatically. And I think about, my journey was not one where I thought this is where I would be. And I think many of us would probably say, I am a first generation. My parents are both immigrants to this country, and first to be college educated in this country. So their aspirations for me was to really just get a really great education and really focus on a wonderful job. So Wall Street wasn't like in the path of like, that's what I want to be when I grow up.
Yeah.
And I always tell people, I believe life is purpose, and you're going to be where you're meant to be. And my first job, my first opportunity where I worked out of college was at something called Publishers Clearinghouse. I always say this is like my funny story. I always kick things off. And I don't know if many of you remember this, but it's a magazine company. Yes, we had magazines at some point. Mm-hmm. You would actually do the sweepstake, and you'd be able to potentially win $1 million. And it's actually a real company. It's very true. And I worked in the mailroom for that company when I first finished college. It was my first internship program. And then I went back and decided I wanted to be in business. And I went back and got an MBA, and then got recruited by a Wall Street firm at the time, which was Morgan Stanley. And so my entry onto Wall Street was, an unusual path, one would say, but it allowed me to figure out that after, going through my different business experience, and I said, starting in the mailroom, I decided I really wanted to be at an investment banking firm, and had the opportunity to do that after grad school as my first role.
That's amazing. And I really just want to lean into something that you were just saying. Number one, again, I just want to acknowledge your experience, because I think quite often that happens, right? So whether you happen to be one of the first, and whether that's the first person in your family to go to college, or the first person in your family to get an MBA, the first person in your family to whatever that might be, it's so important to think about not only the impact that it's having on yourself, but also the impact that that's going to have on other generations. And for other individuals, especially just because something that is a sad truth is that the finance industry is not that diverse, right? And so that's something that I'd love to lean into a little bit about. What has it been like for you sometimes when you might have had to be one of the only individuals, whether that's being Black or being a woman? It's intersectional, so you can never have one without the other, right? But really being able to say, how have you been able to like find your voice and show up authentically to be able to help you grow into the career that you've had now?
I think it's a great question. And I think I can't hide that I'm a woman. I also can't hide that I'm a Black woman. So it's quite an obvious thing when I walk into a room. And what I would say about that is, I think partly the innocence of not knowing helped. I didn't know that this would be a difficult industry. I didn't know that I was going to be the first in all of these places. But I got there and just didn't see myself. I learned that. What I'd say that's important about it, and you probably heard, like Nicole jokingly read a very long resume. My openness to understanding the business end to end and not being caught in, it needs to be investment banking, or it needs to be asset management, or it needs to be wealth management, or it can only be retail consumer banking. I definitely had a different angle, which was I was open to the possibilities, because my view was, if I can understand the front to the back and the middle, that makes a great senior executive. And if I understand the person who's in the back office and operations, and the technology person, and that client-facing person that's sitting there in front of that client, and that banker who's actually making the trade, like I really believed that that's what my career should look like, right? My ability to say it all front to back. And I think the other piece was, as knowing that you're the first or the only, or you don't see yourself often, you want to make sure you had no excuses as to why you couldn't get the next. So, and like, I went back to school and got my MBA, and I got an additional degree in HTML coding. And then I made sure that any type of role, whether it was asset management, wealth management, investment banking, retail, there was nothing anyone was going to say that I didn't have experience. And so partly you go in with a potential different perspective, which is I wanted to make sure there wasn't a box I didn't check, so no one could tell me no. And that could be the other, that is the other view of how you handle it, knowing that I know I'm not going to see a lot of me there, so I've got to give them no reason to say no. That also means that as women, and as Black women and as women, we add this extra pressure. I'm not going to say you don't need to do it, but we do add the extra pressure because we feel, as women too, that we want to check every box, right? So that people can say that I truly meet the criteria. And then the willingness to take the risk. I think at the beginning of my career, it was innocence. And then as I matured in my career, I started to realize those moves were very important and very strategic. And if I were to be honest, I did have the fortune of a few great women in my career that I got to emulate. And that is, a genuine truth. And one who's actually speaking in the conference as well, Sally Korchak. I worked with her for a couple of years, and I have to say, I saw what was possible. And I always tell people, the thing about diversity begets diversity. When you can see the possibilities. And so you're right, that woman that's at the top, or that Black woman that's at the top, tells hundreds and thousands of other people it's possible. And so that's what I always live for, which is the possibilities. And it means so much. You're going to work hard, you're going to do your part. And there's lots of other things we'll talk about what you need to do in between, but then you know what's possible. And so you don't have that theory of the only or the first, because even if it's one, it means any one of us could do it, which is an amazing thing.
Yeah, that's so important, Raquel. And actually, so I interviewed Sally at the beginning of the summit. And so I love to hear that connection there. But that representation is so important, especially just because when we think about women in finance, right, or inclusion in finance, whatever that might be, a lot of the times we have a lot of limiting beliefs around what's possible for us, either in our professional sphere or in the world of finance, or just around like money management as a whole, right? And so being able to have that representation and say like, hey, if I can do it, so can you. And so I really do think that it is so important as you're sharing your story. And as you're kind of like reading off your brag list, right, of like, here are all the different things that I've done over time. It's so important to be able to see that also in your career. For anyone who's listening right now, in your career, no matter what you want to be doing, sometimes it's about figuring out what that next best step is, and then seeing how that can evolve over time. I love it.
And the only awesome. I'd love to ask you about that, which is important as women too. Every step that you heard in that resume, let's put that aside. Some of it was backward, some of it was forward, some of it was side. They were not all up. And I always clarify that, right? Some of it was like, I'm just going to go get that experience, right? Which may mean I'm taking a step back on this one. And then that hopefully, gets me up on the next one. And some of it was completely lateral, right? And so I always tell that to people. Then you hear people with these resumes and these great things, and you say to yourself, like, oh my gosh, they've run to this. And it's not all upward trajectory. And I balance that part of the conversation, which is also be okay with getting the experience and be okay going left, right, back, forward, that ultimately, you'll land appropriately.
Yeah, I love that. And then this also goes back to something that you were sharing before of the fact that you wanted to know the ins and outs of how everything works, right? How it's like what's happening in the back room and what's happening when you're sitting in the seat talking to a client. And that's something that's so important. So when you were talking about your career growth, like now I'm the senior manager of global DEI here at Power to Fly, but I was laughing because my first job, I was doing PR at Vera Wang. Lord knows that's not where I wanted to be. But again, like as you go through your career journey, you realize, okay, well, how do we fully understand what different jobs look like, what different aspects are like, and then bring that together to, as you were saying, like be able to create the career that you actually want to be having, and realizing that although it might not necessarily be linear, it is important to always be able to move forward and say, whatever that next step is, it's aligned with where you want to be going. I love this. So Raquel, I have a question for you. And also for all of you who are listening, if you have any questions for Raquel, please drop them in the chat. She will be able to answer them live as we're going through. And so I'd love to talk a little bit about the JP Morgan, right? So JP Morgan Chase and the culture around diversity, equity, and inclusion, and how critical do you feel that is to the success of the company?
Well, here's what I'd say. I think in life, as you go through the journey of your career, you get to the point where you're so grateful where you can work for a corporation where your personal and your purpose can come together at your work. And so I always tell people, you choose your firm. Like, you get to choose your firm, and you get to choose, are they lined up to who you are as a person, and you get to bring your full self and live your purpose in your job. And, I, have the pleasure of running now in our consumer business, so not the investment banking, asset management, wealth management, but our consumer business, which is, being there for everyday customers and doing it across 5,000 branches with 40,000 people. And I always tell people the impact we get to have every day of helping people figure out what it is to be financially healthy, whatever that means, as well as work for an organization that truly, genuinely understands our purpose is to serve the communities that we get the honor of having a branch there for. And if I serve that community, I have to understand the community. So we are a community branch. And what that really means is in those four walls of our branch, and when we walk out of it, what are we doing for the community? And I also have the pleasure of working for a pretty cool CEO named Jamie Dimon, who truly understands, when you can have scale and impact, if you're not doing it for the good of humankind and the good, just America as a whole, then you're not actually doing and living to your full purpose. And so I think about all that we've all been through. So I think about, for my teams, like we're considered essential workers. So we've been open the whole time through the pandemic. People the importance of waking up every day, living through this, and asking your team members to be there every day for your customers. And it's because of the communities that we serve. They needed us. And as part of that, also making sure that we were there for the social unrest in our communities. We were there, with George Floyd. We were there for Breonna Taylor. We were there for COVID. We were there for, which we know many underserved communities, I think many of us knew about, that were more impacted by COVID, and being there to support them. And it's our employees that did this on a daily basis. And when we think about what we were able to do as an organization, this is where I say you have amazing people that you employ as employees who live the purpose of the company and really drive the culture. But then you also have leadership from the top, and a CEO that committed 30 billion, focused on, social injustice. We've had complete focus on helping underserved communities have home ownership, how to help small businesses, which we all know primarily impacted, which is the fastest growing entrepreneur, which is women, and to be specific, Black women. So who was hit the hardest in this COVID cycle would be women and Black women, specifically, as they are the fastest growing entrepreneurs, as well as they are what I consider women. Entrepreneurship is the future of our country. right? And so the importance of figuring out how do we support these small business with loans, with support, with PPP. And I just think about everything we've been able to do. And you get to test yourself personally, you get to test your organization in moments of crisis. And I've never been more proud and felt good about what we did and what we continue to do, because let's be very clear. This is not a quick recovery. This is going to be what I call being in for the long haul and committed for a long time as we uplift. Now that we understand and got to all see where we have a disparity for individuals in this country that are not experiencing the full American dream, and what can we do to make that better?
Oh, I love that. I was like, I have chills also as you were just speaking about all of the work that y'all do. I really think that it's something that's so important, because when you talk about passion and purpose from an individual point of view as well as a corporation, that's what also leads to brand loyalty and customer loyalty, right? So you were talking before we hopped on that I'm from Brooklyn. There's a JP Morgan Chase right down the street of where I used to live by my grandmother's house. That's my bank account. I'm also a business owner. So like, when you were sharing that, it's like, no, these are real experiences. And then when you also think about, because again, in the past year, I think that there's been a lot of uproar from a lot of companies just kind of saying, what can we do? And it's very short-lived versus saying like how you were just sharing what JP Morgan Chase is doing. It's like, no, this isn't a one-time thing. This is a long-term investment in our customers and our clients and our communities that we're in. And so I really do think that it's so important to really lean into that. And so I wanted to pause for a moment. And I wanted to ask you, like, when you say purpose, right? When you say purpose in the workplace and then as well in your personal life, I'd love if you could share a little bit with the audience of like, what is your purpose, right? And why did that bring you to all of the great work that you're currently doing now at JP Morgan Chase?
I think we all have our own individual purpose. And I think for me, and it's, thankfully it's been the same my whole life. It really is. And for me, my purpose is I was put here for a reason. It wasn't for me. I was put here so that I could be supportive, but more importantly, available to those who don't. And I live in the standpoint of my focus on, I'm completely committed to wealth creation and financial literacy for the Black community, right? And I think about what I earned and gained was not just for me. And the fact I stand on the shoulders of so many other women and African Americans who came before me. And the question that you have to ask yourself every day is, am I making it a better place for everyone? And everyone's a tough statement that people need to realize that that's how we as a society, as a community, get to say that's what's amazing about this American dream, right? Is it better for, and if I can look myself in the eye every day, that I make it better for everyone today, then I lived my purpose. And then personally, I have the benefit, you heard, I have a daughter. And the fact that she's gonna have her journey, but I want it to not be as bumpy as mine. I think we all want kids. I want hers to be the next level of what's possible. I wanted her to live with no hindrance of what's not possible. But I think no matter how you look at it, the world will teach you that very quickly. You can't protect them from that. But you want to make sure they know that, I did this, but you're going to do even better. And so for me, all of it is, how do I make it better for everyone? How do I look back at my younger self, which I tell you, honestly, I get to live through my daughter, and just say, what is possible? And she teaches me every day of what's possible. And that is because I believe in this generation that is purpose driven. I've stepped into my purpose just as me, but I think this generation, which I'm very pleasurably excited and happy to see, they're leaning in with purpose, and they're holding corporations accountable, and they're ensuring that if they invest, is it purposeful? Who they work for, is it going to meet in their criteria of purpose? When they're away from the job, can they live their purpose? And so, I think this next generation is making us a better place and allowing us to say work and life is like one. And while I figured it out later on, I love that they're coming and, knowing that right away.
I love that. And again, I just want to keep on acknowledging and having for all of the individuals who are listening to pause and really lean into what Raquel is saying. And I think something that's so huge is, yes, that conversation of like, it's also leaving a legacy for the generations to come. And so when you're also talking about teaching communities about financial literacy, you're also saying, how are we building generational wealth in communities that haven't previously known what that looks like or what that is. And so I love that, because when you talk about your purpose and also your experience that you had shared earlier, again, that lived experience has also allowed for you to be able to drive ahead and do all it is that you've done. And then again, leave a better future for those to come after. And I just really want to highlight one more thing that you said around equality, right? And like evening the playing field. My words, not yours. But when we think about equality, it really has a benefit for everyone, right? And so when we think about, okay, well, how are we supporting underserved communities, realizing that when we support those communities, it's making a better world. It's making a world with more money for everyone. It's making with more resources, with access to different things. And so I just really think that that's important, of being able to say, as we are uplifting certain communities or individuals that might not have necessarily had that in the past, it's creating a better financial future for other individuals, for everyone, and just a better world overall. So I just really wanted to highlight that, because I think it's something that's so important.
I always tell people, like, when we say financial literacy or wealth creation, if you ever walk to our branches, it's a simple question we'll ask you. And we will simply say, what are you saving for? It's not the way the mystery of it sounded like this complicated thing. And it's like, oh my God, that's 10 years away, 5 years away. What are you saving for? It's a simple question, because it says it's hopes and dreams and goals. Whatever that is how do we help you financially attain those? How do we build a plan? How do we think through that step to whatever it could be? It could have been a vacation, it could have been home, education, whatever that is. And we start with one simple goal, and then we say, how do we support you in that journey? It could be entrepreneurship, it could be to own a business. How do we get there? And I think, as you said, as part of it, it is the fact that everyone should have access to this. Everyone. So when I think about your statement of how do you deal with the inequality, you say, well, let's just make it fair for everyone, right? And so when you build products and you do things, when you think of cost factors, make sure there's something for everyone, right? For underserved, for your poor, for your affluent, because the idea is everyone has a right to be part of this journey. And financial literacy, unfortunately, is not taught in our schools. And the only way you're going to know about it is friends, family, and hopefully you feel okay walking to a local branch and asking some questions. And so for that reason, it seems like there's some secret to it. And as you said, there are communities like ours who have not been part of the dialogue for so long. And so let's crack the code. It's not a secret, and it belongs to everyone.
I love that. And then also, I think another part of this is, how do we start normalizing these conversations more, right? I think when it comes to money, it's something that feels so taboo for so many women, and it's like, oh, well, how do we talk about being able to make more money, save more money, invest more money if we're not actually comfortable with talking about money with other individuals? So I love the fact that you focus on that one simple goal. How do we simplify it and just start the conversation and really help change mindset and intrinsic motivation towards, awesome, now that we know what we're working towards, how do we get there? I love this. So I do want to be conscious of time. We're not done yet, but I do just want to give a quick shout out. If there is anyone in the chat, not in the chat, who's watching right now that does want to drop a question for Raquel in the chat, please feel free to do so. Raquel, as we are wrapping up, something that I'd love to hear from you is, as we're talking about representation, as we're talking, you also shared some of the mentors that you've had in your journey. I'd love to hear some advice that you would give to someone who's looking to get started, right? And so 2 parts of this question here, right? Who's looking to get started on their financial journey. And then I would love to hear any advice that you would have for someone who's listening, who is interested in getting into the world of finance and starting a career there.
Wow. So I think starting your financial journey, I always say the first thing you start with is just the hunger for learning. And so if you really decided you want to have a financial journey, hopefully you're reading Financial Times, New York Times, you're just hungry for knowledge. And I think getting to know and understand the industry is an important thing. I tell people it's the first step. 2, if you've actually made the leap of faith and you want to, like when I joined Wall Street, I made the leap of faith and I said, okay, you want to make sure you find those early mentors, people that you can emulate, and please, please, please do not worry about them looking like you, right? Put that aside. Go find the talented, best person that you actually see, that you admire, that you would like to be like, and they fail, white, all the above. And I would tell you, most of my mentors did not look like me, because obviously if I waited for that, I wouldn't have mentorship, right?
We'd still be here, right? Yeah.
Over that. But the good news is, the idea is they figured it out. And then, you aspire, which I always tell people as time goes on in the journey, as you've had those mentors, and listen, sometimes you should be in your industry, sometimes outside of your industry. And I say you build that, cabinet that you can go to, that can give you the true advice. And sometimes there's going to be good days and bad days, and you pull in the cabinet for different reasons. And then you really work towards that real ultimate goal, which I talk about sponsorship. And I try to make the distinction there, because mentorship is someone giving you advice and guidance from afar. Sponsorship is what we all want to attain to get the C-suite spots. And, how do you make managing director? Who's going to put their name on the line for you? Who's going to speak for you when you're not in the room? Who's going to say, Raquel, she should be the one we think about for that next role. And we all know in corporate America that happens. And so, you really want to identify those sponsors, and you cultivate those very importantly in your life. And you want to make sure that you really feed those sponsors. And, if you're lucky to have one or two, it's not like 10 mentors you can have lots of. There aren't going to be hundreds of sponsors. That's a special spot. And I always tell people, when you're in your organization, you look for that, especially at the senior C-suite level. You can't do it without.
Yeah, I love it. And then also just going back to what you were saying around what individuals who are listening are looking for regarding both mentors and sponsors. I also just want to highlight what you had shared before is like, yes, find those people that are going to champion for you, but then also be willing to do the dirty, the fun, dirty work of figuring out how can I make myself the most indispensable individual in the room, right? And so I really just want to, again, champion you, Raquel, of being able to say, yes, find those sponsors, find those mentors, et cetera, but then also be able to say, how do I make sure that I'm constantly learning? How do I make sure that I'm constantly growing? How do I make sure that I'm constantly walking in my power and purpose and finding companies, opportunities, experiences that are all aligned? And so, Raquel, this is the beginning of our relationship, but I was going to say, I'm just so happy that we're able to share your expertise and your experience with everyone who is listening. And I just want to give you a little bit of space to share, what are you currently working on? Where can people find you? How can they continue connecting?
So one, I want to thank you guys for doing what you're doing. There's nothing better that in these moments of a little bit of a pause where you don't physically have to be somewhere, you take advantage of the opportunity, to take that hour out of your day is what everybody's doing, to just be a better person. And the fact that we've all been able to put together is pretty impressive. I'd say for us at JP Morgan, I'm always at the standpoint of saying, we're a large organization and we're always looking for great talented individuals. I think as you think about us, we're not just New York, right? We have 5,000 branches across the country. We have wealth advisors in our branches. We have home lending advisors. We have small business advisors in our branches, as well as private bankers. You want to be a banker. And so there's just so many ways and opportunities for you to join us from the standpoint of that side of the business. Or, as you all know, whether it's investment banking, asset management, as you know, I'm an advocate of all of it. We're always looking for talent. And I will tell you, if you're looking for an organization where your purpose, and by the way, what I just described, you have to be okay with that, because as an organization, that's who we are. And we get to bring our whole self, and we drive the culture every day. And it really is about uplifting everyone in the communities that we serve. And, if that resonates, that's good. Then you'll actually like what you do here. And then I always, no matter what organization you join, I'm agnostic from that standpoint, but we want more women on Wall Street. We want more women in financial services. But even if you don't pick this as a career, I always tell women, at some point, you will be the CEO of your household for many reasons. Women are either primary breadwinner, good, bad, or indifferent. If you look at the statistics, women outlive men. So even if you are married, the likelihood of you outliving your husband is pretty high statistically. And so at some point you will own the purse and you will actually be the CEO of your household. And so I always think of it as a crisis if we don't support women in getting more comfortable with finances and understanding they are the fastest growing entrepreneurs. And that's how we're going to really build a sustainable society overall. And so the time we invest in women and time we invest in understanding finances and becoming financially healthy goes a long way for generations. So I personally think there's nothing more important.
Amazing. Well, Raquel, I just want to say thank you for your words of wisdom to everyone who's listening as we wrap up. I just want to appreciate and celebrate you one more time for sharing your knowledge, your expertise, and your experience. And we cannot wait to hopefully see you in a new summit. And for anyone who is listening, definitely be sure to reach out to Raquel, figure out more information around JP Morgan Chase if you're interested in joining them. And again, Raquel, I just want to say thank you so much for being a part of this summit.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. Awesome. Nicole, back to you.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for such an important conversation. I really appreciate both of you being here. And so I don't want to take too long as we're running a bit behind schedule, but no worries. But I'll run through things quickly. I'm really excited to dive into the next conversation with Yolanda F. Johnson and Mary Quevedo. So thank you everyone for tuning in today. You'll notice that your camera and audio are off and they will remain off, but please feel free to drop any questions or comments you have in the chat. We want to make this as engaging as possible. You can find SHRM credits at the top left of the screen to use, and then we're going to drop a code of conduct in the chat to make sure that this is a great experience for everyone. And so I am just going to hand the mic right over to Mary so that I don't take up any time with any intros and bios. So I will hand the mic right over to you, Mary, and thank you so much for being here. And to you as well, Yolanda. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Paloma. Thank you, Nicole, for this introduction. And okay, it's my time to introduce Yolanda. I'm so happy to be with you today. Yolanda F. Johnson is the founder of WOKE. I love the pronunciation, by the way. It is, Women of Color in Fundraising and Philanthropy, and you are also the founder of Allies in Action Membership Network. Let's start with this conversation about telling us about your journey from fine arts to fundraising and philanthropy.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here today. You can hear me fine, right?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, good. Thanks so much for having me. And my journey, I look at life as something that I call crafting a life. And so I really ascribe to the thought of being able to find outlets for all of our talents. I call it my treasure trove of fabulousness. I always tell women that they have that little Mary Poppins bag. They can pull out all these gifts and talents and accomplish all of their dreams and their goals. And I think that we're all so multifaceted. We have so many different gifts and perspectives on life and work that we can find a way to weave that ribbon through everything that it is that we want to do eventually. And so for me, when I was studying, I've always done both ever since my senior year in college. Actually, it started because I wanted to make sure that the arts survived from a business perspective and from an administrative perspective. I'm a lyric soprano. And so I ended up throwing the first School of Music gala back as an undergraduate before I was even out of college. There was an epidemic of orchestras closing, shutting down because of fiscal mismanagement. You had perhaps musicians who were moonlighting as executive directors who didn't quite understand the financial side of things and what needed to happen to keep the work moving forward. And so that impacted me as an artist. And I had a professor who said, well, what are you going to do? I said, well, in opera, you can't really sing to pre-recorded music the same way that you might do in some other forms like dance. And I said, well, I'm going to make sure that as I continue my life as an artist, I'm also going to keep the business side of the arts alive. So that's how it started. And then I fell in love with fundraising and philanthropy, just as I was with the arts, and I married the two. I started to realize as I progressed through my career, when I am sitting in that banking dining room asking somebody for tens of millions of dollars, I'm getting into character, just like I'm on stage. So I called upon all of those performance skills and tied them together. I have workshops that I do that use performance practice or philanthropy. So that's how I brought the two together, and I've never not done both. They've both had an equal role in my life. If one was missing, there was something missing in my life, and so it never has been a day job sort of situation. I was able to marry passions in a really beautiful way.
It is so inspiring. Actually, yesterday I was listening to your music. It's amazing. I Google you. I love it. I searched for you on YouTube, and your music is amazing. And I had a lot of questions about how you came from, how you started your career, like when everything began, how you started. What was first, performing lyric soprano or did you do some philanthropy work as well? And how these 20 years path that you have of experience turn into what it is right now?
I truly have always done both. Even when I look back to the first event that I did to bring people together in support of something, or even socially, I was like a young child. I loved doing that. I always have had a sort of social justice lens. Whenever I saw any group that wasn't, anything unjust that was happening to any particular group, I've always wanted to have a voice as far as that's concerned, and yet I was always in music. And so I truly have a life, like I can't even escape it. Even the focus areas I noticed, and this was only a few years ago that I realized, both in philanthropy and in the arts, I champion women composers. I call them unsung heroines. Women performers, women of color composers and performers, African American classical musicians and composers. I compose myself. So anyone who hasn't had that opportunity to have their voices heard, whenever there's been inequity, that's what I've always championed. And I do the same work organically in philanthropy most of the time. And so, that's been the path of my life. I've crafted that life no more beautifully than in the past few years when it really has all come together with my All the World's a Stage workshop and digging deeper and diving deeper into philanthropic work. But it's always been there. They've always been side by side. It's just me. And whenever I've tried to deny either one, things were a bit off kilter. So I had to embrace the fact that I do both.
And what can you tell us about the mission of Women of Color in Fundraising and Philanthropy, and also about the mission of Allies in Action Membership Network?
Well, I happen to be the first African-American president of Women in Development New York. And so that was announced a few years ago. And when I was president-elect, one of the things that people noticed sometimes about WID was the lack of diversity. And being the first in a New York City chapter of an organization that was 4 decades old, that really came as a surprise to many people. And so we said, let's look at the pipeline and see if people, if the professionals aren't there at all, and we need to work on pipeline, and it is somewhat a pipeline issue, but is it just an inclusivity issue where they are there but they don't come because they don't feel included, they don't feel welcome necessarily? And so we worked on lots of different things because WID is an incredible organization. I learned a lot through a 2-year diversity and inclusion task force that I launched in 2018. It culminated last summer when the whole racial equity movement was really kicking off. And so I created something called Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion from the Inside Out. And we moved that initiative forward. It's one of my workshops now. And what I learned from that is that change takes time, but you have to keep on moving. And the voice of the women of color had reached fever pitch to say we need a space for the unique experience of being women of color in the philanthropic space. And so I created it. I created it in the middle of a pandemic. I didn't know what to expect. And
Wow.
Here we are now, not even a year old, with more than 1,000 members in 4 countries and continuing to move forward and grow. Now, at that same time last summer, I did not create Woke as an answer to the racial equity movement. It was already happening. It's just, it sort of rode that momentous wave of the energy behind the movement. But I also was getting lots of calls from non-people of color, literally saying, Yolanda, what do I do? I want to do better. I want to find a place, a role, a voice in this work of what I call IED, because inclusion is the most important thing. You can have all the diversity in the world, and if people do not feel included, it's all for naught. So that's the starting point for me and all the DEI and IED work that I do. And so I was talking to people and I was like, what city are you in? What's going on in that city? What organizations can you get involved with? How can you contribute? What are your gifts and talents? And that was just not sustainable. And so I got together with a friend of mine who had happened to be part of the Obama administration. She's a racial sensitivity expert. And we brainstormed and I came up with something called Allies in Action. It's based upon 4 pillars of education, legislation, inclusion, and action. And the action pillar includes philanthropy. We did a big give at the end of 2020 Year in Giving last year to women and girls of color. And so that's how both of these came to fruition.
Wow, it's wonderful. And how is Woke supporting women of color? How are you bringing this woman into the fundraising and philanthropy work?
Well, we're providing a space for community. I've been in tears many times when people have said, with the whole WID situation, they were like, I finally see someone who looks like me at the helm. And with Woke, it's just been, I needed this space to come together with different women of color. Because, even within the women of color community, there's work to be done with solidarity and allyship and standing together with each other, even with our different groups. So it's there for that. It provides encouragement, career advice. We have an amazing career assessment that's on the website. We have a resource library that I decided to take from behind the member wall and just put it out there to the whole universe because we're so proud of it and it has so much good information. We have a leadership institute we just launched in January, a 26-member cohort where all of those women are going to be placed on a 1-year board fellowship to diversify leadership in the nonprofit sector. We have sessions on philanthropy. We also exist to dismantle the archetype of what a philanthropist has been defined to be, especially in America. So gone are the days of the archetype being the affluent white male or female. We do love to work with those people who are allies, but we want every single woman of color to remember that she can be a philanthropist. Your name does not have to be Carnegie and on a wall of a building or outside of a wing of a hospital. That's great if you can do that, but we're trying to redefine philanthropy. The real definition of it is the love of mankind, and how can you intertwine your faith and your identity and the legacy you want to leave and the work you want to do now into your philanthropy. So that's the work that we're doing. We have some exciting things coming up around that as well.
All of the things you say lead me to 2 questions. First, how do we access the resource library you were talking about? Is it available to the audience, or how do we get access to that?
Yes, go to, can I put it? No, they're not on here on Zoom with us. Okay, go to our website, which is WokeFP, so www.woc-fp.com, and then just peruse and you'll see the resource library and go look through there. We have some great articles from Catalyst, that's the organization Workplaces That Work for Women, on emotional tax. We have things on women's philanthropy. We have some foremost experts who have some writings on there and articles from different financial institutions. It's a good place to go and to look.
Perfect. We will write it in the chat before, or we will share it with the participants so they can also enter there and see everything. And also what you were saying led me to the question, how has philanthropy evolved through time? Since 20 years ago when you started until now, where, like you say, philanthropy now is not looking as it used to be, that it was mainly dominated by a specific specific people, and now we are making it more inclusive. How have philanthropy and fundraising evolved during these 20 years of experience you have?
Well, I've certainly seen the room change. I've seen meetings change. I see different types of people there, and I think that's the way that it should be. I think that philanthropy has changed because also you have entities like the Women's Philanthropy Institute at Indiana University, which is very much a friend of mine and of Woke and of WID. And the director there is on our Woke Advisory Committee, and she's about to present a special session on it's called You Are a Philanthropist, to the point of everything that we said. So I think that breaking things out and taking a closer look and doing the analysis at redefining philanthropy and really the realities of what was happening in philanthropy, because donors of color have always been there. It's just the way that philanthropy had been defined, it could be through people giving to communities and giving to churches and giving in different methods that weren't necessarily a family foundation. So recognizing all of those different ways of giving, empowering people to define themselves through their philanthropy, not making assumptions about any different particular type of donor, that just because you are manifestly so, or there's some aspect to your life or your work that you're definitely going to be the person to ask for a particular thing, but getting to know donors and beginning to know how to involve them in philanthropy and in good work. And I have a quote that I love to say. I've even put it on t-shirts and mugs, but I believe it. And it's that the people in fundraising and philanthropy are beacons of light and hope, who are illuminating the path to the good work that needs to be done. So I think everybody should be proud of that. Now we know more about women. You know, Women Give, the report comes out every year. This year was really interesting. It was about how couples give and the trends and patterns for women in their philanthropy. We have a different way of giving, you know, in certain ways. So just to understand that about all the different types of donors and to create those opportunities for them to find ways that are meaningful for them to be able to give back. I've seen that happen a lot in the 20 years.
I actually, that quote you say, I read it on your website and it was beautiful. I had it as part of a question for almost the end of the interview, but I'm glad that you already mentioned it. And also I wanted to ask, what are some of the challenges that nonprofit organizations run by people or women of color face today?
Well, as we've done the work and as the work continues to diversify philanthropy, the other thing that has to go hand in hand with that is organizational leadership, the pipeline of leadership for fundraisers and leaders and executives of color, but also for board members of color. So when you diversify that boardroom, it's going to trickle down throughout, let's not even say down, it'll trickle throughout the organization in a really meaningful way. So you can't just stop. It's a cumulative approach, right? One informs the other, and it has to be all hands on deck to make this happen. And so I think that for people of color-led organizations and women of color-led organizations, just for them to be able to have that support in community places like Woke, I think is important, because you have to recognize and acknowledge some of the challenges that come along with that because of the society in which we live. When you don't acknowledge those things, the realities of the situation, is where you really get into trouble. You have to acknowledge it first so that you can deal with it and find a solution for it. And so I think that, there's a certain level of trust that still has to be built and maintained as far as institutional philanthropy is concerned, because, quite often people of color-led organizations get locked out of that process a lot of the time. There's been a bit of an ivory tower where people have to reach back and down, lift as they climb, and put that lens of looking out there to see who's doing all of this good work and making sure that we're trying to diversify all of the tables of leadership to make those seats at the table. But I think, having that support, having diverse leadership bodies are some of the steps that can be taken to help with that.
Perfect. And another question we had is, how have your background as a performer helped you become a fundraising expert, and also how your workshop, All the World's a Stage, helps women or people also be part of the fundraising world?
So my performance background certainly informs my philanthropy. It informs everything that I do, just because I am acutely aware of some of the benefits of breathing. In the normal world, we don't breathe like we should. It has different impact on people whenever they're meeting with you or if you're presenting to them. There are lots of different things to performance practice that I bring into the philanthropic world, really tips and tools, and that's what I put into All the World's a Stage, just really being able to use those to the advantage of those that are trying to raise the dollars or give the dollars for the good work. And then what was the other part of your question? I'm sorry.
About your workshop. It is called All the World's a Stage. Yes.
Yes, All the World's a Stage and All the World's virtual stage. And so bringing it into the virtual realm. I love it. It's the convergence of my worlds, right? It's being able to help people with preparation. We go through things with Alexander Technique, which is a performance practice that changes how you even go throughout your daily routines in life. How to pivot. So yeah, lots of different tips and tools and things and skills that you can bring to from the performance world. I mean, really, all the world is a stage. It really is. You've got a stage backdrop behind you with your Zoom background. And I love this tree. I just have to always make sure it doesn't look like it's coming out of my head. But, all these things matter whenever we're talking to people and communicating. And so I just love to help people through that process.
Oh, we also have some questions from the chat, so I'm gonna ask them right now. What's been your biggest source of inspiration, or the thing that keeps you logging in each day?
My biggest source of inspiration is that I sit in absolute gratitude for the opportunity to lead all of the amazing women that I do, and to be able to help in whatever way I can, and also to help the communities that I lead to identify some of the issues and challenges that are at play, so that we can tackle them and come up with solutions for them, and real solutions. I am a dreamer. I'm a pragmatic optimist. I'm a dreamer that likes to put things into action. And so I have to catch myself on that sometimes, but I'm inspired by the people around me. I'm inspired by my faith. Also, these things, converge and are very important for me to help things move forward.
And another question we have from the chat is, how can we, women of color, start working in fundraising and philanthropy, especially coming from a different field of expertise?
Well, good news for you, because there are a whole lot of people. I mean, COVID has really created this interesting environment everywhere, right? People are reevaluating their lives. And they're going back to what I said at the beginning of crafting a life. What is it that I want to be doing? What legacy do I want to leave? What do I want to even experiment with professionally in my life? And how do I do that? And so we see people leaving the nonprofit and philanthropic realm, going into the corporate world. We see the opposite happening as well. So I think that, there are lots of different access points and entry points that you might consider. First of all, educate yourself and get involved with the community. If you're interested in being a part of this, find the commonalities between what you're doing now, because you're going to need to be able to explain that on a resume and in interviews and conversations, exploratory conversations. If you're starting from something completely and utterly polar opposite, you're going to have a little bit more work to do. But I bet that if you do that analysis, you're going to see some of the points, where you can connect those dots between where it is that you want to be, what you want to be doing, and where you are right now. Get involved in a community, educate yourself. The other thing people need to understand about fundraising and philanthropy today is that, there are lots of different academic programs, graduate programs, doctoral programs. We study this as a science. It went from being something that was kind of haphazard in the early 80s to a very, very real thing that there's a danger in thinking that, I can just go do that in the nonprofit realm. You have to respect the craft and understand that there are a lot of people who know a lot about it now. So you just have to educate yourself, get a community, and be really honest, do that self-assessment of where you are now, where you want to be, and how you get there.
Perfect. We don't have much time yet, so I want you to talk to us about your singing career, about your album, and where can we hear your music?
Oh, you can hear me on YouTube and Amazon and everywhere that music is sold. I think you can find. I specialize in spirituals and the Underground Railroad. My website's under construction, so that'll be back up soon with some other clips about women composers and just regular opera that I've done. But yeah, COVID's been a weird time for music. So, but we shall reemerge and do more. I just got an offer today to do an outdoor summer festival this summer. I don't know if I'll do it. We'll see if everybody wears their masks, but yeah, so you can find me online. Stay in touch.
One more question. I don't know if you can answer it with so little time, but I want to ask, how do you balance your different facets? How do you do with your time? Like, how do you go from working in Vogue, also being the president of YFJ Consulting, Anna, being an active little soprano?
I'm very efficient, and I love to be able to focus on a different thing at a different time. So with my consulting practice, it has 4 pillars. We do IED work, DEI work, philanthropic counsel. So if you have funds that you want to give and you want to figure out how you want to give out that money and establish your legacy, we help coach philanthropists as far as that's concerned. We do fundraising strategy and we do events. And so then I've got the music and the other things that I do. I would be remiss if I did not give my team, I know some of them are on right now, I would not be able to do any of it without the incredible women on my team. So I love you all. I appreciate you all, and I thank you all. So really, it's having a great team that you can trust, of talented people who are around you, and being efficient and knowing that you can't do everything at the same time. So you have to prioritize and pace yourself to know what's coming when, so that you can be present and enjoy all that you're doing.
Amazing. And can you give us one piece of advice to encourage us to do more fundraising and philanthropy work?
Think honestly about, you mean from a personal perspective?
Yes, exactly. Yes.
What matters to you? Think about what matters to you and look at what you have to give, and find the ways that resonate with you and that are meaningful for you. And it doesn't have to be thousands of dollars, just whatever it is. And even when it doesn't come to dollars, think about your time, think about your talents that can be contributed to an organization or an effort that really translate to helping the bottom line. You know, they may not have to hire a different consultant or a person to do something because they have you there as a volunteer. But think about who you are and how you want to live out that good work. How can you help the greater good? And then just start from there. Do some Googling to try to figure out what that means.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your time. And please tell us where we can find you. And thank you so much for this conversation.
Thank you. You can find me at wokefp.com, and you can find me at yfj-consulting.com or yolandafjohnson.com. I live in 3 different places on the internet, but they all connect with each other.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Yolanda. It's been amazing talking to you.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, thank you both so much for being a part of Diversity Reboot Financial Inclusion. Thank you so much for sharing your insights and talking about something that's so important. And I feel like we don't talk about fundraising or philanthropy enough. So thank you very much for covering that today. And so I'm really excited to dive into the next conversation. But before we go there, I did want to just say thank you so much to everyone who's attending today, who's chiming in the chat, whether it's comments or questions, or if you're just hanging out and listening in. We're really happy to have you here, and we hope that you're enjoying. If you are just joining us, I just wanted to let you know that your camera and audio will remain off, but you can feel free to drop your questions or your comments in the chat, and we're going to do our best to get those to the speaker and the moderator. If you're having any technical difficulties, you can tag myself or my colleague Paloma, and we will try and troubleshoot. If you're looking to earn SHRM credits from today's talk, you can just use the code that's on the top left of the screen, and then we will drop the code of conduct in the chat just to make sure that this is a fantastic experience for everyone. And so with that, I'm really excited to introduce the topic, Inclusion Takes Effort. How to support DEI initiatives at your company. And so we've got 2 really incredible people on today's panel. And so I'd love to run through their bios really quickly. So today we've got Janeda Rochelle, excuse me. It's been a long day with all the bios and stuff, so excuse me. So we have Janeda Rochelle, who she began her entrepreneurial career in August 2020. What awesome timing. Her business provides training on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And as a part of the training, she reviews organizations' policies from the lens of DEI. Prior to forming her business, she worked for the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. She worked for the agency that investigated claims of unlawful discrimination. While at the Commonwealth, she provided training for businesses, community organizations, housing providers, and the general public. She also developed training for all newly hired investigators and held the first supervisory training class within her department. She worked directly with the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission of Philadelphia Regional Office and with the U.S. Housing and Urban Development's FHAP program. She is a mother to a wonderful son who is also managing his own business. She has a bachelor's degree from the University of Pittsburgh in Pittsburgh. Pennsylvania. And moderating today's conversation, we have Mariella Marie. Mariella Marie is a multimedia performance artist and activist focused on raising emotional intelligence through her work. California born, Georgia raised, and Argentina based. And so with that, I'm going to hand the mic right over to the both of you, welcome you here, and thank you for being here for today's conversation.
Thank you so much, Nicole. Thank you, Power to Fly, for inviting us to have this conversation. Thank you, Janeda, for being here. And I know that Nicole gave that wonderful introduction, but I would like to just ask you if you want to share a little bit more about yourself before we roll into these awesome questions that folks have submitted offline. So feel free to self-promote. Let us know what you're working on. Let us know how we can follow you when we finish this conversation so we can be sure to support the good work that you're doing.
Absolutely. I am just really excited to be here today. What I can say about myself is that I have always had a passion for this work, always had a passion to fight for change. I grew up in a town where that time I was the only Black child in my graduating class from high school. So all the way from kindergarten through high school, I was the only Black child. So that kind of formed my views and formed how I wanted to do and what I wanted to do in my life. Growing up with me in my house with my mom and my sister, everybody in our house was Black, including Popeye. And so my parents made us really understand the importance of who we were and then how to fight for that change as we got to be adults.
Well, I'm super excited to learn more about your journey. Feel free to share more as you respond to these awesome questions that folks have submitted offline. But just to kick us off here, because the 30 minutes is going to fly by super quickly. So I want to make sure that we can dive a little deeper into, the backstory of you and why you decided to, do the work that you're doing now. So this question kind of rings true to that. What inspired you to start your own business that focuses on DEI?
The desire for change. Because working for the state of Pennsylvania, you can only do so much. So when change happened, they say life throws lemons at you, make lemonade. Well, I don't like lemonade, so I make cherry limeade because I don't want to do what everybody else does. I don't want to do what people say you should do. So when I sat down and looked at my options, I met with a really good friend of mine, and she said, this is the perfect timing for what you want to do. And so she gave me some strategies to go forward and gave me the confidence to go forward because I believe in reaching people who may not look like me, who may not have my background, who may not understand me, but who know that change can happen and want to be a part of that change. And so that is my mission with what I do with my business, is looking at things that people don't see. Because when you are the majority, or when you are in your same lane, you have blind spots that you don't see. And so part of what I do is allow businesses and people to see their blind spots, confront their blind spots, and then change them.
And that might sound scary for a lot of folks. Luckily enough, we've got social media on our side that's, kind of challenging us to consider our biases and to confront them. But what do you say to the person that might not want to look at that, might want to keep the peripherals on? What would you say to that person to invite them, to look deeper?
I would say that you really don't have a choice because change will happen one way or the other. So you can be in front of the change, involved in the change, or the change can happen to you, and then you get to be bitter and you wonder, why is this happening to me? And then you start to blame those people who you say are the other. And those other people have nothing to do with you. They are living their lives to their fullest. So get on board with the change. It's time to, as I always would tell people, burn down the plantation. Just tear it down and let's start afresh.
Yes, and building bridges as well, right? And kind of erasing this line of them versus us, the other, it's your fault. We all got here together, whether we like it or not. This is a collective effort. And I love that, the title of this conversation talks about the effort that it takes to really, create an inclusive workspace and an inclusive environment. How do you support BIPOC employees, or what advice can you give for companies to support BIPOC employees? And maybe you can give some examples for what you do in your company as well.
Yeah, be intentional. Like, it just takes to be intentional. As I told one of my clients before, people are out there. You have to be intentional to look for them. So to say that you can't find any, they're not qualified, is to show your lack of intent and your lack of trying. Because for every organization that is majority white, there is a corresponding organization that may be majority Latinx or African American or Asian American or LGBTQIA. You just have to make that effort. And it's not that hard. Stop looking in your mirror and looking for you and look for something that is different than you. My experience has been most companies just stay in the same lane the entire time. They hire the same, they use the same recruiting methods, they speak to the same people, they use the same language. Well, that is leaving out millions of people who have a different background than you, but are nonetheless as qualified. So don't live in your echo chamber, go outside. So that could be reading books by authors of the community that you want to know about, studying people of the community, and then be humble enough to know, I won't have all the answers, and be okay with being uncomfortable because we are always uncomfortable, and sit through that and allow that to process you. And then when you're in your business avenue, support those people, support your BIPOC people, support them completely, give them mentors and listen to them. Don't come to the answer, listen. Listening, active listening is a skill. And sometimes people who are in positions of authority, your presidents, your vice presidents, your directors of managements and things like that, they are so used to being an authority that they have forgotten the aspect of listening to people around them and then realizing they don't have all the answers. And that's okay. Go get some help. As I tell people, ask the experts. We are here to help you.
I love your response because I'm pretty much obsessed with speaking about the importance of emotional intelligence in our lives, but of course in the workplace as well, because worst case scenario that we see happening now is you have a bunch of people who are not emotionally intelligent building products or running teams, and it's all about the dollar bill. It's all about, supporting this old plantation foundation that you're saying we need to burn it down, right? So how can you challenge someone? Because what I hear from your response is that it takes time, right? And the way that, people are expected to be super productive, especially these days where you go from, Zoom fatigue, Zoom room out, pop in, you barely have time to get water. You have to be intentional, like you said, about making time to do these things. So, as we are racing to be super productive in the work that we do, how can you remind folks that it's so important to carve out time to really be intentional and practice empathy, active listening? And it's not just an extra flavor that you throw on top of the ice cream. It is a necessity. It is the foundation of it. I still don't, I see people seeing that it's important, but I don't really see enough action being taken to, put time in your calendars, make some time to practice active listening. I love that you bring up the book reference. Something that we do on my project that is called the Positive Force Team is we have film clubs and book clubs where, maybe it's not so easy to talk about these really hard, chewy topics that, bring up all the isms, the sexism, the racism, but we can watch this film. Maybe we can have some writing prompts. Maybe we can listen to each other, and we don't necessarily need to, make a statement after, but just having that space to reflect in a fun way too, watching films or reading books, because it takes a lot to say, hey, let's talk about what happened yesterday in the news, because I can't really work knowing that I don't feel comfortable going outside. So my question to sum it all up is, how can we really be intentional about making time in our calendar to actively promote inclusivity?
I think I like what you said when you said what you focus on is scheduling time to even just watch a movie. Like, that's really important. Scheduling that time to watch a movie, because what is important to you, you'll make time for. And so for the leaders who are watching us, schedule that time to say, we are going to watch this. Don't need to have a deep discussion about it. Don't need to, break it down. We are going to do this. And then schedule time for your employees that is on the books that they don't have to use to take a break. Schedule that time. You know what? We're not having any meetings on this day. I know we need to make, money. We have this client to serve. We have this product to push. But for this time, 1 hour, 2 hour, we're having blocks of where we're going to allow our employees to take inventory. And then we're going to have a block where we're going to listen so that everybody is heard. And then we're going to have a block where we're going to take time to develop a plan to change. Like, you got to put it on your calendar to make it happen. We all have cell phones, Apple, Android, whatever. We all have them. We all are block off. I put on time when my niece is coming to visit. The very least our leaders can do is put in time to say, this is what we're going to do. We're not having any other meetings. This is how we're going to handle it. And again, I love that you said, a book club or a movie or even reading the smallest things. Those are those little things that you make time for that's going to change the whole culture of your organization.
Yes, I love that. I love that we were vibing on that. So let's move to accountability. Let's say that, cool, you got the idea, everyone's into it, but you see that there's a lack of accountability. I want to move to this question here that has to do with self-advocacy as well, so we can kind of put it all in the same pot. So how can we self-advocate if we are the only diverse employees in the organization or in the conversation?
I would say come with solutions. That's the biggest thing, because nobody wants to hear a bunch of complaints, because that is a bias statement, a microaggression that they continually, whoever they is at your organization, says, well, all they're doing is complaining. They're not bringing any real solutions. So for you to self-advocate, look at the problem and then be the solution. Write it down, make it clear, so that you have the solution to what you see. So if it's a lack of diversity in the upper echelons, say, okay, you know what, this is what I see. So how can we change that? Well, we can have mentorship programs. We can go to colleges and universities or to trade schools, and we can begin to pull those people that we want into our leadership, into our program. We can begin to reach back maybe one generation or two generations and pull them up so that they can see it. And so as you're developing your plan, don't just think about getting things done for you right now, but let's go a step further and say, okay, this is the problem. This is how I know I can fit the solution. And now I have other things that can back that up so that going forward, it won't be a problem. But you have to advocate from a place of having the solution. So that way they can't say, well, they just complain, and have that solution in writing, because everything now is done by writing. So have it out so that way you can, one, get the credit for it. So someone else can't take your ideas. That's really important for us and for all of our creatives out there. Make sure you put that in writing so that way they know where it came from.
Absolutely. Say that again, because we gotta protect ourselves as everything is changing. And that brings me to a point. A couple years ago, this whole world of DEI didn't exist. I mean, in theory, it should have, and of course, underground it was, and it has always been. But now, this is a hot topic. What do we need to keep in mind as this is being, a hot button topic, and as there's more of a call to action, let's say, to have more people fill these roles? How people are getting the experience to fill these roles, or how people are, showing a desire to fill these roles. I would just love to hear you speak about it, just like what's happening with the times now. As I said, a couple years ago, it was not a role I didn't see anywhere. Now I'm seeing it everywhere. And I just love your personal opinion on it. And what can we look at? What do we need to be mindful of most of all?
Yeah. I would say the same thing. Right now, there seems to be like an oversaturation of diversity. And I say oversaturation because everybody is grabbing hold to the word, but not understanding that diversity is just the beginning. Like appreciating the differences that we have from our religious backgrounds to people's sexual preferences to people's ethnicities and races. That's just the beginning. The end goal is inclusion. And so that's what I want people to remember, that diversity is just the beginning. The end goal is to be completely inclusive. And to be completely inclusive, we also have to have equity. So they're all so tied together. But what I see right now is people getting stuck on just diversity, like, oh, everything is so different. Oh, look at all this. Look at all the people of color. Look at all that. I'm like, but stop checking off the boxes. Get to the point where it's inclusive, where we no longer have headlines that says the first African-American person to do this, the first transgender person to do this, the first woman to do that. We have to get to the point where we're inclusive, where it is normal and it is expected that we include everyone. It shouldn't be the first Muslim, or, you know, depending on where you are in the world, the first Christian or the first Buddhist. It should be they're qualified. And we have a long list of people. So I would say we need to get past diversity and get to equity and inclusion. Because at inclusion, then we're making real change.
Yes, I love that. Someone said something the other day that I was like, oh, that's such a beautiful way to put it. So if you're at the table of, you know, you're where all the leaders are, let's say in your organization, instead of saying, you know, how can I bring diversity to the table, it's who are we missing? That's such an open-ended, beautiful question. Who are we missing in this conversation, and how can we, you know, mix this up with it, you know, with intention, and follow through with that, so that we're not just checking a box. I love everything you're saying. I love it, and I just want to praise you for you know, speaking your truth, and for starting the company that you've started, and for, you know, sharing your wisdom in this way. So thank you so much. Let's move on to this next question, because we've got about 10 minutes left. So what resources are available to employees from the state in case organizations fail to keep their DEI promises?
Yeah, so in the United States, and in most states in the United States, they have civil rights agencies and civil rights divisions that actually investigate claims of unlawful discrimination. So for the state of Pennsylvania, that's at the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission. So if you feel that your company is failing to live up to their DE&I, failing to promote you and other people like you, you can always feel free to contact that agency and file a complaint. You can always file a complaint at the federal level as well, both in employment and in housing, and in public accommodations. The neat thing about Pennsylvania is that you are covered wherever you work, live, or go to school. So if you are not being included, you know, or you're being followed around the store every time you go to your local retail store, you can file a complaint based upon that, and they will hold them accountable. All those things are available to people as redress when they are individually harmed, or when a group of people is harmed. So say your company all of a sudden makes this huge change, and you're seeing that, you know, the requirements are now affecting all of the people of color there. Well, that's a problem. That means that neutral policy that they just implemented for whatever reason is now having a detrimental effect on a large group of people of color. So you can always file a complaint that way. I would encourage people to do that within their region, in the United States, at the state level and the federal level, and even at other countries. Still have civil rights divisions, still have a way that you can reach out to someone and get help, so that you're not doing it alone.
Thank you for that. Thank you for sharing those resources. We do have a live question here from Ashley Spear, who writes, and I'll read now. How do you distinguish companies that are inclusive?
Look at their track record. Look at what they have on their website. Look at how they've gone over the last 5, 10 years, not just this year and the last 2 years, because everybody wants to be inclusive in the last 2 years, right? That's the big deal now. I'm inclusive, so come buy my products. I'm inclusive, so come bank with me. No, I need to know, were you committed before the headlines? And then are you committed afterwards? Don't just throw money, because what happened here is everybody who says, well, I'm going to give this amount of dollars to support Black businesses, to support our Asian citizens, to support Spanish businesses. But that's just money. Are you in the trenches? Are your employees volunteering? Are you giving time for them to volunteer? Are you creating scholarships for the next generation? Are you doing all of those things? Because talk is cheap, but are you in it for the long haul?
Yes, we can put that on a t-shirt and give it out for free, because we need to remember that. I'm getting a lot of things in my inbox these days about, how certain companies are doing a lot of lip service. It's just what you're speaking to now. It's like, okay, what are you really doing to move the madness? Or are you just feeding into it by, giving some money or, putting a nice hashtag? Of course, every little bit counts, but of course you want to see the integrity behind it as well. Let's move on to this next question here. From your experience working with the Human Relations Commission, what were some reoccurring problems you'd encounter?
A lot of people just didn't think about it because it didn't affect them. This was just our policy. What do you mean there's something wrong with it? There's a lot wrong with it. And the fact that you didn't think about it says that that's a bigger problem. It's like, what do you mean? What's wrong with saying that? Everything is wrong with saying that. If you don't recognize it, then you are the problem. And so what I saw was a lot of people just not even thinking about it because it didn't affect them, because they went along with the status quo. This is the way the operation always worked. This is the way this policy always worked. I don't understand what the problem is. Or in the case of harassment, this is the way this person always was. Why are you upset? Because it's a problem and you should have been upset. So there was just a complete lack of intentionality, not necessarily malice, but just kind of like didn't think about it. Just nonchalant, like we really didn't think about it because it didn't affect you, so it didn't bother you. But now that it's brought to your attention, we need you to do this and we need you to make change. And a lot of times people were just kind of flabbergasted, like, what? This is happening here? I didn't know. I didn't understand. Can you help me? Can you all come out and do training? I just need some guidance. And that's really what it was. Rarely did we have someone who was intentional. I mean, you do get those kind of off the wall things and you're just kind of like, okay, you and I both know that was really wrong. But really, it was just a whole lack of like awareness. And that really speaks to the whole community because the agency serves the entire state. So that lack of awareness was just affecting one state in the United States. And so multiply that across all of our states, all of our territories, and then multiply that across the influence that the United States has across the world. And you see why we are where we are.
Yes, I'm so glad that you put that at the end of your statement as well, because I'm living outside of the States. I've been living outside of the States for a while. And I often get in these kind of debates with my partner about, she'll say like, oh, but that's just the States. And I'm like, but the States has an influence on the world. I grew up, I was born in Los Angeles, and look at what Hollywood does to, let's just say how Hollywood portrays a woman of color. And let's go deeper and say a Black woman. So then I go to another country and I have to rely on what Hollywood is showing you for you to know what to call me. I've been called all kinds of names. So it's taking that the responsibility, as well to be aware because you do have influence. So I love that you're hitting the nail on the head there. Here's a really beautiful question that I'd love to hear your response to, and for to encourage this person who's looking to do something different. So this question reads, I would like to change the direction of my career to move towards a role focused on inclusion and diversity. How do I do that?
Just take the leap. Just take the leap. There are so many college courses now here in the States, and I'm sure elsewhere. There are so many, online things that you can do. Just take the leap and just begin to reading, begin to do your research, reach out to other people who are already in the field. There are several organizations, both nationally here and internationally. Most of them are all international now, where you can reach out and say, hey, I'm interested in getting into this field. What can I do? So they are out there. Just take the leap. Don't be afraid. Or as they say, do it afraid. Do it scared. It's okay. If you fall, get up and keep moving. But do it anyway. Start by just finding one article, finding one book, and then connecting with the international groups, because everything and everybody is online now. You mentioned that you now live outside of the States. So we can talk to anybody and get the necessary resources that we have. But there are some out there. There's like the International Association of Human Rights Organizations that's out there. There is the International Diversity Council. And even if they're located only inside the United States, they will definitely welcome members outside of the United States. because when you're in diversity, you realize that it's bigger than just here. I know we in the States like to think that we're the best. However, the world is a big, big place, and problems of this come across the entire globe. And so any organizations just even just here in the US will welcome all of our international members. So just take the lead and come on and join the party. It's a lot of fun.
Yes, a lot of hard work, a lot of fun, but like again, you meet people like us that we want to make a change, and we've got storytelling to do here, lots of stories to bring up from things as what I call the B side of history, things that were left out of the storytelling process. We only get one side of the history. So we get a chance to speak with our elders, to speak with other people in different communities. And like you said, pick up a book that maybe wouldn't call our attention before, but just to learn intentionally about someone else. So we've got about 2 minutes left. So I love to pass the mic back to you to hit on anything you would like to cover in the next minute and a half. Any kind of encouragement, food for thought you can leave our live audience now. And just thank you again for speaking with us today. And I just want to give the last 2 minutes to you.
Yeah, I mean, it was my pleasure. But what I want to tell people is don't give up. Like, it's a long, hard fight. Sometimes I would wake up and be like, am I even making a difference? Am I making a difference? But the reality is, because we woke up, yes, you are making a difference. Because you chose your vocation, yes, you are making a difference. So don't give up in the middle, fight through to the end. And always find allies. Like, we don't have to do it alone. Superwoman is only on DC Comics, right? She's make-believe. So make sure you get yourself a good tribe, a good group of people to support you. And that's what I have, is a good tribe of people that will hold me accountable, find out what my vision is, and help me to accomplish it. So don't go it alone. Get good groups of people. You can find me on LinkedIn, just at Janeda Rochelle on LinkedIn. So find me there. You can find me at Janeda Rochelle on Instagram. I will be glad to partner with you, just give you any ideas, give you the help that my friends give to me. That's what I want to leave everyone. Don't do it alone, but yet still do it. And when life gives you lemons, don't make lemonade. Make what you like to drink. Whether that's sangria, cherry limeade, Diet Coke, whatever. Make something different. Just make something.
Yes, just make something and make something different. Beautiful words to end this conversation. Thank you so much, Janeda, for sharing wisdom with us. And we've got some folks who are continuing to write questions, but I would refer you to reach out to her on LinkedIn and her website that she just mentioned before, so you can follow up and continue to ask your questions. Thank you so much again for spending time with us today. Appreciate you.
Thank you. All right.
Yes.
Yay.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Janeda. Thank you so much, Mariella, for such a great conversation with a lot of really awesome insights that you provided today. So thank you both for being here. And I want to say thank you to our audience for being here, for tuning in, whether it's, dropping questions and comments in the chat or, just listening in the background. We're so happy to have you here, and we're really glad that you are here. And so if you're looking to earn SHRM credits from today's talk, you can just use the code that's on the top left of the screen. And as we're diving into the next conversation, I just want to cover some quick housekeeping, say thank you so much for attending today. Power to Fly's Diversity Reboot 2021 Financial Inclusion. If you're just joining us, you'll notice that your camera and audio are off. But you can definitely drop your questions and comments in the chat. We really want to make this an engaging experience for everyone. And if you have any technical difficulties, please feel free to tag myself or my colleague Paloma, and we're going to do our best to get to it so that we can help you troubleshoot in the moment. If you're looking to earn SHRM credits again for today's talk, you can grab those at the top left, and then we're going to drop the code of conduct in the chat just to make sure that this is a great experience for everyone. And so today we're going to be diving into the conversation about payroll benefits made easy, because it is not easy, right? So we're going to dive into that with one of our very own employees at Power to Fly and somebody that we've partnered with a lot. And so we're just going to run through quickly everyone's bios to bring you all up to speed on these incredible speakers. So on the line today, we've got Nekpen Oswan-Wilson. She is a dynamic strategist with a decade of experience across management consulting, program management, and analytics strategy. She's a trusted advisor to her clients. Nekpen leverages her robust experience in analytics strategy and technology management to solve complex problems, engage cross-functional teams, and above all, demonstrate a commitment to people-centered leadership. A featured speaker at national platforms, including the White House, WIN Summit, South by Southwest, Essence Festival, New Leaders Council, and the National Urban League, SiriusXM Radio, and Inbound Conference, Nekpen is passionate about building inclusive and equitable workplace culture with diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging at its core. And in conversation with Nekpen today, we've got Rosalind Gabot. She is a dynamic, hands-on account executive at Power to Fly with 5+ years of success building and strengthening relationships with key stakeholders, driving up unprecedented revenue growth, and merging knowledge and experience with innovative technology products with a business sales acumen. She strives to anticipate and quickly react to customer needs, providing a consultative and welcoming approach to solve complex problems and deliver world-class solutions. I know this is more professional background, but she's also really cool outside of that and incredible. And I am so excited to hand the mic over to both of you and welcome you here today. And thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, Nicole. Wonderful intro as always. It's really great to speak with you today, Nekpen. I would love to get started with maybe you introducing yourself and telling us a bit about what fascinates you about data and analytics. Oh, you're on mute though.
And after a year of Zooming, I'm still on mute. Hi, everyone. It's so good to be here this afternoon. I'm Nekpen Oswan-Wilson. I serve as our head of CX strategy at Gusto, where we're super passionate about leveraging analytics to build a more financially inclusive workplace for both employers and employees. My background started over a decade ago, where I actually started in a classroom as a Teach for America teacher. I taught math for 2 years to underprivileged students in Boston and really learned the importance of tracking student performance and getting multiple stakeholders to share information, whether qualitative or quantitative, in order to better drive decisions. And I think in that school environment, I quickly learned my passion for data was not just specific to education. I spent the rest of my career, I tell people, chasing interesting questions. I love this idea of improving processes and business operations with data. And at Gusto, we do that every day to improve our ability to serve our customers.
Amazing. I also love data and analytics. I don't think I'm as smart as you, but I definitely resonate with all of that.
You're very kind.
So if you could tell us a bit more about what you all really do at Gusto, that would be awesome.
Sure. So for those who have not heard, I like to say Gusto is the best kept secret in the tech world. We were recently ranked #1 by USA News and World Report as the #1 payroll software platform for small businesses. In the last year alone, our business has grown, not only supporting our business owners and customers through a very challenging pandemic for all business types, but we've also been leveraging our Center for Customer Excellence in order to boost our ability to meet people where they are online. Gusto primarily services clients in 3 different ways. One, we will run your payroll for you, right? Everyone who's a business owner can understand the pains of payroll processing, meeting your state and local payroll demands. We want to take that off your hands and allow you to focus on your business, the thing that you love doing, whether that's baking for your customers or making products that really excite your community. Gusto will take the payroll administration off your hands. We also do a lot of benefits operations where we act as a broker to get your employees benefits, including healthcare, tax support, anything that's a service that you probably don't want to do as a business owner. Gusto could probably do it for you. We're really scaling quickly, and we're excited to work with over 3,000 customers newly added on in the last year, which is great.
Congratulations. That is amazing. You all are doing amazing things. And what are you all doing in particular to support businesses during this unprecedented time?
Such a good question, Rosalind. I think one of the things we've learned at Gusto is that if you're providing a tech service or tech platform, it's not enough to be on the sidelines while businesses go through so much. And for us, we've been doing a number of things to really help businesses succeed post-COVID. During the pandemic specifically, we offered a website that gave grants and access to opportunities for small businesses that were struggling at a one-stop source on our site for free. So whether or not you were our customer or not, you could go to gusto.com, look up opportunities for grants and funding to help your business make it through that challenging time. We've also been doing a lot of education around PPP. As you know, a lot of business owners, particularly those of color, felt like it was not very transparent in the first few rounds, that selection processes were very confusing. And so at Gusto, we did a number of webinars and trainings to both educate customers, business owners, on how best to apply for a grant and what qualifications in the financial services space were needed in order to really get the funding you need. We're really excited that in the last couple of weeks, Congress has decided to expand PPP funding and reevaluate the advanced program, which is a non-required loan that you don't have to pay back. So all really good things in the right direction to help our business owners through this difficult time. In addition, we did some customer education around COVID-19. How can businesses position themselves around some of the requirements at different state levels, how to keep their customers safe, how to create an environment where you would be both comfortable and safe providing services to customers and also keeping your staff healthy. So these are all things that we stepped up to the challenge in the last year. And for 2021, we're excited to continue that relationship with all these amazing business owners who've really inspired us in the work that we do.
That's absolutely amazing. And I can just imagine the impact that you all have had on small businesses, on different types of people. And that's just great job. And so are you all also doing anything to support women in fintech or to create inclusion for women?
For sure. I think this is an area that every company has had to grow in the last year. Given the anti-racist conversations that are going on across our country, this movement to empower and really acknowledge the importance of Black lives, Gusto has not stayed on the sideline for that either. Our people leaders have been recently recognized by Business Insiders as some of the most innovative diversity and inclusion specialists across the country. And in the last year alone, we've also been doing the work internally to make sure that our positions externally really match what we stand for. Specifically, we've created Rise Communities, which was not a part of Gusto prior to late 2019. And these communities are funded. They have like key leadership that's named to drive the conversations forward. And they are core to Gusto's success. I'll tell you, I think in the last year of asking so much of our teams to deliver for our customers and our client base, we've learned the importance of centering diversity and inclusion at the core, because we know that people have to be able to bring their full selves to work. It's not enough to kind of leave yourself at the door and then come do the business and only contribute part way. We started implementing trainings both for managers and also just critical conversations for individual contributors at Gusto to really feel like they can be their full selves and speak up and feel empowered. This is something we're also managing by measuring our leadership on this. Their ability to create inclusive spaces is part of the metrics that they're growing with at Gusto. And so for us, it's not about just talking the external work, but also doing internal work that has to be done, because every company has a spectrum to grow on, and we recognize our role in furthering the important conversations that are happening outside of Gusto within us.
Definitely. You are preaching to the choir. I love everything that you are saying, and I totally resonate with it. I also saw that you're the CEO of Women Work. Can you tell us how you're empowering women in the industry?
Sure. So for me, being in business now for about 10 years, I've noticed some of the gaps, right? I recently was part of a research study with Catalyst.com, an amazing platform that's got great data on the experiences of women and people of color in finance. And one of the things that I've learned is this idea that we have to lean into our power and not shrink when we have an opportunity to speak. I think in finance, it can feel very normative, right? The idea of a financial leader looking, sounding, presenting themselves in a certain way has become the norm. And I started Women Work about 6 years ago to challenge that, not only in financial services, but across all sectors. Our mission at Women Work is to empower women of color to bring diversity and inclusion as a strength into the workplace. We create programming that is centered on supporting women to, one, do a lot of self-reflection, right? What are my personal and professional goals? How do I show up in spaces that I have to spend time in, like at work, like at home? And who do I have in my network that will help me get to where I want to go? This idea that while we're great superpower women as women of color, we cannot go it alone. Everyone who's successful has a network, has someone that they're able to call on, whether that's a mentor, a sponsor. And so at Women Work, we're always giving our members tools, like very tactical tools of how best to start a conversation with allies, how best to approach power and learn how to lean into power in a healthy way. And how do you really communicate effectively your personal and professional goals, no matter what company you sit in and what level you're at, right? We often think that leadership should be for managers and above, but I've always been encouraged through our trainers at Women Work that you can have leadership at any level. And so that's what I do there, is this idea of, again, bringing intersectionality and celebrating diversity. And I'm just so excited that we're at a time where that's top of mind for most people. When we first started, we definitely felt some challenges and just a general apathy that women of color should just fit in. And I think now people recognize we bring different experiences and different strengths, and that should be celebrated at work.
Yes, I agree with you. I just want to tell you that I agree with you, because everything that you're saying is exactly how I feel. And so then, do you see a lot of the type of people that are joining Women Work? Are there a lot of them like entry level or just starting off their careers? Are they more senior? How has it been?
That's a great question. Our membership base is really diverse, but I will say the bulk of our membership is between age 25 and 45. So folks who've kind of already had a couple of years in their career and are starting to maybe recognize that, individual performance is not all they need. They're looking left and right and seeing others navigating a little differently and getting ahead. And they start to realize I probably need more support or perspective on how best to level up in my life. So that's our typical member base. But, membership is completely free at Women Work. You don't have to be a certain age. We have members across all sectors. Just join by following us on social, Women Work. So that's women plural, work with an E. And then you can join our free newsletter. Every month, Rosalind, we send out a newsletter that shares a great celebration update of women of color who are doing great work that we can all be inspired by. We also share a lot of research about how best to navigate this world of double standards for women, let's be honest. And then finally, we share opportunities in the tri-state area for people who want to join. And unfortunately, because of COVID, these opportunities are actually virtual for everyone. So now no matter where you sit in the country, you can actually join in. So that's kind of interesting as a shift for our org. So I encourage folks to go to womenwork.com and sign up on the website. It's completely free.
Yeah, awesome. Well, I'm about to sign up as soon as we're finished. I love it. And so a question that came in is, since Women Work is focused on having women of color bringing D&I to the workplace, how do you advise your members to navigate the burden of D&I at work while balancing their own lives?
That is a real weight that I think a lot of people of color have faced every day. So that's a really good question. I appreciate it. One of the things that I've recognized, even as a senior leader at Gusto that is of color, as a Black woman, I think that one of the things we can start to do is be honest about our capacity and share that with others. If you are burnt out or you're being asked to take on more and more to where you're not being able to be successful in your career, you can't be in that room any longer, right? We don't want to jeopardize the important responsibility that you were hired for because of D&I, unless that's tied together, right? And that's one thing I started off with, is just being honest with myself, both here in my current company and in the past, about my personal capacity to take on D&I work. I know that as people of color, we're often tapped to be the expert in the room, to represent and share, for everyone, even though we know personally that our experiences are multifaceted. We know that our race and our ethnic identities are not a monolith at all. We know that, but I think as people are coming to be more understanding of the experiences of minorities and women of color, we have to be part, in my opinion, of that education. There's not a way to build understanding with others without a relationship, without hearing those stories. And so be honest about your capacity to share your story and to share your perspective on things and why certain things are just not okay in our spaces that we operate in. But at the same time, be honest about like where you have that limit. One of the things that I've tried to do is to try to incorporate my DEI work as a metric to my own year-end performance. That's a strategy that I implement because it is work. It takes time, right? While we're trying to help others come along in their learning and sort of build culture that's healthy, make sure that you get some kudos and recognition for that, whether that's a direct conversation with your manager, tapping someone on the people or talent team to say, hey, I'm doing this. I want you to know about it. I want to be part of it in a way that's structurally going to support my career as well. There's nothing wrong with that because, you know, we're all trying to help improve our workplaces and that should be recognized.
Definitely. I really agree with that. I think that a lot of the times when women of color do this extra work, it's not considered extra work. It is just something that you're volunteering to do, even though it is super important. There's oftentimes no compensation attached to it and there's no recognition attached to it. So how would you like navigate that conversation or have explained to someone how they would navigate that conversation with their manager or with one of their leaders?
That's a great question. I think so these requests in my space, and I'd love to hear your experience too, Rosalind, as another fellow amazing woman of color. As a Black woman, I often get asked to do like a one-on-one to sort of support a senior leader and help them enhance their perspective. And I think a one-on-one that's relationship building is totally fine. In my opinion, that doesn't feel necessarily like work because I want to share who I am. And I also take that opportunity to learn more about the person across the Zoom for me, right? Like just so we can get to know each other deeper and share our personal experiences. I think when it comes to macro conversational spaces, like for an entire team or for an entire group or department or vertical of your company, then I think it needs to be a conversation of the continuation of that work. And I think for me, I'm in a space where our managers kind of already get it. And I recognize because of our evaluation system and our importance of inclusion at Gusto that like at the end of the year, anything I do that's going to help our culture will be seen as a positive benefit to my bonus, honestly. But if you don't have that in your workplace today, I think it's worth a conversation to just one, educate your leadership on how much time you're being asked to do this work. Just a literal, I would like to share with you that I've been asked 5 times to do this thing and here's how much time that took away from my work. And it's not an excuse for anything else, but I would love to hear from you if this is a priority, if I should continue, right? And if that question doesn't come with a response of, yes, it's a priority, here's how it's a priority, here's how we're going to acknowledge that you need to, I think, revisit this idea of where these asks are coming from and whether or not they're a priority for your space. I try to be strategic. We all have 24 hours in our day. Like I cannot do everything everyone asks me to do. And I certainly don't want to let anybody down. So I always try to clarify with leadership, like where does this stand in my list of priorities of things to do? Help me navigate. And I think that conversation as a question is always really healthy. It'll give an open-ended response and it'll give people the ability to like inform you where your next move should be. What do you think, Rosalind? I don't know how you navigate it. I'm gonna ask you.
I definitely agree with you. I have done something similar in the past where what I did was outline the things that I have done, as well as my ideas for what I could do in the future in order to support the company surrounding all of this, and presented that to my manager. And we came to the conclusion that yes, this work is definitely valuable. And we worked out what that compensation would look like as a part of doing that work. Yeah. And I think that sometimes we can kind of think that we have to do it for free or we have to do it without any kinds of recognition just because of the fact that it's so important and like it needs to be done and we can see the need even though other people can't. But when we make it into a conversation, when we propose it with a proper business case, I think that we're able to really get a lot of buy-in from our leaders and that support to continue doing that work.
Totally agree, completely, totally.
I have another question, and it's kind of around the question that just came in, and it's when thinking about benefits, what are benefits we should be asking our employers for? And with that, I'm also thinking, how would they negotiate that as well?
Oh, that's such a good question. I think this one's a little hard because I would have to know like what sector, what level. I am a career coach on the side, so that person probably saw that in my bio. It was like, what should I be negotiating for? But it's a good one to ask. I think one, don't take the first offer. That's all I'll say is my primary point of advice for negotiating. Just don't take the first offer. There's always room. But I would honestly have to say it depends. A good question to ask to know what's available though is to ask your HR, point of contact or your recruiter, what have you. What are other people at my level getting? Or what does this company offer as a benefits package apart from salary? Asking that directly will give you the menu of options that you need. I think too often we kind of go into negotiations feeling like we have to have all the answers when it should be a conversation. It really should. A conversation where you're seeking equity, you're seeking what's fair and balanced for the work you're about to do. And then you're informing the conversation with where HR has all of the knowledge on their side, right? They know what other people are earning. They know what other people are pushing on for benefits. Ask that directly. And I'm sure you'll get some shocking answers depending on where you sit in the organization.
Definitely. And so then I think that within that question, it's also looking at things besides compensation as well, right?
Yeah. Depending on the company you work for, that's true. Sometimes it's more time off. Sometimes it's flexibility around your workday as a benefit that you've negotiated for yourself. I'm a remote employee in a company that has like traditional offices. So I think depending on what works best for you, it's good to come up with other non-monetary things as well, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that a way to prepare for that conversation is to really write down the things that you value. So beyond just your hour, it could be like your hours that you prefer, a longer lunch break or something, flexibility to have some time off on whatever day it is, working out the benefits package that you're going to have, your vacation days, all of those things, write that out before you even start the negotiation process. So this way you'll be able to understand the things that you need, the things that you want, and what you're going to settle with them for and compromise on.
Completely.
Yeah. Another question that came in is how do you use your network to grow?
Oh, that's such a good question. I love that question. That's a good question. How do I use my network to grow? One thing that I'm constantly doing with my network, one is just checking in with people. I love conversations where you're just catching up because you learn so much about what people are up to. You learn what goals you might not even be thinking about that others are pursuing. And so that's really inspiring to hear from other people. For me to grow, I think the first step is always self-reflection to know where I'm at and what my aspirational goals are. So every year I host a vision board party with ladies in my network, which I've gotten popular for, I guess. I love self-reflection. And so I take an opportunity at the start of the year to really set a vision for myself. I don't call them resolutions so much. I call them like my guiding principles, my aspirations for the year.
Yes.
Yeah. And it kind of takes the pressure off, right? Like you don't have to be so stern with yourself in the middle of a global pandemic, especially. So I kind of set a vision for my year. What areas do I want to grow in? Typically my visioning and goal setting kind of helps me tie to my network. If I'm honest, actually, I always say to myself, if I want to grow my finances, if I want to grow in my ability to communicate effectively or better, if I want to connect with amazing women like Rosalind on Power to Fly, like where am I heading towards for this year? And then I ask the second question of who's going to help me get there? Because I don't think we need to do it alone. I think women try to be amazing and well-rounded and do everything in their own strength, and we don't have to. Leveraging your network is a great way to learn, grow, and be inspired. And so whenever I set a goal for myself, I try to make it something that I cannot easily attain so that it's a growth goal, right? But then I reach out to my network and I share it. I put myself out there. I try to be vulnerable. I ask people about their experiences on that topic, any advice they would have. You know, and I think being in this virtual environment has been really great because you can send people emails and you know they're on email because everyone's on their computer. And also like in terms of scheduling time, I found that it's just so much more accessible now that we don't have to arrange a location to meet up to talk about this topic, right? We can just drop a link. And so that's sort of how I leverage my network. One, I always stay connected just to check in and see how people are doing genuinely. I set goals that are clear for myself and are honest. And then I ask people to like help me go along the way so that I'm growing. And what's cool about helping other people or having people help you is that you can communicate to them, I'm here to help you as well, right? And it's a mutual thing. It's not just like, I'm just using you because you're in my network. I think most of my friends in my network would say like, Nectan's one of those people, she's a giver and she loves investing in other people. That's why I'm happy to invest in her because I think it's a shared reciprocity when they're working on a goal, whether it's growing their board leadership or financial knowledge or seeking that next opportunity. They know they can come to me and I'll support them fully. So that's important also to recognize what you can give while you're making that ask of your network as well.
Definitely. Everyone, if you're able to provide someone with value, and they'll definitely be more eager to provide you with value as well. Everyone loves help and everyone can always leverage. Everyone has some kind of strength and some kind of value that they can provide. And it really is, I think, up to you to identify what your strengths are and then work with people on how you can support them and they in turn support you.
Totally. Love it.
Well, I know we only have 2 more minutes left, but this was an absolutely amazing talk. I loved it. I feel like I need to connect with you afterwards as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rosalind, I just had one more thing. Our Women Work team is growing. We've really been blessed to have like a small grant this year. We're working on other grants, but if you are a woman of color that wants to grow with a growing nonprofit centered on women to build programming and content and training, and to elevate the voices of amazing women of color, please reach out. Email me at womenwork@gmail.com. That's women plural, work with an E @gmail.com. We're accepting resumes for different parts of our business, including event operations, which is digital right now, social media strategy, and community grant outreach. So if you're interested in any of those areas, please let me know. I'd love to connect. And I'm really grateful to Rob and the entire team at Power to Fly, especially you, Rosalind, for moderating this conversation. Please, everyone, Gusto is amazing. If you are looking for a new role, we are opening up so much headcount by the end of May. Check out our jobs board, connect with me. I'm happy to give you like more of the amazing tea that I already shared here about what it's like to work there. You will love it. It's a very inclusive space. Thank you all.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Nectan.
Fantastic. Okay, what a great conversation. I feel like I took a lot away from that, and I really love the vision board event. Like, I think that's so cool. I don't even think I said it correctly, but I think that is such a good idea. And what a way to plan out ideas, get feedback, see what other people are working on. I think it's fantastic. So thank you so much to Roz, and thank you so much to Nectan for being here today and sharing your expertise. I want to shout out that Power to Fly is proud to direct 100% of proceeds from purchased merchandise to TransTech Social, an incubator for LGBTQ talent with a focus on economically empowering the transgender people. The funds from this campaign will specifically support technical bootcamp fees for Black, transgender, and non-binary people on their way to a career in engineering. We will drop the link in the chat. And diving into the next conversation, talking about the power of educational programs in the financial industry, I'm really excited about this conversation as somebody who's learning more about the finance industry myself when it comes to investing in you know, certain sectors. I'm really excited about this conversation, and I wanted to shout out Thornburg, who is sponsoring our conference and sponsoring this conversation that we're diving into today. And I just wanted to cover some quick housekeeping before I introduce our speaker today. So thank you everyone who's attending, whether you're just listening in, dropping your questions in the chat, making comments. We are so excited to have you here and really appreciate you tuning in. If you're just joining us, you'll notice that your camera and audio will remain off for the conversation, but we would love for you to participate in today's conversation. So drop a question, drop a comment, and we're going to do our best to get that to the speaker. And if you're having technical difficulties, you can just tag myself or my colleague Paloma, and we will do our best to help you. If you're looking to earn SHRM credits from today's talk, you can just use the code that's on the top left of the screen to redeem those credits. And then we're going to drop the code of conduct in the chat so that we can make sure that this is a safe experience for everyone involved. And so with all of that, I'm really excited to introduce today's speaker, Jan Blakely. Jan Blakely Holman is Director of Advisor Education at Thornburg Investment Management. She is responsible for identifying and creating advisor education programs that support financial advisors as they work with their clients and prospects. Jan has spent 44 years in the financial service industry. Over the course of her career, she served as a financial advisor, an advisor to financial advisors, and a financial services corporate executive. Jan is a frequent presenter at broker, dealer, and industry conferences where she discusses women in investing, women in transition, longevity planning, and managing legacy wealth. She has also written numerous articles and contributed to several books on these and other financial planning topics. A strong believer in the importance of the financial advisor-investor relationship throughout her career, Jan has demonstrated a passion for helping consumers understand the off-putting language of financial services. An avid skier, photographer, and novice silversmith, Jan's career at Thornburg has enabled her to achieve her goal of living life on purpose by doing rewarding and meaningful work while enjoying the beautiful mountains of Santa Fe. I love that. A mother of 3 and a grandmother of 2. She lives with her 2 puppies, Dobby, a Basset Hound, and Tigger, a Great Dane. Jan has a BA in political science from the University of Denver. And I'm Nicole. I will be moderating today's conversation, and I am the Associate Marketing Manager at Power to Fly. And I'm really excited to be here, and I definitely resonate with everything you said about all, the off-putting language of the financial services industry. So really excited to dive in. And so welcome, Jan.
Well, thank you, Nicole. It's nice to see you.
It is nice to see you too. And I love the microphone. Oh my gosh, this is going to be great. This is fantastic. So diving into today's conversation, can you tell us a bit more about your career journey? I know I covered a bunch in there, but anything that I missed and how you became involved in finance, given that your BA is in political science?
Oh, Nicole, I was shocked when I graduated from college in 4 years. This was the 1970s, and I thought I was going to be there for about 20 years. Obviously, I didn't plan well, and my parents were very pleased that I graduated right on time after 4 years. When I went back to Minnesota, where I'm from, my father informed me that he didn't think I was marketable for anything, even though I had a degree from the University of Denver. And you know what? He was probably right. So he made me go to typing school and shorthand school. And he said, well, if nothing else, you can become a secretary. Can you imagine somebody's father saying that to them now? So I did go to typing school and shorthand school. And actually, I'm glad I went to typing school because I could type really fast. And since I write a lot, it's become very important. Anyway, so I had to get a job, and I wound up walking into this, employment agency in the Skyways of Minneapolis, and applied for a job at Piper Jaffray and Hopwood, which is now Piper Jaffray. At that point, it was a broker dealer. And they had advisors or brokers, we called ourselves then, and wound up getting the job. So there I was. And let me tell you something, I didn't even know when I got into the business that if you divide the top number of a fraction by the bottom number, you get a percent. So I had a lot of work to do. So that's how I got in. That's how I got into the business.
I love your story, and I so resonate with the first part about college because I remember every single day I was in college, I hated college, and I'm so glad I'm not there anymore. And there's so much that I learned about college along the way, but thank you so much for sharing that. Wow, okay, so you've learned a lot, you've grown a lot, and now you're the director of advisor education at Thornburg Investment Management. So can you tell us a little bit more about your role? And I mean, like, can you talk about some of the growth that you've had personally moving up?
Oh, sure. What's really interesting, and probably a lot of people that I work with don't know this, is, well, they do know that I have a lot of designations, like 6. Now, the reason, Nicole, I have 6 designations is because of my confidence level. And coming out of college, being prepared to do nothing except be fun at a party, right? I needed to believe that I had knowledge. So that's one of the things that I have focused on during my career. As director of advisor education at Thornburg, what I do is create programs and presentations for financial advisors. And they're typically focusing on how advisors can obtain, acquire, and retain clients and assets, because this is an exceptionally competitive business now. It wasn't as competitive when I started. In fact, I was the only woman in a bullpen at Payne Weber in Minneapolis with 77 guys. So I've been in the business when there were no women, and I'm really happy that there are women, but we need more women, a lot more. We need people of color. When people who are not in this industry look at us, we don't look like people out there. We kind of look like a bunch of middle-aged men and some women here and there. And we need people who look like consumers in order to attract those people to financial advisors, because I'm a believer that people must have a financial advisor. It's critical.
I think it's such an important point that you make, because, you know, as somebody with very little financial service like industry lingo down, just over the past year, I started reading a lot. And it's actually thanks to one of my colleagues who is a prior financial advisor. And it wasn't until I started talking to her that I was able to feel a little bit more comfortable dipping into the realm, right? And there's so many things that are confusing, like a Roth IRA, a 401k, all of these different things, all of these investment places. And when you talk about this competitiveness between financial advisors, and I'm going to guess also there's a competitive edge here when it comes to all of these new technologies that are coming out, right? Which makes it a lot easier to invest, and it can make the user who maybe isn't so familiar feel a little bit more in control of their investments and of where their money's going, right? Because maybe there's a sense of like distrust saying, I want you to tell me how to manage my money, right? Or we get defensive when someone wants to tell us how to manage our spending, our budget, all of that, of course. So I want you to talk about, or I would love for you to talk a little bit more about the importance of having a financial advisor and building that relationship. And a follow-up to that of finding a good financial advisor.
First, I'll address the finding an advisor. I think ask people that you trust, people you know who work with a financial advisor and who have talked about the wonderful relationship they have with their financial advisor. So first, talk to people, get some names, and go interview those people. And as you said, one of the most important things is to make sure that the person you meet with speaks your language, not this language, like real language so that I, as a consumer, can understand this. Because you can't get away from it. People have to invest. They really don't have a choice if they want to acquire things or achieve goals in the future. So in order to do that, you want to work with somebody who knows how to do it. Now, related to working with a financial advisor, I often wonder why people think that this is something they can do on their own. I don't believe that I can test DNA in my house and figure out if somebody's DNA matches the fingerprints on my window. I can't do that. The only person who I've ever known to have operated on themselves was my ex-husband's uncle, who gave himself a vasectomy. Now, that said, that's kind of scary, isn't it? He was a heart surgeon. But what if he sneezed or something? This is dangerous stuff. You don't want to be doing that, right? So you want somebody who does this for a living, not somebody who's goofing around with it. The other thing is the breadth of knowledge. It's not just investing, it's also insurance. Do I need excess disability insurance? Do I need long-term care insurance? Do I need pet insurance? Do you know what I mean? Making decisions like that are part of financial planning. And those are not the sexy parts of money. The fun and sexy part is making money on a stock that goes up, right? Well, you got to do the other stuff too, because that area, the area where we have risks, can come back and bite us if we haven't made conscious decisions about whether or not we should insure against risks. Because if you don't insure against risks and you have to pay out on a loss, you're going to often have to dip into the money that you've invested. So you're just negating any progress you've made.
So true. And I think when, you're a young professional who's just starting to make money, if you went to college, like moving out of those broke college days, if that was the situation you were in, it can feel really empowering to have money. And in a lot of times we're thinking about the now and not planning for the long term, right? And I am always somebody who says, like, you never think the worst is going to happen to you until it actually happens to you, which is why you need to plan for the worst to happen to you in the case that it does. Because no one ever wakes up thinking, I'm going to get hit by a bus, until somebody, or you see a case in the news that it happens and you're like, oh wow, it actually could happen to me, right?
Right.
And so I'd love for you to just touch a little bit about, the importance of longevity planning. As I read in your bio that you're a really big advocate for that. And I think especially for women and those who identify as women, this is something that we don't tend to talk about enough. So I'd love for you to touch on that briefly.
Well, a lot of the work that I do, a lot of the presentations I create and what I write have been ideas that came to me because I'm living it. My mother is 96 years old. That's longevity. Her sister died last summer at age 97. And when I started in the industry, when we did insurance illustrations, life insurance illustrations, we'd often run them out or make the assumption that the person would live till like 85. Now we have to make the assumption that the person, unless there's some health issue, that they're going to live to 100, maybe longer. Well, if you have to make money last for years and years after you retire, if you work outside the home, then you better focus on what do I need to do in order to have a portfolio that actually is focused on appreciating over the long term while potentially throwing off some income currently, if I have to use that income to supplement any retirement income I have. So the longevity, it's not about retirement anymore. Retirement is just a phase, okay? how many phases do we have in our lives? It's an event. I retired. Okay, now I got 30 or 40 years left where I have to figure out what I'm going to do and how I'm going to pay for that. That's important. Really important.
Yeah, it's so interesting because, I live in Argentina, and after you retire, after you've completed a certain amount of time, they guarantee you like a really big percentage of your salary, right? So I think it's up to 82% that they guarantee you for the rest of your life, where, we don't have those systems in the US. And it's so important to think about that and be cognizant of it, because I think it's so easy going back to that, but like thinking in the now and thinking, oh, well, it's fine. And then when you get to that time, you're like, okay, I really should have invested more. And it's a lot harder to go back and, take from the little that you have left. So thank you for touching on that.
You're totally right. I mean, we don't have, and I'll call it not pejoratively, but we don't have that safety net. Yes, we have Social Security, but as you know, our political system is, divided, and some folks are really anti the government paying anything, and other people believe that the government needs to step up. So I don't see a time where we'll be able to get 82% of what our wages were when we were working. I think that would help a lot, because people are not prepared in terms of what they put away for their longevity for the rest of their life. And when you think about it, Nicole, in some cases, people will be retired longer than they worked. I mean, that's not the case for me, kiddo, because I would have to die at like age 120. But anyway, it's true. It's true. And baby boomers now, and in fact, I assume you're a millennial, right?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, you're lucky. I'm not. Baby boomers now are healthier and don't want to necessarily wind it down. I'm like the oldest woman at my firm, and that's fine with me. But when I got into the business, I remember my sales trainer telling me not to meet a potential client in person because he or she would think I was selling Girl Scout cookies. So in terms of age issues, I've kind of lived both sides of it. But I don't foresee myself winding down unless somebody winds me down.
You're really sprucing up my evening here. Thank you so much for this conversation. And I love your honesty and your transparency here. I think it's so needed, especially when talking about such like a heavy topic, right? Like talking about these things and trying to look at our budgets and all of this. And I want to talk about you living an on-purpose life, right? Doing rewarding and meaningful work and getting to do all the other things that you really love to do. I mean, the part about you being a silversmith, that's incredible. But can you talk about that? How have you been able to live an on-purpose life at work, working at Thornburg? And what does that mean for you to live an on-purpose life?
Well, typically when someone gets to about age 50, and it doesn't have to be right on the 50-year mark, but somewhere around there, they step back and they say, what's my life about? What am I doing? Why am I doing it? What have I made of myself? Well, what happened last year, Nicole, is that age 50 thing went out the window because being locked down and all that type of thing, more people than ever were stepping back and saying, I don't think I like being an accountant or being a teacher or whatever their profession. And they want to do what they want to do. And on purpose has to do with why I live my life. I would contend that one of the reasons why my mother and her sister have had such long lives is because they've had a purpose. Now, their purpose may be grandchildren, great grandchildren, it may be friends, that type of thing. My purpose happens to be nature and the mountains and my dogs and my family. So I live in Santa Fe where Thornburg is headquartered, and I'm in the mountains essentially. When I can, in a normal year, not a pandemic year, I like to ski once a week at least. I go hiking. There's something about the mountains that really rejuvenates me. And I think people have that about the ocean. I've never heard anybody say that they have that about the wheat fields. Okay, that's not a thing. But so I'm here, I'm in the mountains. I promised myself when I left Minnesota and left behind my 96-year-old mother, who wasn't 90 when I came to Thornburg 12 years ago, but my 3 kids, their significant others, and now there are 3 grandchildren, 1 on the way. You know what I mean? It's like a bunch of rabbits, but that's a different story. And I'm doing for me what's important. Part of that includes trying to get back to Minnesota at least a week a month. And some of my friends are like, I've never seen anybody do that, where you go home once a month. Well, you know, I'm very close to my mother. I don't want to regret not having been there or believing that it's not important to spend time with my kids. I think that even my grandchildren, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of children. I just had 3. I think I know where they came from. But once I had them, oh my God, I loved them. And I love them even more now. And their kids it's amazing. And it actually gives me energy and gives me life. So purpose is about what makes my soul happy or shine or feel like I'm not wasting my life. And I believe that's what people want, as opposed to being forced into some career that their father always told them they'd be a doctor. So now they're a doctor and they actually want to be a sculptor. So the purpose is about being a sculptor, not being a doctor, if that's not what you want to do. Financial security and financial wherewithal can help ensure that people have the option of doing what they want to do and living their life with and on purpose.
You make so many incredible points. As somebody who lives very far from my family, as I live in Buenos Aires, Argentina, you know, I wish I could get home once a month, because I think being far away also makes you appreciate that even more, right? Because it's a lot easier to not lose sight of the value of that, but definitely being abroad has brought me closer to my family and has, you know, made me want to spend more time with them and talk to them on the phone more, you know, what have you. And so thank you for bringing that up. But also, you know, I think there's a freedom that's really come from this pandemic, with so many jobs moving from in office to remote. And we're seeing this sort of boom in, you know, freelancing, this gig economy. Like it's really changing the idea of what work meant. And then of course, you know, the facility that people have to move abroad now, as I live abroad, and globalization and companies hiring abroad. And I think it's such a beautiful thing, because I feel like as a society, more and more, we're moving towards valuing that life of living on purpose and saying, like, I don't want to just work until I retire and then start to live my life. I want to live my life in the now, you know? And so we had a follow-up question that came in about this idea that said, how do you live an on-purpose life for today, but financially plan for the future? And I'm going to add on to that. If you are planning to move away from your full-time job into the sort of freelance gig economy, how should you financially plan?
Well, again, that's where an advisor comes in. Financial advisors, if you boil it down to basics. What they do is get to know you and help you articulate what you want and what's important to you in life. And then they quantify that for you. For example, if you say, I love Italy, I want to live in Italy, I want to own a home in Italy, then, and when do you want to do it? Well, in 2032. So you look at the cost of homes in Italy for the kind that you'd be interested in, and then you determine what you would need to put away today in order to get to that goal. The financial planning thing and the goal, it's a balancing act. There's short-term goals, medium-term, short-term would be defined as like under a year. Medium-term goals, 2 to 5 years, and then long-term goals, 5 years and longer. Usually it's longer than that, like 10 years probably. And you have to balance things. And that's what happens, for example, when someone gets married and either adopts or has a child, all of a sudden, then there are other goals that come into play that you were never thinking of, like educating the child. And how do we want to plan for that? Not everybody can get on a pair of skis like Lindsey Vonn at age 2 and become a, World Cup champion, or get on the golf course like Tiger Woods and hit a drive 200 yards when you're 8 years old. So it has to be realistic, and the planning is what's critical. And when you plan, there are trade-offs. There are trade-offs. If, for example, you have a child, and honestly, I never wanted any kids. I shouldn't say that. Don't send this to my children. Well, actually, they know that. But once they were in my life, it became apparent to me how important they were. And I wouldn't have been thinking, oh, when we have children, this is what we need to do to plan for the children. They kind of showed up, and you had to kind of switch gears right, while you're already moving forward. And that will happen all through somebody's life. Things will happen that aren't expected. Things will happen that aren't expected, that are heartbreaking, but are also heart-filling. So you just have to know that you can't totally map it out from day one. Things will come in and throw your planning off a little bit, and you have to readjust and continue moving forward.
Exactly. Jan, this has been such an incredible conversation. I can't wait to follow up with you. So can you tell us where we can follow you, where we can follow up with you in this last minute that we have and support you?
I have many things that I've written on Thornburg. So it's on thornburg.com. I have a podcast called #NowMe, and it's actually about individuals, instead of focusing on everybody around them, taking the time and saying, okay, what do I want out of life? As far as I know, we get one chance at this. So we've got to make it the life that we want, and one that will make us feel like there's nothing we regret when we get to the point where we go to wherever that is in the future, life number 2 or whatever. But I'm not coming back as a mosquito.
Well, Jen, I want to thank you so much. I want to thank Thornburg for sponsoring this conference, for having you here speaking on their behalf. It's been so incredible. You are such a character. I resonate with so many things that you said. So thank you so much. And I hope that you have an incredible evening.
Thank you, Nicole. And thank you for the great work you're doing. Appreciate you and your organization.
Awesome. Well, what a great conversation with tons of humor. And so I am feeling super re-energized. And so diving into our next conversation, we're going to be talking about hiring for values fit instead of a culture fit. What a change, right? And so quick housekeeping. I want to thank everyone for being here. If you're just joining us, you'll notice that your audio and video are off, but no worries. You can still participate by dropping a question or a comment in the chat. If you have technical difficulties, please feel free to tag me or my colleague Paloma. You can earn SHRM credits by grabbing the code at the top left of the screen. And we're going to drop the code of conduct to make sure that this is a great experience for all. And so introducing today's speakers, I would love to introduce Anjali Tumrukota. She's a chief of staff. She is responsible for driving Taulia's people operation policies, procedure, and programs, as well as the CEO's strategic initiatives forward, including communicating and managing deliverables across the business. Since joining Taulia in 2013, Anjali has been instrumental in ensuring the talent acquisition and people operations processes are as smooth as possible. When not working, you can find Anjali discovering a new brunch spot around town. Very jealous. I do love brunch. And then we've also got Dana L. Wilson on the line. Dana L. Wilson is an experienced financial professional with over 15 years in the financial services industry. She graduated from North Carolina Central University, where she received her Bachelor's of Business Administration with a marketing concentration. Dana is a founder and CEO of CHIP, a B2B2C financial services marketplace that makes it easy to find Black and Latinx financial professionals. Before starting CHIP, Dana has had experiences at firms such as Merrill Lynch, State Farm, SunTrust Bank, SunTrust Investment Services, a boutique firm on Wall Street, and most recently ran her independent advisory practice, Active Financial Planning, before joining Manhattan Wealth as an independent financial advisor. Dana was also a previous startup coach for Apps Without Code, where she taught entrepreneurs the fundamentals of business planning and sales and marketing strategies to grow their businesses further. So with that, I'm going to pass the mic over to you two, and thank you both for being here today.
Absolutely. It's like half the battle is remembering to unmute yourself.
I know. I kept saying in my head, unmute, make sure. I have a habit of talking without unmuting myself.
No, this virtual world is still an adjustment, even after almost over a year now. It's still what it is, but super happy to be here. This is such an important conversation. I was really looking forward to having it. So let's get into everything, Anjali. So let's definitely kick this off by learning more about you and your career path and kind of how you got where you are.
Yeah, totally. So I was born and raised in Southern California. And I came up to the Bay Area because I attended UC Santa Cruz, go Banana Slugs. After graduating, I worked in the management training program at Enterprise and then worked at a staffing agency for a brief amount of time before getting introduced to my current company, Taulia. I remember checking out the website before going in for my interview and thinking what a cool place to work this company looked like. And in 2013, when I started, Taulia had 80 full-time employees and I think 4 locations or so. I ended up getting the role, which was a recruiting coordinator role and helped build out the recruiting function at Taulia. Prior to that, recruiting was done through the help of external recruiters. So being part of a startup, you are just constantly wearing multiple hats, as you are very aware.
The doer of all things.
Doer of everything.
Like on a moment-to-moment basis.
I agree. I don't even think startups should have job descriptions. I think it should just be come here and like whatever we need, that's what you're going to do at the time. So of course, being in recruiting, naturally, I was also helping out with HR projects as well. And I really enjoyed them. So eventually I became a people and talent specialist and then a generalist. And about 4 years into me being at the company, our CEO, Cedric Brew, asked if I would like to take the position of chief of staff, essentially helping him manage internal projects, communications, and culture within the company.
I said yes, but wanted to ensure I was still able to work on HR projects because that's truly where my passion was and is. And so we made my role about 50% chief of staff and 50% HR. And now I've been at Taulia almost 8 years. Oh my goodness. And we just crossed the 300 employee mark a few weeks ago. And we have, 8+ locations. I'm going to say plus because I think there's more, but 8+. And I'm still in the chief of staff position and also co-lead our HR team with our amazing director of people, David Grimes.
Wow, it's so amazing. It's like when we start to really think back and sketch out our careers, how long we've actually been somewhere, and we can kind of see the evolution.
Yeah, it's so funny.
And we forget, right? We forget all the things that we've actually done and completed.
Totally. It's funny because I was looking back at some previous performance reviews of my own, right? And you have all the accomplishments. And I was looking at one, I was like, I wonder what I accomplished my first quarter at Taulia, and to see the types of things that you're working on and the struggles that the company is going through at the time versus now it's so interesting. And I think it's really important to look back so you remember all those things too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, looking back and just kind of discovering where you've been as an individual within a company, and then also just kind of the transition of the company too. I think that's the beauty really in the startup world or working with any business that is just building up to fruition, is to see all the changes, right? The changes in leadership, the changes in employees, especially in the seat that you sit in. I'm sure you've seen so many things and can have so many stories that we probably don't even attack today. Maybe at another private.
Over a glass of wine sometime.
Oh my goodness, I can only imagine. But Taulia just recently won the 2020 Comparable Award for Best Leadership Team. What really makes that team strong leaders, especially as we look at the changing times of financial services, especially within financial technology? How has the leadership really changed there to go where it's going into this more global market that we're living in?
Definitely. So first off, the Comparably Awards are super meaningful to us as a company because unlike many other awards, they're actually awarded based on feedback from employees. So truly an honor that this comes straight from our employees. In terms of what makes Taulia's leadership team so unique, I think there's a couple of things. First and foremost, it's approachability. Our CEO that I mentioned before, Cedric, he ends almost every staff meeting by just reiterating the fact that he has an open door policy that you could call, text, Slack, email him about anything under the sun. And people take him up on that too. I've worked for managers in the past where I haven't felt that comfortable doing that even with them. So to be able to feel that safe to share comments, questions, concerns with your CEO make a huge difference. I think secondly, the leadership team truly leads by example. One of the things that I love about Taulia is whether you're an intern or a C-level, you still have to follow the same processes and same way of doing things. I really miss being in the office and hearing our CFO, Renee Ho, complaining about how much he hates filling out JIRA tickets to IT, but we all have to do it, right? Even him. So
I don't miss about corporate.
JIRA tickets. No, totally. And so, this feeling of no one is better than someone else or too big to help with something carries through the company. And I think that starts from the top. So I think those are the two things that really make our leadership team unique.
Yeah, and I think having that open door policy is so critical, especially in today's times where there's so much conversation going on around culture and what culture fit means and values, and really seeing that represented at the top in a space where, hey, you can talk about these things, you can be open if there's something bothering you. It does make a difference when someone actually says it versus you just feeling like, I'm not really sure if I can even voice my opinion, right? It's like being able to at least say, hey, we have this open door policy here, and you should feel comfortable stepping into that no matter what it is so critical. So it's great to hear that you all have instituted that there. Do people really take advantage of really kind of understanding that and walking in that? And how does that conversation often happen, especially in difficult times, that we're in right now?
Yeah, absolutely. So, what's interesting is when he became CEO, it was a few years ago now, he kind of started saying this, I have an open door policy, almost to the point where I was like, is this too much? Are you saying this too much? But I think it's
not,
super,
let's test this out.
yes, yes, is it too, are you saying it too much? But I think it's really necessary and it's crucial to reiterate something over and over, so it's not just a one-time, one-off thing that you're putting out there and people kind of forget about it. I think it's important to keep that conversation going. But I'll give you an example. When the pandemic started, we had no idea what was happening. I don't think the world knew what was happening, what was going to happen, not only in our personal lives, but for professional lives as well. And, one thing that I heard a lot from our employees was they just appreciated the transparency that our leadership team, and especially Cedric, shared. He started doing weekly meetings with the whole company, just saying, look, this is where we're at. This is what our business looks like this week. This is what it's looking like in general. This is what we're thinking at this point. We don't know, even 1 month in the future, how this is going to affect our business, but I'm going to be transparent and I'm going to open myself up to you guys. And he'd just have Q&As where people would just talk about anything under the sun and ask questions. And, some people obviously don't like doing that in a public setting. So they give him a call, they'll Slack him, they'll email him, and he responds, and he is willing to take that time and really invest back in his employees. He always says employees are the best asset and most important asset. And it's true. It's completely true.
Yeah, and I think that's a lot of how you learn, especially as a young company, right? As a continuously growing company, you have to learn from your employees, and just your employees really setting the tone from that with that open feedback, driving leadership to make changes in the moment, right? It's not like we have to kind of sit down and write these memos and just hope that they change, but being able to have that open door policy where now something changes possibly tomorrow or maybe by the end of the day. And I like this entire conversation, which is a conversation that I often have in my space of financial services and the technology space around retention, right? We're always talking so much around diversity and inclusion and really what that means. But it's also about the retention piece of things, right? It's like you can hire and keep on hiring, and that's also really important. But what are you all doing to really make sure that you're retaining that talent there and you're building in for not just the culture fit, but also for the value fit going forward for anyone who wants to step into the company and know that they'll be represented well?
Absolutely. So culture fit, I think, is interesting because if you go back 5 to 7 years ago, maybe even less, most companies had a culture fit portion of the interview for candidates that was weighed maybe just as much, if not more, than technical requirements for the role. The way I viewed culture fit at the time was, will this person be able to mesh within the company and ultimately be successful? And at the time, this seemed like the right thing to do. You don't really want to bring in a bad apple that's going to bring down this culture that you work so hard, spend so much money to build and to sustain, right? And so now looking back, I see, though, that this wasn't the best approach. When I look back at Taulia 8 years ago when I started, the culture we had then was completely different than the culture we have now. And that's because companies and people evolve and hence so do cultures, right? And so, and this is normal and healthy too. So why would we want to hire someone that just fits into the culture? And I think this is where this kind of concept of culture add comes in that we've been implementing at Taulia. Someone that's going to really come in and add to the culture and help move it forward. It's such a simple one-word change, but it really helps add more perspective, I think, to what you're looking for. And then from a values fit perspective, on the other hand, I think of my husband and I. He and I are very different in so many ways. Our musical interests, TV shows, what we want to eat for dinner, you name it, we're probably on opposite ends of the spectrum. But what we are similar in is our values. We have a set of core values that we both align on, which I think makes our relationship work really well. But we also appreciate the fact that we're different. We can introduce each other to new things and learn from each other. And I think this works in the same way as for companies. The company and you really need to ensure your values align, but it can be actually quite beneficial to have differences in the way of doing things, because that's what sparks innovation, new ideas, new solutions. And then I think the second part was you asked about how we're kind of why retention is important. Is that correct? Yeah. So I think for hiring it's great, right? We need to do it. Diverse hiring is important, but that's one portion of this DE&I concept, right? Our CFO, who I mentioned before, he always says, diversity is being invited to the party and inclusion is being asked to dance. And so your numbers could be fantastic for diversity hiring, but if your numbers for actually retaining them are awful, then you're missing that inclusion piece, right? And so you're only kind of hitting the D piece in DE&I, not the I. So I think both are equally important. It's a three-prong scale there. So.
Yeah, and you said so many things that are really important too, especially around the evolution of culture fit and really what that means. Because I do think that sometimes when companies do start out, it's like we have all these things that we like and we want to do and kind of hone in on those from a culture perspective. But as we move and as we have new people come in, sometimes those things don't change over time. And it's like we're bringing in new people, but they really aren't fitting in to that particular culture because the culture itself just needs to change and whatever those core values are, right? And we can have those differences and still get along. How are you all, or how do you think other companies can start to implement new cultures, and how can they really use their employees to help them do that?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think it's being very intentional about culture. Culture to some degree is organic, but to some degree it's also built, right? If you want to build a culture of inclusivity, of diversity, then you really need to be intentional. And to be honest, I think that really starts from the top. I don't think there's any other way to go about it. I think you have to really just live it. You can make as many kind of posters as you want, get as much swag printed with your values on it as you want, but at the end of the day, you have to live it.
Swag out there.
Yeah, so much swag, right?
I think we all have enough reward bottles.
Yeah, so many t-shirts. I have like 5 t-shirt drawers at this point, and I still will grab a t-shirt if they give it to me at any point.
That's my problem, right?
Yeah, that's my problem. But I think it's just truly living it and being intentional. And one thing that I really appreciate about Taulia is just how much our core values are referenced on a day-to-day basis. It's not just something that we put on the wall. It's not just something we wear on our t-shirts. I'll give you an example. We have 3 core values at Taulia, and one of them is diversity is how we grow. So this year, for example, Taulia is hiring quite a bit, and all of these roles need to have been hired yesterday, like most startup open recs. But you'll hear diversity is how we grow when recruiters are speaking to hiring managers, because we're actively trying to go out there, get seen by folks that maybe aren't viewing the normal places we post. And this takes time, right? It's not a quick process. It takes time, and it's painful for the people that are on the company end, right? Kind of doing 2, 3, maybe 4 jobs at once. But we all know this is the right thing to do, and it's us living by our values, which is top priority.
Right, and intention is like half of that, right? It's like continuously finding opportunities to be intentional. And that's really the only way that companies are able to continue to scale and move forward, is that intentional action, right? There's always been so much conversation, to your point, around diversity, but it's really the inclusion piece that we really have to get right. So when we're bringing people into our organizations, we know that we're bringing them in a way that they're going to be received well, they're going to be supported and encouraged. And I think that's what a lot of people seem to be looking for at this point. And I want to get to some questions that I'm seeing in the audience so we don't run out of time for those. How do you determine a candidate's value fit with a company, or speak directly to your company?
Absolutely. So before we used to have a culture fit kind of portion of the interview. This is years ago. We now call it a culture add or a value add portion. And this is what we do is we'll have people not even from the same kind of team. We'll have it from outside, just kind of talk to this person, talk about the ways that what our company believes in, what are our core values, really speak to them, give real life examples. I just gave you the example of hiring and diversity is how we grow. We want to show you real life examples of what that is. it's very easy to bring someone on board, but you need to make sure that a wrong hire is one of the worst things you could do, right? It's very expensive. It's very draining. It's time consuming.
Stage or any small company, right?
It's really, a wrong hire can be really detrimental to, especially small startups, right? It's time consuming and it costs a ton. So I think really we spend the time to explain to the folks of what it is that we're looking for, how Taulia succeeds, and finding out their own values. What do they value? A big part in determining that is seeing the types of questions they're asking us. Are you asking us questions about how the company succeeds or your own role? We are very collaborative. We're very team oriented at Taulia. It's something that is really ingrained into our culture. So we want to see the types of questions you're asking. What is important to you throughout the interview process? And it's a checkpoint, quite frankly, from the recruiter screen all the way to the in-person interviews of, this is how we at Taulia, what we value. These are our core values. This is our vision. This is how we get things done. Is that something that you align with? Is that something that you see yourself believing in? Our vision is very important to us, and we want to bring on people that feel that same vision, even if maybe their way of going about it will be different, because that's the beauty in bringing on diverse talent.
Absolutely. There's always that give and take, right? I think now is a good time where we're really asking the questions, not so much as what we can bring to the table as companies, but where, how do you see yourself here? How do you also, as the interviewee, want to see, the company that you're going to be stepping into to ensure that it's also that good fit for you on the other side of that. I do have a question about how do you feel about just the financial technology industry in general, and how it's just really kind of changing the tide in a lot of diversity that's going on within different industries. I think that the financial fintech industry is really kind of changing the narrative for so many people to get into this place that maybe they haven't been in before, where we're looking at more so going into finance was always on the kind of the corporate side, but now you're seeing so much inclusion on the technical side. How do you see that continuing in the next maybe 3 to 5 years?
Absolutely. I think, what's so interesting is this space of fintech. So I'll give Taulia as an example. We started off as a predominantly tech company. When I started here, we were a tech startup. That is kind of how we classified ourselves. And as of late, as of the past few years, we're a fintech. We have been bringing on some more of those folks from the fin side of things, from banks, from larger financial organizations. And it's really beautiful to see the mesh of, tech people and fin people and learning from each other. And I think as more and more organizations like Taulia and other fintechs, or even just emergences of any kind of industries together, you're just learning from each other, right? What I think is beautiful about the pandemic is now we saw that you can really work from anywhere. You can work on anything, and you're no longer kind of nestled into one category, one sector. You can be open to anything. And I think especially in fintech, you're seeing this emergence of so many amazing fintechs, especially in the Bay Area. And it's just learning from each other, right? You'll see so many of the finance folks learn how the tech is built within a company and learn more of that. And you'll see so many of the tech people now learning the finance aspect of the business, which I think is amazing.
Yeah, it's so important to just the overall growth of the industry and just, companies like yours as well. Yeah. Where do you see Taulia's kind of growth and evolution as its placement within financial technology, as you all continue to evolve and, continuing to just reshape your value and culture fit for people who want to get in to either working with you all or just kind of into this industry in general?
Absolutely. A number of different things. So as I mentioned, in our hiring efforts, we are trying to go out there and we are open to so many different types of jobs. We are going out there hiring interns. Hey, do you want to learn this business from us? Come, we will teach you. We will give you kind of some of the learnings that we have here. We are also on the other side, trying to actively go out there. We're partnering with a number of different organizations, veterans groups, neurodiverse individual groups, and trying to go out there and say, hey, we are inclusive of all of of everyone within the community. We want to help grow folks. I think that's something that's really important. We've seen lately the lack in diversity in both, actually, in tech and in finance. We're in both of these industries, and there's a huge lack in diversity in both. So a big portion of it is bringing in people and having them learn, and actively us taking that responsibility on as an employer to go out there and search for talent, because maybe just posting on LinkedIn is not enough, right? We're kind of hitting the same group of folks, and we're trying to change that up, even if it takes more time, if it costs more money. We know it's the right thing to do, and it'll ultimately only be better for our business as well.
Yeah, and it's really, again, about putting yourself in those intentional spaces. I mean, like you're saying, LinkedIn isn't always just the one-stop shop of finding people, and it's important to say, hey, well, here is a college or here's a university that I'm now going to go directly to bring in more of that global talent to our organization, which is extremely important to continue to do so. So I want to get to another question in the chat here. And someone's asking, how do they start a conversation in an interview regarding company value? Is it fine to ask, for example, how do you describe your company's values? What are the things that people are kind of asking when they're in that interview process as well? And what can you kind of break down versus interviews that you've either sat in on or conducted yourself?
Absolutely. If I got asked that question, and I have a couple of times in the past, I think it's amazing. I think it's a huge sign of someone that's really not just looking for their next job, but looking for somewhere that they could grow and be a culture add for the company, right? And I think in those situations, if you're questioning, oh, can I not ask this person about their values? If values are important to you, maybe you might want to look at the company again and say, oh, maybe is this somewhere I really want to work? If I don't even feel like I can, right? If I can't even ask them about.
Yeah, those checks of that intuition saying, if I don't feel comfortable asking, there's probably a reason why I don't feel comfortable.
Exactly. And the thing about it is, something that I am really big on is you can get the job, but you have to be in the job, right? So you can get it. You could be part of a company, and maybe you don't ask that question of values, and you kind of go into it. You'll find out what their values are very quickly within a role, whether you like it or not.
It does not take long to figure out whether the culture or the value just meet at all, right?
Absolutely. So it's better to get it out in the interview process rather than joining a company and then figuring it out and saying, I actually don't align with these values and I don't actually want to be here, right? So I highly encourage that.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to someone, interestingly enough, about this specific thing not too long ago, where there were promises made in different interviews where like, yeah, we do this and we do this for you, and all this about the culture fit, and then you get in there and you realize that it's nothing. You were kind of sold the baby. What is it? The baby without the bathwater. Type of. You get in there and you're just like, now you're kind of feeling stuck, right? What do you feel about companies that are, not necessarily doing all the things internally, and how do you think that they can change?
Absolutely. I don't understand companies that try to sell something they are not, because people have the ability to leave, right? The US is an at-will employer, right? So you have the ability to leave. So I don't understand that, but that's beyond the point. But I think if you are at an organization and you think that the company needs to take a stance on something or do, help better their culture in some sense, I think you should feel empowered to go and do that, or I at least hope that you are working for a company in which you could feel empowered to do that. Because our DE&I task force was started a few years ago, and it was started by someone that really felt like they needed to have this within the organization. And it's now become such a big part of our culture. It's part of our goals. It's one of our 3 core values. And so I highly encourage you and companies that are in that position, just one person to get it started, because it's probably likely that others would want to join you in that as well.
Awesome. Well, this has been such a great conversation, and I know we have to wrap up, but thank you so much to everyone who has tuned in, and we'll hopefully see you soon.
Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Yes, thank you so much, Anjali, and thank you so much, Dana. It was such an incredible conversation, and you talked about so many different points that were so important, and there were people praising things that you were saying in the chat. So thank you so much again for being here, and thank you to everyone tuning in. And so we are on our last chat of the day, where we are going to talk with some different Black women CEOs and founders. And so as we're getting kicked off here, I just wanted to thank you all for being here and hanging in with us. And whether it's just tuning in the chat or, just listening in the background, we're really happy to have you here. And I hope that you've been enjoying day 2. If you're just joining us, I just want to let you know, and I'm sure you've noticed, that your camera and audio will remain off for the duration of a conversation, but we would love for you to get involved. So whether that means dropping comments or questions in the chat, we're going to do our best to get those over to the moderators and the speakers. If you have any technical difficulties, you can just tag myself or Paloma, and we will do our best to help you out. If you're looking to earn SHRM credits from today's talk, you can just use the code that's on the top left to get those credits. And we're going to drop the code of conduct in the chat just to make sure that this is a great experience for everyone involved. So with that, I don't want to waste any more time. I want to introduce our speakers and moderator. In the sake of, giving them the floor, I have cut down the bios quite a bit, but they are very incredible, and I learned a lot about them while I was reading them, so I highly encourage checking them out. So we've got Rodline Etienne on the line, who is a strategic advisor who focuses on developing business strategies and expanding opportunities in the investment sector. The founder and managing partner of her own advisory firm, Rodline is now applying her 25 plus years of institutional investment experience to assist her clients with the design, development, and positioning, of their investment products. We've got Carla Trotman on the line, who is the president and chief executive officer of Electrosoft Incorporated, an electronics manufacturing and engineering firm in the United States. She holds a BS in business logistics from the Pennsylvania State University and an MBA from Drexel University. The breadth of her experience in business extends to supply chain logistics, purchasing, global scheduling, and e-commerce, where she served in key roles in companies to include Honeywell, Gap, and IKEA. And moderating today's conversation, we've got Gertie Simon on the line. Gertie is a regional diversity officer of the Mid-Atlantic region at a wealth management firm. She joined the diversity and inclusion team in September of 2019 at the firm and is responsible for the development and integration of the firm's field strategy for recruiting and retaining diverse talent, fostering an inclusive work environment, and ensuring management accountability. And so with that, I'm going to hand the mic right over to you, ladies, and thank you so much for being here today.
Great. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Power to Fly, for giving us an opportunity to speak with you and your audience. I am so excited about this conversation. We had a couple of prep talks, and the Black women are just going to lean back in their living rooms and have a real conversation. So welcome to that. Welcome, Rodline. Welcome, Carla. I can't wait to hear about your stories and giving our audience an opportunity to walk away with some additive resources and hearing some tidbits that will help them along their journeys. So with that, I like to always say, let's get smarter. So I'm going to turn it over to Rodline. And Rodline, can you introduce yourselves? Tell us a little bit about your personal career journey.
Sure. Thank you for having us. Very excited to be here. My name is Rodline Etienne. I have had an eclectic series of careers that range from architecture for a few minutes to accounting and to finally finance, where I've spent the last 25 years advising and being an institutional investor and trafficking in the powers of high finance and the buy side, as we like to call it. I am nowhere near what I studied as an undergraduate. That's how life happens. But I've been in a very interesting, quickly evolving space and look forward to sharing more details as we have this conversation.
Great. Thank you so much, Rodline. I can't wait for the conversation as well. Carla, let me turn over to you. Can you give us a little bit about your personal career journey?
Absolutely. After leaving college, I had an interesting career in supply chain logistics. I actually went to school for logistics, as was mentioned. At the time, not many people it wasn't the hot career that it is now. I was really interested in how you move things from point of origin to point of consumption for some reason. I don't know why. But I think once you have that skill set, you can see anything from a linear perspective and all the other options around. So it was a wonderful foundation for me. As I was going through that career, my life changed. I got married, I had children, I started a business, I left corporate America, and I decided to take over my family's manufacturing company, something I swore I would never, ever do. I never wanted to work in manufacturing, and I surely did not want to work with my father. But here we are now. I am now the owner. My father has retired, and it has been an incredible journey, and I am happy to share it with you today.
We all know that, and I think there's so many in the audience that can relate to that. So it's it's interesting to hear both your perspectives on this subject matter. So thank you to you both. So as I said, it's a conversation. We're in the living room, but I'm mindful of the audience that's out there. So can you discuss your industry and give us a broad outline of your business, right? Because that's going to be a lot of the connectivity that we're talking about. And it would be helpful, I think, to the audience to understand the context you operate in as we go through these discussions. So with that, Rodlyn, let me start with you.
Sure. So the industry that I refer to as the buy side consists of large pools of capital that are managed on behalf of beneficiaries or stakeholders. By those, I mean there are corporate pension funds, public pension funds, endowments, foundations, insurance companies who all have billions of dollars of assets that they are responsible for, that they invest for a purpose, whether the purpose is to help with the retirement of their beneficiaries, or the purpose is to be able to give grantees grants to do social good in the country and in the world. These institutional pools of capital are managed by third-party asset managers and fund managers. And so you have an industry that represents trillions of dollars in capital that is managed by thousands of asset managers and fund managers on behalf of these constituents. When you look at the landscape that I operate in, it is a landscape where there is not a lot of diversity, frank, period, stop. And I spent a lot of time as a consultant that is advising the institutional pools of capital on their investment strategy and the selection of these managers. And then I became the chief investment officer of the New York State Pension Fund. That is one of, I think, the third largest pension fund in the US. And to just give some context, the scale that we're talking about, New York's pension fund is over $200 billion today. And so there's staff, there are people who are making decisions on behalf of the pension fund, but the majority of a significant chunk of the portfolios are managed by outside parties. Those outside parties are brand names that most will recognize, so I'm not going to name check anyone, but there are small firms, there are large conglomerates, and there are multiple products that people put together in a portfolio in order to reach their objectives. And again, as this is about inclusion, in this industry that I operate in, the assets under management, the economic ownership of minorities and women is negligible as far as I'm concerned. And so there's a lot of work to do, and that is what I'm dedicated to at this moment.
And we're happy to have you here to delve into that because how strongly you feel about it and what an interesting aspect of your world. So I'm wondering those out there that can relate to that and have been in that pool, right? Because there is I'm talking to two exceptional Black women who are CEOs and founders, yet there's two different pathways. So Carla, can you tell me a little bit about your world in that vein?
On the complete and utter opposite side of the world exists my world of manufacturing. I had to put on mute because I have 2 children, a dog and a husband, a landscaper, and a whole bunch of things going on. So excuse my, fumbling. So in manufacturing, what we do in particular is think of the Apple iPhone product or any of the products that they have. Apple, for example, just one of many companies, does not have manufacturing facilities. They outsource their manufacturing to a company called Foxconn over in Southeast Asia. And Foxconn will work with Apple's engineers, their product engineers, their design engineers, and take their drawings, their schematics, and create the Apple products for consumers. They will package them. They'll do all the printed circuit board work and get it ready for us to buy and ship them off. My company is similar to Foxconn in that we create products that belong to our customers. We're their outsourced manufacturing arm. And we do that for many, many companies, but in the industrial space. We are not B2C. We are selling business to business, and mostly in industrial and defense electronics. Our focus in that is printed circuit board assemblies, so those green boards that are in every device that you have, wiring and cables and harnesses and box builds, pretty much I call it the brain and central nervous system of any electronic device. So we all know that electronics is, a huge part of how we live, function, and operate in this society. We're dealing in commodities because of tin and gold and the other things that are going into the capacitors and the boards and the copper that's interlaced through the boards. We're doing a lot of pricing. We're doing buying from a global perspective. We're also working with multiple partners and engineers and finance departments and contractors and people who are trying to drive the price down while they can increase their margins for bottom line. And when this company came to be 35 years ago, when my father started the business, it originally, with the name ElectroSoft, was an electromechanical assembly and software writing company. We would develop the product, we would build it in our manufacturing facilities, and then we would write the software as well for the equipment. But just like in most businesses, your customer will pretty much shape what you sell. And so there was a higher demand for manufacturing. And so we focus primarily on the manufacturing. As you can imagine, there are not very many people who look like me in electronics manufacturing and manufacturing in general, especially in the ownership levels. I asked one of my biggest suppliers, which is one of the biggest companies worldwide for everything industrial. And I asked, in America, who else does exactly what we do? And she said, there's one other family-owned business that are Native American and they live in a reservation in Arizona. So that's how unique the space we are in. But there are a lot of companies that do what we do. And oftentimes I am the only person that looks like me. So finance is an issue when it comes to being a woman in this and a woman of color in this, and decisions are made. And so I have a lot that I would love to delve into as we discuss this today.
Incredible. So, and we're getting that bird's eye view of someone that's sitting in that seat and learning from you, right? And in hearing about what that looks like from your vantage point. So, and I think that's important because I'm always going to refer back to this audience and who's out there and who could be possibly listening to you. So, this is about financial inclusion. It's a black women sitting down having a conversation. So I think, it's important for us to give advice out there. So Rodlin, I want to turn to you and I want to say, what advice would you give to women who are looking to take their careers to the next level, such as moving from an individual contributor to a manager, or from being a manager to a C-suite level director, right? And it sounds like, you've had opportunities to be in a lot of those spaces. So I can't wait to hear how you respond to this.
I think that's a very interesting question. I hadn't thought about myself in that context, but here's what I would offer: two things. The first is to try to have as global of a view of yourself in the context of the organization and where your organization fits, so that you understand the big picture as much as you can. I think the second thing is to be aware and open to taking risk and pursuing opportunities, right? To the extent that you stay within your comfort zone, it's hard to make the leaps. And for me, the progress comes when you're willing to take the risk and go do something that may be different than what you had done before. And, I have an anecdote to share in the context of, one of the things I do is I sit on boards. And one of the boards had a recruiting process that involved a personality test that I resisted at first, but eventually you had to surrender and do it. And the industrial psychologist who gave me my profile said to me that she thought I was a risk taker. And I would never define myself as such. But she made me reflect, because I have taken leaps. I didn't view them as risky because I analyzed the downside and said, okay, I can live with that downside. But I would encourage people who are thinking about progress to think about themselves in new ways and be willing to sort of make that leap while they're calculating what the worst case scenario is. Because once you're comfortable with that, the leap is not as big as you think.
I love that. And listen, we're we're sitting at this introspection, right? The pandemic has brought so much of that opportunity, and folks had an opportunity to sit down and say, am I happy with what I'm doing, right? And here is the moment to raise your hands and say, okay, I'm going to do something different. So I love what you said about, the global view of the company, because we don't think about that. We think about going to work, sitting down and doing what is asked of us. But I think that's so important. Carla, I can't wait to hear what you have to add to that.
Well, similar to what Rodlin had mentioned, that it was reminiscent of what I was thinking of. You have to be entrepreneurial. I mean, I'm third generation entrepreneur in a sense that my grandmother had a restaurant, my mother had a business, my father had a business, I started a business as well. And so I only know of people like wearing 15 hats and just executing. I don't know, when I first went into corporate America and that whole meeting about the meeting and the next meeting about the meeting, I was like, what's going on? I thought we decided we were going to do it. Like, why are we meeting again? And it just wasn't my mindset. And I had to learn that there is a process, and then there's people you have to ask, and then there's different levels to this thing. But when it came down to project execution, I was able to move forward and execute because that's where my mindset was. And I was successful in navigating different levels of organizations because of my ability to execute and not ask for permission all the time for every step. And I think that was instrumental in a lot of my success. Also, I never stopped learning. As Rodlin said about, going outside your comfort zone and really branching out. I mean, if you don't know something, it's okay. You can learn it. You can figure it out. Everybody else says they know it. And, I don't know why oftentimes, and maybe I'm speaking for myself and other friends and women of color, we're so sometimes paralyzed by the fact that we're going to have imposter syndrome and people are going to figure out that we really don't know what we're doing. I've been in so many rooms where no one knew what was going on, that I realized that just say yes and figure it out was my new modus operandi, and it has served me well.
That is such a good one. And it's so true.
Yeah.
Because without making the sweep of broad generalizations, I have to, if I don't know 90%, I'm not comfortable.
Right.
So part of risk taking is also saying, listen, I don't know. And they don't know either. Right. So go ahead and step into the light.
Right. It may as well be you. You may as well take charge and then get the credit for it.
or they don't know that you don't know. So then, you know, who's the imposter there, right?
You're right.
So I love that. And I think all of this, you know, goes back into this opportunity, right? Because when we think about it, in so many of the industries that we're in, right, the financial business, you had to be in the office, right? That was a requirement. And we've seen how much we had to learn about technology for some folks that were like, oh, I'm afraid to hit that button. But that button was what you had to hit to make sure you understood what you were, the apparatus that you were working with to get through in terms of what we're dealing with now, you know, and being at home. So very interesting and some key points there. So I hope folks out there are taking notes on that. So Carla, in your opinion, and this is based on your personal experience, what can companies do to hire more diverse individuals?
So, you know, that whole saying, and it's something reminiscent of, if you do what you always did, you get what you always got. You know, I never understood why, if you're looking for more, for example, Black candidates, people of color, why aren't you hiring at HBCUs? Why are you not looking in Black churches or Asian churches or, you know, Hispanic communities for the people that you want? We do a fantastic job as a diverse woman-owned business, hiring diverse people. My company is 50% diverse in women. I would say it's over 60% people of color. And I mean, statistically, people of color do tend to be more diverse as an organization, absolutely. But if companies want to be diligent about doing it, make it a KPI, put it in a performance evaluation, because once it becomes something that you're accountable to, people will do it, especially when it's tied to compensation.
And Rodlin, what would you add to that? And in addition to that, also, what could companies do to support the employees and empower them? You know, from your experience.
I want to first say amen to Carla's comment, because I've had conversations with CEOs at asset managers who are talking to me about the fact that they can't find talent, and it would make my head explode, right? I think one of the things that companies should focus on is the idea that perhaps there is cultural change that needs to happen, not just from the top, you need the support of the top, but throughout to the bottom. And so if you have an intent, it needs to be measurable. It needs to be throughout all of the communication pathways that you have in your organization. And you have to actually validate and check and ask and touch base to see whether what you are saying is actually being implemented. And so inclusion is beyond recruiting. It's about creating an environment that allows people to thrive, all sorts of people. And for most organizations, I think, especially if you are not part of that ethos from the beginning, that requires cultural transformation that is not only about KPIs, but is about the culture that you're establishing and the norms that you're reinforcing in your organization. And that is difficult work, and that takes time. But it is not enough to just recruit, because you know, I know you can recruit and you lose them, you know, a few years later because the culture of the organization is frustrating.
Amen.
Yeah, no, without question. And I recall, you know, Carla Harris was on a panel for Power to Fly in March. And one of the key things that I recall her saying was, it's going to be interesting to look back, right, 5 years from now, when we're all having this discussion, and just see how far we've actually come. So, so great points there to both of you. So this is about Black women CEOs and founders, which you both are. So let's talk about Black women and those who are considering leaving the corporate workforce, right? We're hearing so much about this in the news of late. But there is this surge of Black women leaving to start their own businesses. What was your trigger, you know, to start a new business and break out on your own? And what perspective would you like to share with the aspiring entrepreneur that might be in our audience Carla, let me go to you first on that.
There wasn't just one trigger, being in a non-inclusive environment can be triggering and can cause you to very much question, why am I here? Especially when sometimes I remember sitting, and it wasn't every company, mind you, and every day, but sometimes I felt like that college over-prepared me for this environment, and that I was not completely fulfilled in the manner in which I knew I felt like I should be. For example, one day I said to my coworker, just randomly, like, if I died in this chair, they would roll me right out the door and replace me with someone else. Like, that's how meaningless my presence is in this time and space. And it was like one of those epiphanies that really hit me. And then I looked and it doesn't matter if I look around the room, I look around any room, I'm usually the only person of color or only female, or definitely the only female of color. And that, like I said, never bothered me. But there's some like communal things that I never really got down with. I felt that oftentimes I was in competition with my managers for some reason, or I didn't feel in competition, but they felt it and put that energy toward me. That, some of the goals that I had for myself, that they would say, no, we want you to go this way. And that I wasn't seen as, for me, for who I was as a human being. But I also, even though I had this family business, and that wasn't even an option in my mind, I felt that in order for me, though, to really, what cut my teeth in all of this and just made me decide to leave was I had a very difficult pregnancy. Because of my background in supply chain and logistics, I was able to identify that there were all of these women who had created products but did not have distribution for the same ailments that I was going through. Now, this is before Facebook was extremely popular. This was when people were on message boards and they were saying, oh, this is terrible about pregnancy. And I'm like, why didn't anyone tell me pregnancy was so daggone terrible and hard? And so when I found these products, I became the go-to person for products and ended up creating a website and a store. And then it ended up being a celebrity favorite, and all these things happened. And once I did this business thing, this experiment in having my own, I realized I can bet on myself. I can make money on myself. Equity is a beautiful thing. And I want to leave my family a legacy. And it does not involve me dying in a chair and being pushed out the door. And that was my point.
And it's so interesting because so often you find that folks that are successful in this platform have discovered and have felt the need to go out there and search for something that they couldn't find for themselves, right? Mm-hmm. I needed, Spanx because I was tired of wearing that dress that made me look like this. And so I'm going to go out there and create it. Rodlin, what do you have to add to this subject?
I don't think I can point to a particular trigger. I think it's sort of a run up to life, and more that I had been independent without a boss. And once I reached that point, it was hard to go back to having a boss. And I have found that, leadership and good leadership is difficult to find, right? And so I think I was at a moment in life. I mean, I had attempted other businesses before. I'm sure that there were grammar school and high school and college attempts at entrepreneurship, some great idea that we never executed. But I think it was the moment in my career and my view that there needed to be more entities like my own in the business, right? So it was partly the desire for independence, and partly because I felt that what I was doing and what I was as an entrepreneur was filling a gap that was missing in the space I operated in.
So, when we think about this and we leave this topic, I'm thinking about the audience. I would say if there's something nagging, right? Every day you wake up and you're going to work and you're not happy, right? It affects the whole day, and God only knows what it's doing inside of you, right? So take a pause moment and reflect, use this time and listen to what our panelists are saying on what triggered them, and just take a step, right? One step that could make it such a change in your life. So thank you. Thank you both for providing some perspective on that. So we are in an era of protests against systemic racism, right? And an unprecedented push to support and buy from Black-owned businesses. And I know that both of you sitting in your seats, you're seeing it, we're hearing it, it's on the media, it's coming from the corporate America. And founders, advocates are hoping to build upon this momentum, right? One would hope, but also wonder if the support being shown to Black-owned businesses, let alone those founded by Black women, is it here to stay, right? So can we trust what's going on right now, right? And it's all about metrics and what comes later. So I want to ask you this, and Carla, I'm going to direct this to you. How have you seen the pandemic affect Black women in business, especially as entrepreneurs, as CEOs and founders? You gave some really interesting insight about, why you wanted to leave and what was your trigger. But there's been quite a few discussions of late on diverse communities post-Floyd. So before I go into that, just tell me, what have you seen in this pandemic in your industry?
Okay, so real talk, okay? Not a lot. So I've had experiences where friends of mine have reached out to me and have told me that their companies asked them as the person of color to write the company statement on Black Lives Matter, on the death of George Floyd. And I was kind of like, are you really going to write it for them? And they asked me, well, what should I do? I said, you should ask them what their statement is on Black Lives Matter and George Floyd. And if it really is just a statement or if there's some action behind it. And that's really what the concern is for me, that there's been a lot of promises made and not a lot of execution. There's a lot of pledges made to help with the desire to help, let's say. And I'm not clear. A lot of people are just not clear on how it's going to be executed and to whose benefit. And oftentimes I find that of the tools that have been filtered out, of the assistance that's been filtered out outside of the cash, because as business owners, we definitely need cash, yes. There's things that we need that are being offered to us that we may not necessarily need. And it causes me to think that were there people of color, women, anybody at the table, once there was a decision made to offer support to Black-owned businesses. So while it is definitely appreciated, and I love that the spotlight is on us, if there's really going to be an outpouring of assistance and help, of support, I think we need to have a better understanding of what the needs are of Black and brown businesses, of everybody in general. And then we need to understand how it's going to be executed, quite honestly.
Completely to the point. Go ahead, Robin.
I have to pipe in on this because for me, there's corollaries in what you're saying in the recruiting issue, right? Why? So for me, this is a lot of talk and I'm waiting for the action. And I do have a particular lens, which is about the commitment of capital. So that's the thing I'm tallying. But there's a lot of PR and there's a lot of performance. And I'm looking for the actions that back up the performance. And what I observe is the hoopla and the announcement once you scratch the surface, does not necessarily have a lot of risk capital, a lot of financial commitment behind it. And I think your point about I'm offering what I do to help Black businesses, the missing link is the organizations who are trying to understand what the businesses need and tailor solutions for them. And it is so far, and of course there's exceptions to the rule. Depending on the day you get me, whether it will be sustained or with glass half full or glass half empty, I think it's still a question whether the spotlight is going to actually lead to the deployment of capital and to the sharing of power, because that's ultimately what this is about.
Agreed. I mean, and not to throw off the conversation, but you just hit something there for me. I mean, the sharing of power is definitely what it is. You think of any time when no woman could vote, it really comes down to, is power now understand that it's within their interest to allow women to vote? Civil rights, is it within the interest to allow Black people to vote, Black people to have equal rights, for Asian American people, for Hispanic people? It all does come down to power. Is power convinced enough to allow everybody else an equal share, an opportunity? Are you willing to give up something for the benefit of the whole? And that's really the conversation that we're afraid to have, because, you know, right now everyone's pushing back, saying that cancel culture is such a terrible thing. And because people are voting with their dollars. You know, if you say something or do something that I as a Black woman don't like, I don't have to buy your stuff. That is not cancel culture. That is consequence culture. That is a consequence of your actions. Same thing. Now people of color are using their voices to say, hey, we do want equity, not equality. We want equity, which are two different things. We want solutions that fit us as people. And, you know, that's the conversations we've not yet had.
And Carla, let's go back to this.
Rosalind was about to say something. I'm sorry, I saw
don't miss out. We're in the living room now, so go ahead, make that statement.
You know, but I think the point about we are at the table. I mean, power concedes nothing, right?
Yeah.
We sort of have to collectively demand it, and the hope of this moment is that we are at the table, and there's a generation of people saying, no, this is not acceptable. And my dollars are not going to support you if you support Y, right? To the extent that there is more collective action, you know, I think power is not going to voluntarily give up anything, never has.
Right.
Right? Nobody ever gives up their power. I mean, okay, there's always the rare exception, right? And so the question is the momentum going to continue? And that's only going to be a yes is if there's masses of people who are on this purpose and this mission, right? But I don't think it's a coincidence that, you know, at the risk of being political, that, you know, Black women politically have said, we're at the table and this is what we want, right? And from my perspective, we need to do that in all spheres.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Agreed. Carla, you were going to make a point. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying amen.
Let's let the church say amen.
Yes.
Listen, we're in a state right now where we're not asking for a seat at the table, right? It's a demand now. So, and folks have to figure out a way to make room for the other chairs coming in if one is not leaving, right? So I think this is an important point, and it starts here. And for folks out there, you know, that might be in small companies, get involved, right? Mm-hmm. Figure out if you have ENGs. Let's see what is the question that's being put on the table for discussion, right? And you have to raise your hand to make sure that what you want the firm to focus on is being focused on, because you're there answering surveys. Because a lot of time, you know, as much as you ladies are, clearly invested in this conversation, there's so many folks that are saying, well, it's never going to happen, so I'm not going to say anything, right? And that's part of what has to change for us. So
yeah.
Well, we could spend days on this. This is like get out the wine and let's really sit back, but we have a limited amount of time, and there's a couple of other things I really want to talk about. So number one, and I think this is a great segue, right? Because I go back to the theme of today's summit, right? Financial inclusion. And I think that, what we know is this. We know that Black women make up 14% of the female population, right? In the US, but 42% of all new women-owned businesses during 2014 and 2019. And that's something that I had read recently. Black women own more than 2 million businesses, and women of color are 4.5 times more likely to start a business than any other group. And yet in 2020, right, Black women received only 0.27%. And I read up on this for this conversation. So am I surprised? No. So I can't wait to hear from you all about capital funding and about 54% of Black-owned startups attempted to seek funding. And here we are with this number. So talk to me about raising funds, because we know it's not one size fits all, right? And you both have already advised the audience of the various paths that you're both on. So let's get into that, right? Let's get into that. So Rodlin, let's start with you.
That statistic is so scandalous to me. It's just so scandalous. So again, I'm coming from a perspective where there are significant sums of money at play. And the statistic that I refer to, which is similar to the one you have, is perhaps maybe 1% of the assets of this industry are managed by minority and women-owned firms. If I look at that statistic, first of all, that is a ridiculous statistic, A. Now think about parsing that into Black women-owned firms. I can name them on one hand, right? The challenge of raising capital in my space is incredibly complex, because you're talking about an industry where the capital raise is not in the tens of thousands. The capital raise is in the millions just to start, right? And the idea of passing the hat around to your friends and family, if your friends and family don't have millions to put, $1 million here, $1 million there, you can forget about it. And the reality of the space that I operate in is, if you're not in the corridors of the super wealthy, if you didn't go to the right prep school, if you're not in the network of this private school or that, club, it's incredibly difficult, because you don't have that intergenerational wealth as a foundation for you to take risks. And it's nearly impossible. And, part of what I've been focused on is trying to address that barrier of entry, because I think there should be entrepreneurs in this space of finance, as well as the household entrepreneur who's doing, interesting and creative homemade products. But no matter where you are in the spectrum, you face the same hurdle, which is you either don't have access to the networks, or you're not a member of the network, or those in power and those who control the capital do not see your viability. They just see you as risk. I think it's a huge missed opportunity, right? There is so much interesting activities going on with people who are in smaller segments, who are in niche segments, who've got just a different approach to investing, for example. And for me, the biggest tragedy in my industry is that talent doesn't get the opportunity to realize their vision if that talent is recognized, the parent company wants to hold it close, right? It doesn't want to sponsor it to fly. So that's my first pass at Capital.
That was deep. Okay, that was very deep. Carla, what do you got?
I was so into everything that you were just saying. I mean, even though our stories are very, very different, and there's just so much that's the same.
Yeah.
When my father started the company, I mean, he was a director of engineering for a large company that decided to shut down instrumentation. So he didn't have a job. He was laid off. And oftentimes people, when they are laid off and they don't know what they're going to do, they decide to start businesses. But someone actually called him about building cable because they knew that he understood manufacturing. And then that build on the kitchen table turned into multiple builds that then turned into a company. So it was the company that wasn't really supposed to happen. But once he made the decision to let it happen, his options for funding were very slim, because oftentimes in our communities, he was the most wealthy and successful person in his social circle. So there was no friends and family raise. He went and used his own money, he and my mother, their money, used credit cards, which is definitely, they say, a no-no, but that's another story of everything they tell you to do. And starting a business, Black people got to do something totally different. People of color got to do something totally different. Is most of the things they tell you not to do. So he started this business with credit cards and whatnot, eventually becoming successful, doing all the programs that are available, did the 8A government program, everything that was right, build this business, now can walk into any bank, get whatever he wants, okay? I come to execute on our succession plan, and I need 7 figures. I've never gone to a bank and asked for 7 figures. I never asked anybody for 7 figures of nothing. So I started relationships with banks years before I needed the money. And even though we have $1 million worth of equipment, this long trajectory, this long history, we had a book of business, long-term clients, I still could not get the loan for what I needed, the total amount to buy my father out. And I had assets as well. I have properties. I had multiple homes. And it just wasn't happening. And I was extremely confused, because the American dream is you walk into a bank, you say, I need money, and they give it to you. It does not happen that way. Thankfully, I had a strong enough relationship with a bank that was expanding into the region. I met a gentleman on a board that I'm on, again, in the right rooms, who, it was definitely a board that I don't know how I ended up on, but I'm on it. And this gentleman pretty much gave me what I needed, a little bit short, but it was enough that it was negligible. I can't say that. It was a lot of money I still had to make up. In the end, I was able to buy my father out. That's the point of the story. That's not how it happens for everyone. And that's a good story in comparison to others. When I started my online business, no one gave me any money. There was no angel investment. I definitely did not ask my family, because I was a little embarrassed by my little idea of having a pregnancy store it was just kind of my thing. I thought frivolously of it. But when it came to pitching for capital, like some of my other members of my cohort were able to do or have done, that's not the circle in which I travel. That's not, like I said, even though my family had this business and we were in, well-to-do circles, it's still just very foreign for me to at the time to even think about pitching for capital. I went through a program that they have for business owners about putting together a deck, pitching for debt or equity capital, did all that just for the practice of doing it, just for confidence sake. And I learned more and more about the different levels of capital. things that I've never, ever learned. I mean, they don't teach you that in graduate school, not even in your M&A classes in grad school. And they may brush over it, but the depth of it, I've not met, and I know a lot of Black business owners, other business owners of color as well, women business owners. I don't know very many of them that are VC backed or have private equity dollars. When we chatted as a group, ladies, and I had mentioned, and Rodlin, you called me on this because I was not clear. You said that, because I mentioned now I have private equity people throwing money at me and wanting to do a roll-up strategy, and they want to court me and do all these things. I got to a point where I decided that I don't want the type of business that has me working like a racehorse all the time. I don't want another boss telling me what to do. That's just where I am in this business. This is a family business. It's a lifestyle business. It'll be passed from one generation to the next. I'm in that position. All the money that's in that company is from my family, or it was debt. It was debt capital. And I'm still paying it back. I've not missed a payment. But it is incredibly difficult. And if I were to go to a private equity, like, I don't even know if it's a good private equity relationship. I have nothing to hold it up against. I do have friends that are in that space that I could talk to, but it's terrifying because we as people of color, we look at our businesses differently than others. And this is not me just spouting knowledge. I've read this recently, that we tend to look at our businesses as our legacy, the thing that we're going to pass on from one generation to the next, where culturally other people tend to look at it as a job. So if it fails, it's like, okay, it failed. Right. But for us, we put so much into that business. It's our 401k, it's credit cards, it's savings, it's grandma's money, what somebody's social, the whole future. Yeah, it's a different way to look at it. And as Rodlin said, it's not being, it looks risky from an investment perspective.
Ladies, I can't believe what we're packing in, but we only have 4 minutes left in this conversation. Okay. So we're as much as we can talk about this, and I hope our audience sees this, there is so much information from these two CEOs and founders. So I want to make sure that we end with maybe, a very, we each have 1 minute and 60 seconds. Can you just tell me one thing that you want this audience to walk away with, right? So I want you each to be able to say that. So when they go back and they're looking at their businesses, they can say, you know what, I didn't know that. So Rodlin, I'm going to go with you. We're going to make this the speed round so we end up on time. But my God, ladies, what an incredible conversation. So Rodlin, what's the one takeaway?
So I would say that make sure that you establish networks that are as broad as you can to help you in your strategic thinking about your own career progress. If I look back on my journey, I think the thing that I didn't do as well as I could have, or I didn't do it early enough, was establish those relationships, which are also knowledge centers, right? Outside of your immediate zone of everyday work. I mean, when I talk about looking at the picture 360, that network should also be 360. So try to be intentional about that.
Intentional. I love it. Carla, 60 seconds. What's your one takeaway for this audience?
I would just say that now there's great opportunity for women, people of color, there's money out there now. There wasn't before. Go get it. Find out how to get it. Get into networks that'll allow you to have access to it. Start building your banking relationships now. Start finding those private equity relationships. Talk to people and understand, because it's a brand new marketplace out there. And I wish you the best of luck in getting everything you want out of this.
Thank you. I really want to thank you both. This was incredible. And I hope the audience out there feels as I do, that, there were some stories that I could relate with. And there's people out there that think the way I do. And it's about finding resources, right? It's about getting up out of that seat, bring some resources to the table. And I think that you both provided that. So the one thing I do want to say as we say goodbye in terms of resources, my friend and colleague, Carla Harris, has a podcast called Access and Opportunity, which is just about this, right? About entrepreneurs and women and people of color. So she was actually nominated for a Webby. So go to the votewebbyAwards.com and nominate Carla, but really look at that podcast because there's some interesting resources out there. So ladies, thank you. I appreciate you. And I hope that the audience out there appreciates the time that we spent here today. So with that, I say good night all.
Bye-bye, everybody.
Perfect. Thank you so much. There was tons and tons of amazing feedback in the chat. People want a part 2. We got a comment that this has been their favorite panel that Power to Fly has presented this year. So thank you so much for such a powerful conversation and for being here. And thank you everyone for chiming in the chat. We had to wrap it up because this will close off at exactly the minute. So I wanted to make sure that we had time to close everyone out. But I know that we've been dropping links and we will continue to drop LinkedIn's for you to connect with all of the speakers. And so I want to say thank you everyone for being here today. For if you're going to come tomorrow, for being here tomorrow, and thank you so much for participating yesterday. Don't forget that we have a virtual career fair this week as well, where you will get to meet with representatives from the different companies that have been sponsoring us and different companies that we work with. You'll really get to learn more about the culture that they're moving forward and the things that they're doing internally to move forward DEIB, diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, and some other initiatives they have. So I highly encourage that. They will have a 10 to 15 minute presentation with tons of time for Q&A. So I highly encourage that, even if you can only join for a little bit of time, and even if you can only listen in. It's a great way to get to know some of these companies. I also want to shout out our merch store. We have really, really awesome merch, and 100% of the proceeds that come from the merch store will go to TransTech Social, an incubator for LGBTQ talent with a focus on economically empowering the T transgender people. The funds from this campaign will specifically support technical bootcamp fees for Black, transgender, or non-binary people on their way to a career in engineering. I want to also shout out that at Power to Fly, we have our Chat and Learn program. So, if you're loving these live conversations and this is your first time tuning in, we have conversations like this all the time, multiple times a day. We have them with a lot of the client partners that we work with, where you can get to know the leaders that they have at those organizations a little bit better. It's a really awesome opportunity to get to know the individual from these companies so that you can get a better feel if that's a place that you want to work or not. And that holds true with our virtual career fairs as well. Additionally, we have, don't forget to register for next month's summit, where we will be talking about Pride. So I know we'll have some really amazing speakers there. I did just want to shout out again as well that we have the SHRM credits that you can grab from the top left screen. And so you can redeem the credit with that code. And I just want to thank everyone again. I want to thank all of the speakers, all of you for interacting in the chat or just listening in. It's, this is all what makes it possible. And lastly, I want to, lastly but not leastly, that's a word, I definitely want to make sure that I take the time to thank our sponsors who this was made all possible with. Of course, we couldn't have done it without them. And so I just wanted to shout them out and shout, I'm looking for their name. Sorry, it's my whole script. But the sponsors for this have been American Express, NGA, S&P Global, Smartsheet, and Thornburg Investment Management. And DVO1, of course. And so thank you all. Have a great day. Have a great night. See you bright and early tomorrow.